Well, hello there, folks. Hey, Corey. Hey, Meerkat. Let me run some ads so we don't get them on stage. Let me get my coffee. We should be all up and rolling. YouTube is there. Glad to have you all in here. Get some quick social media pics.
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢游戏件数和万元红包雨。京东电竞装备你的游戏生活，英雄登场，闪现向前。李宁 Jackie Love 卡莎联名产品正式发售，比亚迪海洋海豹08旗舰新贵闪耀而来。Air 呀，开局吗？为 Air 开一局。操作零负担，状态轻松 on air， 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，战马能量型维生素饮料，醒神好喝，当然战马。傲风 G7 LPL 官方指定电竞椅，想赢做傲风。LGD Gaming， 少爷 Birdo， 红汤圆 Chris。北京 JD Gaming， Gala， 小徐、俊佳、红 Q、Vampire。
Hello, chat. Coffee acquired, walkouts occurring. JDG versus LGD inbound. Fun fact. Top Esports versus EDG later, and LGD versus JDG are the 2 longest loss streaks in the league. One's at over 1,900 days, the other are just under it. LGD and EDG have not beaten their opposite numbers in a very, very long time. At the end of the day, things can change. LGD on the rise. Does make you wonder, JDG, a little bit of fumble in recent weeks. Xiaoye, however, for LGD has been a little anemic. I believe he is bottoming out the damage piles. 480 carries right now. Really been the focus of the team, though, to be fair. That has been struggling in general. Being a consistent damage threat, which is a frustration when you are an 80 carry player. Players all on stage, now just logging in and getting ready to go. Turn the camera back on, say hello. Hello folks, you feeling better, Sam? I'm blowing my nose less, but that probably gives it away. Still under the weather. We're going to try and not cough all over the microphone. I believe LGD can take a map at least. I'm with you, Nort. I think that's very doable. Feels like a 7-game day. IG and Weibo will probably go to the 2-1. Yeah, that's probably not unreasonable. IG are flippy enough. I still think I favour IG, but yes, agreed. No mic punches, the mic cough, correct. Being ill ain't fun, folks. Ain't fun. But yeah, if I'm a little bit out of it, that's what's going on. I'm doing my best. Poppy banned straight up. First ban. Slightly more unusual. We have seen a fair amount of Poppy bans, but being first ban, not necessarily the regular choice. Alongside the Lee Center, 2 very early skirmishing playmakers from Heng, which is what they want to avoid here. They want things to be a bit more stable in the early game. Might even be a Nocturne ban to follow them. I imagine this will be the Orianna ban. Neferi fills a similar niche, so it is full-on send at Heng. Get rid of 3 of their best champions, 3 of the most aggressive champions with a lot of playmaking and a lot of carry potential. I think that makes particular sense. LGD hang around Heng getting rolling, and then Tang Yuan as well has been on really, really rare form. But I think it is easier to keep Tang Yuan in track with a player like Hongqiu being on your roster than it is Heng, who has on the whole been able to go up against pretty much every jungler in the league and find a game worth of pretty terrifying success. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Heichenwalder, if I've got that correct, I apologize on that one. Heichenwalder? Heichenwalder feels right. If I've got that wrong, tell me. I'll do my best to get the pronunciation right the next time. So we have seen a fair amount of the Lucian in response, Lucian Milio. Xiaoye's put a fair amount of time into the Lucian. I've not been that sold on Xiaoye in general this split. I think he has been struggling. I'll let that through. You're fine there, Prophecy. I will say, again, we brought it up earlier, and we'll bring it up again when we get to EDG, that LGD versus JDG and EDG versus Top Esports. LGD and EDG are on the longest loss streaks in the LPL versus their respective opponents. They've not won in just over and just under 1,900 days, basically, which is kind of wild. See if I can pull up the exact numbers at some point. But fairly ridiculous. Karma to go with the Ezreal. Not really anything you can cleanse there as the Milio outside of the Karma route. That Focus Resolve / Renewal. Depending on whether Mantra has been used. Jarvan goes with it. Gives you the engage option. Junja's a big Jarvan player. Fine. Nocturne ban already away from Junja. So it has been a fairly heavy jungle set of bans. Probably one of the jungle here in response, because I imagine you do want a jungler here or it will get banned, and we'll end up with something like 7 jungle bans plus 1 picked away in this first game, which would be a fair amount to deal with. So yeah, we're going to go towards a Scar now, which doesn't feel fantastic into Ezreal or Karma. You can kind of get run away from quite a lot. Jarvan, a little less fun for them. You throw down the Cataclysm, it's very possible to get slammed into your own wall. People caught inside the Cataclysm are very easy impale targets. Also makes some of your dive options, which Tangy or Honky might otherwise have wanted to look for, a little bit more risky. Sacrificer bans will be against things like the Anivia. They're wanting a rise here then for Tangyuan, I think. So I'm imagining we see... Oh, Orianna hasn't been banned either, actually, because it was a Nocturne ban last. So they might be trading Rise and Orianna here. So the lock ban implies they want an Orianna. The Anivia ban on the other side implies they want a Rise. So if they don't ban, or if they ban Ori here to LGD, then it will be a Rise ban from JDG, I'm assuming. There's the Orianna ban, so this should be a Rise ban in response. Unless they've got an answer into it they want to play. But that's what they've been setting up for. Yeah, it's a Kali that gets banned instead, so they're going for that kind of specialty pick in the Tangy with the Assassin. So I'm imagining then this is just a Rise. Yeah? What did I say? Am I good at this or what? There you go. Sometimes it's almost like we know what we're talking about. Syndra as a response. You know what? Passable. Honky is an excellent Syndra. Has largely been alongside Cassiopeia, two of the most fair weather mages with the Rise, actually. It's theoretically a flex, but as it stands right now, with the Ezreal locked in, would just be a ranged option. But then between the Ezreal and the Syndra, your ability to throw out a fair amount of damage from range, follow up on a Jarvan is pretty good. Equalizes what you really needed to make that hot pot of the Cataclysm a little bit more dangerous. You were lacking fillings. Got an empty bowl. Not anymore. Olaf feels all right here. I think Ambessa is better at consistently threatening Ezreal. You would sometimes struggle to actually close the distance on an Ezreal. This way, between the Rune Prison and the Skarner, you do have fairly good ways of following up on that first target with the public execution. And if you do come with the flank and your ability to hit that public execution lands onto a Syndra, onto an Ezreal, your ability to blink to them and bypass that front line, very, very strong. Why pick Jarvan into Lucian? Fairly good question. I think in general, Jarvan's just a very good pick. And if you're looking at the jungle pool ban in general, it's a fairly heavy set of jungle bans. So if you're wanting an early AD skirmisher, Jarvan's still one of the better options. And you still do need some engage at some point into a Lucian. And you can't cleanse the knockup. So Milio has less options to do into you. You've got very aggressive early pathing. You can frontline. You're quite easy to escape. Your pathing is very interesting. You scale fine. There's not a lot that Jarvan can't put his hand to, even if he's not the best in the world at it, which is a big thing. Yes, the Lucian has answers into it, but the Rise doesn't. Skarner can be a bit weird, and Bess is also a bit weird into it. I think on the whole, I prefer JDG's comp. It's simpler to play. Good pick. with good follow-up. Can play from range, and the consistent damage is good, so you don't even need the engage to necessarily be useful. For the side of LGD, though, they're kind of fine as well. I worry a little bit about making sure they get onto key targets, but if they do, the comp is still good. They skirmish very well. Skarnut Rise can come out from fun angles, so can the Ambessa. I think might be a requirement to make sure it's not just a front to back. To the arena we go, though, and we'll listen to those JOs. Jing Dong chant leaders here in the house. I heard his resonant tones. Ambessa going for the grasp. Makes sense into the rumble. Has gone DFT this time around. No conquer, anything like that. Everything else here fairly standard. PTA on the Lucian. No other options there. Not the end of the world. Ezreal isn't the worst with a Jarvan, partly because you can just true shot barrage on whatever Cataclysm lands, and then you kind of get this big AoE set of damage anyway. So between that and an Equalize, you're actually doing all right for follow-up damage. Syndra as well, big scatter, do similar things. And Lucian is largely, with the exception of his ult, of course, outranged this game. Needs to pick his moment to jump in fairly carefully. Xiaoye in general not been having the greatest time. JDG, on the other hand, were starting the split pretty strong, but have kind of fallen away quite a lot of late. There's the exhaust early. Xiaoye and Crisp left a little bit under the weather. But that their damage has been done. Skullcraft's being fought over. Not too much to see here early on. The Skarner's going to look for that reset. First clear is largely done. John just got that longsword Ruby Crystal back on the way towards a tunneler. Standard stuff so far, guys. A little bit of scouting there from Honky, who's had a bit of a weird laning phase of late. Been caught out once or twice over shoving. JDG at their best have often had shoving that bot side, and Honky active on the map with Junjet. Xiaoxu as well, a player who many were considering, particularly in the Chinese community. A lot of the casters there, from what I was hearing. Shout out to Mac T and Christina, who were having a natter with me. Potentially the second best top laner in the LPL, even behind someone like Bin. Hasn't been this split, I think, unfortunately, for JDG. The consistency certainly hasn't been there. Out of late. Third, not having that much fun early on into the Rumble. Often the way with the Ambessa, you fall 10, 20 CS behind, then you get a Hex Drinker, then you get your first item, you get level 11, and things become a lot more simple again. But early on, it's not that much fun. Heng is around, though, and this wave isn't fully shoved. Xiaoxi's got to be a bit careful here. Want to overplay his hand, so backs away, and just playing with those Electro Harpoons. Bit of a stun in mid. Not that much to be seen from that, though. And again, quiet early game. Not really seeing any big setups. We've got Rubs in a few minutes, but that's still a ways off. Could look for an early-ish dragon here if you wanted to take that risk. But I think that would require a fairly concerted effort on the jungler's part in terms of their use of time. Good to see you, gamer. How you doing? JDG draft better to me. I think I lean that way too, though I see people favoring LGD's draft. I'm not going to knock them for thinking that. Wave have looked decent. They have stepped up a bit. I was a bit worried, especially with a lot of the changes that were coming on forward, but they seem okay. Though there have been some more dubious moments here or there. Two of our more popular top laners in Rumble and Ambessa. Heng and Junja find each other in the jungle. Bit of a knock up here on a Heng. It's going to start running away. The scatter doesn't land. Nice little swerve there from Heng, who comes away with, I suppose, where are we? Shuzo Drift. Not quite the same ring to it as Tokyo, but there you go. Junja's not having a good time here. Realm warps in. Everyone's around. Public execution. Really nice from LGD on that roam. And now Xiaoshu's in a 1 versus 3. Should get Heng back here. And does so. Scatter just wide. 1 for 1. Junglers traded. Syndra gets one. I want to say it was the Rise that got the other. No, it was Birdall's Ambessa. Scarlet eating a bit of a double tap there. A little bit unfortunate for them. Barrier. And a heal, actually, for that as well. A lot of burn for that. Birdall just solo kills Xiaoshu as well. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Birdall gets that 1 kill and is suddenly beginning to take over the lane. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Xiaoshu can't be giving up that kind of advantage. There's a Rune Prison now in the enemy jungle. Honky flashed out just before the Impale can land. And now actually with some of those ults down, I think Jun just sees an angle here, gets the knock up, but doesn't get it onto Tangyuan. Vampire and Gala with a shove up the river initially. Heng taken low, but not quite down. Flash from Vampire to get that renewal. That's some good damage, and Gala's donated the kill as the Arcane shifts in. The SM Flux already on. Scatter the weak lands. Force of Will follows. Soul Flare after last auto. Honky gets another. The mid jungle goes looking for the Syndra, but don't get the scalp they were after and get run down to boot. Interesting game so far. JDG still up a fair amount of gold, with the exception of the top side, where Xiaoshu has now bled out a little bit. That unfortunate solo kill, plus the kill in that top side skirmish, putting Birdall into a good spot. But Xiaoye is down 25 on TS. Mid lane, Honky's 2-0. Junja's ahead fairly significantly at the Skarner. Looking good so far. Karma makes any lane good. Well, she offers priority, basically, in every lane she's in, which immediately at a pro level is good. Tanguin in pretty good form. Yeah, he's picked up a pentakill or two currently. Unfortunate, really, that Honky's managed to get this early snowball. This is going to make things a lot harder. Smite fight over the Raptors, won by Heng. That means there's no smite initially up for these grubs. Smite 1 from Heng. We'll still likely give up 2 here, I think. Heng could drive through here. I think Jones is going to try and avoid smiting this first grub. Yep. Hold on to it for a second. Vampire speeds himself up. Tangy wins round warping down. Vampire's gone the wrong way. Gone the wrong way. We'll get the root here for a little bit of healing. But there's a true shot barrage. Flying slowed down too much here. I think there's no real way out, and does get picked up. Okay, let's reduce the gold lead somewhat from JDG. Buffers every 45 to 60 seconds. Sorry about that. Yeah, Twitch has been a bit funny recently. There is YouTube as well if you'd rather go that way. We are live over there as well. Hello, YouTube chat. Good to see you. Scatter. That's the end of that. Bit of a stun looking at Heng. Doesn't quite find what they're looking for. That's a drive from the wall onto Honkyu. I pale under the turret. Oh, Honkyu, baby. What have we done? Unfortunate. Two-shot barrage doesn't quite kill Heng. Tanky enough at this point. LGD now have an opportunity to go grab this dragon with a man advantage. That was, as they say, a little far. Towards the dragon we look. And you saw they thought they picked up Heng, but it's a really good flash grab. Really good flash grab. Makes things very difficult. In general. Lucian Millie is a trap for bot lane. Not if you're good, but you do actually have to be good. It's supposed to win your lane, and then you've got to be able to play Lucian well. Xiaoye in general, I just don't think he's been playing particularly well. I hate to say it. Bit of damage here. Now comes the barrier. Can't find anything there, especially. They'll get Xiaoye chunked out, though, which is okay. Dragon's 4 minutes off. Worth noting, LG didn't really manage to do much about that last dragon spawning despite the advantage, so... The end of that, as they say. Bit of damage onto Xiaoyu there, who eats some mid-game Ezreal damage before the Muramana transformation as well. Herald here. You are likely going to see a little bit of contest for this. Herald, not really actually fought over for in the end. We saw LGD kind of around, but unwilling to go into the river. And Safari, honestly, not really sure why they bothered turning up in so many numbers. But hey, I suppose it keeps some JDG in the river. Out comes Culling, bot lane, Realm Warp, Honku now in danger, does try and escape, flashes away from the drive, but still going to be an Impale to follow. Very nice combo from LGD's Rising Stars in mid and jungle. Pick up Honku, got from 2-0 to 2-2. They will get a Herald shove through mid lane as a trade. Not like JDG get nothing, but credit to LG for the good value. They get the flash off of the Syndra as well. Playing well into her in this side lane. Crisp and Xiaoyu just running away with the various blast cones. Banging him, teleporting out, ends up very much on the wrong side of the map there. Didn't think regen would be that useful. Yeah, regen is surprisingly good in the right scenarios. Which champion are we talking about specifically here? Junja jumped on, Impale, pulled out, and shielded up, but I think he's like, yeah, that scatter though was nasty, and Junja's out. Xiaoyu just about survives the breath of life on the other side. Birdle here with a very nasty shield though, but he's kind of run out of energy. Means he's potentially in danger. Scatter just wide on the other sides. Flash barrier down on Xiaoyu, but he's on vision. He's on vision! Just about got out. Flippin' heck. Dragon now secured by JDG as well. So is this going to be a late soul? 30-ish minutes realistically. Hey, Fairy Tale, thank you for the 19 months, by the way, at least according to my Twitch chat here. Resub, as ever, massively appreciated. JDG leading the way very handily here in the objectives. Top 4 from Gala. Something for a bit more damage onto Xiaoyu. Down like 40 CS now, by the way. That's not great. Tang Yuan has done a really good job of getting ahead of Honku after Honku's really good early start. Force of Will. You can throw a bit top lane with 4 mid lane macro like I did the roll. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Skarner protoplasm. Yeah. Yeah, Protoplasm's really good on Skarner. It just gives you more effective HP, is the answer. Heartsteel, particularly at Pro, is actually really annoying to get value out of because you need to skirmish a lot to get a lot of Heartsteel procs, which is not always a guarantee in the jungle. And Protoplasm's base value as a cheaper item that will have just that extra bit of effective HP, especially on a champion like Skarner, who actually has quite a lot of HP because he gives you % HP back, is very, 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 very strong. So generally speaking, I prefer seeing Protoplasm on Skarner, especially if the early game doesn't snowball in your favor. You can go for a Heartsteel later if you want, or if you snowball well, you can justify a Heartsteel. That's also fine. But you just don't skirmish enough to get the really loads of Heartsteel procs. Heartsteel's often a bit of a bait item in Pro anyway. Playing for Heartsteel requires you to play in a way that isn't ideal for winning. Also true, yeah. JDG into the Baron pit. Again, they've got a goldie, but it's not really extended past this 2,000 gold for a while. Heartsteel Belveth Kappa, Lamau. Bit of damage. Crisp going to be in a dangerous position. Two-shot barrage, a little bit shy there. Equalizer will land onto Birdol, who need to Drake Cam Step and Flash out there, so a couple key summoners blown. Crisp down his whole suite. Birdle down his Flash. Significant with a minute left until Dragon. Dragon 20 seconds away. Vampire has to flash. Still gets caught kind of, but Heng's really deep now for this. The Impale is wide. Heng, I think, might have overplayed his hand a little here. It's alright, Birdol TP's in to immediately get Cataclysm, is trapped inside it, but that Junker just dies. As Xiaoya unleashes the culling at point blank range into the job, and Honky has to flash out the back of the pit, and JDG overplay their hand onto Birdol, who doesn't really take any damage inside that Cataclysm, and they just turn and burn on Junker. Thought it was going to be Heng who overplayed his hand. In the end, it was. And here comes the equalizer. Public execution from Birdol is there. There's the Realm War, but After going to continue trying to play out this 4v5. Two people in. They try to drive Hungry to wall. Don't quite get that one, but Heng still getting a run at this Syndra, who will likely just go down. All the while, Gala over the wall should get some more damage, but it's not looking great here from JDG. LGD low HP bars, but no one really dead outside of just the Milio. This will likely be a dead Skarner, though. Gets himself a shield with that Seismic Bastion. Birdol trying to get Vampire. Dies for it. So it ends it being something like a 4 for 2 in favor of LGD, and that gold lead shrinks again, soul point denied. Have a look at the replays. They attempt to pick on Vampire and they don't get anything. Right, we can turn and burn here, right? Teleports in, you're going, cool, we're going to punish his teleport. And Junja, I think, just picks the wrong angle slightly. Gets rune prisoned, got the flag and drag through Heng, yeah, but just gets blown up. He's not that tanky as a front line. And then they're split up. Honkyu has to flash out. And they try to play the rest of this fight out 4v5. But the turf from LGD is pretty strong. It's a good public execution angle. Bad time to need to sneeze, but right? And back to live we go as Birdol and Heng have been wiped from the face of Summoner's Rift. And with your top jungle gone, I think it might be Baron o'clock for JDG. How on earth did you get picked off there, LGD? I was busy sneezing. That's rather unfortunate. Have a look at this replay. All over a blue buff, so they drive forwards. And then Gala hops well away, and they don't get impaled. Junja gets a knock up on 2, but this time Junja doesn't die, especially as Xiaoshu is here with a nice flash in. And sure, you get a public execution off, but not before you die. Which, as they say, is not great. Bit of contesting around this blue side jungle. Baron, of course, picked up here. Blue shot barrage comes flying across, tags up Crisp in particular, who did not enjoy that experience. The red team's turret is being destroyed, as they say. Round warp behind. LGD not looking to go quietly. It's Heng alone. Flashes in for the impale. Public execution also lands. It's not bad from LGD. That's not bad at all. Birdol flashes out, survives. JDG on the retreat. 2 members down. Gala looking to catch some last shots but won't find him. Cleanest shove. Good punish there. Dragon pit down.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And have a look at that replay. It's a very good combo of the Skada going in, thinking he was going to be a little bit deep, but then the follow-up from the Ambassador on that teleport, also very strong. Got superb value. Back to live we go. Stole point again denied. 2 Mountain Dragons now for LGD, and that's going to be pretty scary with things like a Skarner available. Tier 2 up here. A consideration. That's a bit nastier. The equalizer tags Tango and leaves him quite low, but he gets a cozy campfire and some warm hugs. He'll be okay. He'll be okay. Not the happiest you've ever seen him, but there you go. Impale, scatter. I think he's dead. Nice pickup. Very nice pickup. Despite the woes of that last Baron shove, worth noting. A great spot on the whole. Oh, JDG, Baron being started. No jungler here to contest. This is not looking great, I think, unfortunately, for LGD. Look, they've been able to pick up a few wins in terms of individual games against some of our very best in the league, but they have struggled fairly consistently, it must be said. Run warp. Scatter. Fine. That's not going to leave the mid lane. Well open. LGD. Oh dear. Bot lane. Immediately taken apart. TPs are back from Tanguin and Birdol. Need to hold on to these next turrets and do so now, but they are playing a 5 versus 3. Junja chunked out a little, but it's got a GA to work with. Scatter, shy, but it doesn't necessarily matter as next turret one falls. It's a good public execution, blind. They pull Garland, but he flashes out. Surviving for now, but he's impaled and they will get that kill. That's nice. Flash out from Birdal. The unleashed power won't kill him off. Actually, with that kill on Garland, things get a bit spicy. 20 seconds on Xiaoye, but the damage is good as Xiao Shu flashes in with the flame spitter rolling. Tanguin goes golden and loses his Terra shield. Not the best timing on that one. Junja gets the knock up. Heng with the Protoplasm harness to the dream, but a Dragon Strike brings him low. Nexus turret under siege. Junja goes down to that Nexus turret shot, but both turrets now falling. Xiaoye's up. This Lucian needs to be good. It's a flash from Chris, keeps himself alive. Renewal broken by Birdol. The equalizer is turned around by that breath of life, but Xiaoye's not in it. And it's a death rattle from him instead. The Nexus Bear and Jingdong Gaming will win the first game in this series, despite LGD keeping it within touching distance for the majority of that mid game. Birdol, I think, actually played an okay game. We saw some good moments from Heng, some good moments from Tanguin, but I think, unfortunately, Xiaoye and Chris struggling to have a lot of value. I think LGD on the whole have the harder comp to play. And Xiaoyi in particular, look, I've just not been that impressed with the Lucian. Like, if you give Lucian Milio to, say, Viper and on, you feel a bit more scared. You give it to Gala, you feel a bit more scared. Thanks to the stream streak, by the way. 150 stream streak from John Bidis. Very good work. Yeah, look at Xiao. Yeah, what are we doing on the Lucian, man? Like, that's just not it. That's just not it. I get Ezreal's a poke champion, but that is a pretty despicable level of damage discrepancy. Feels like JDG should have been able to play up more. Yeah, well, exactly. Imagine if Xiaoyi had actually done good damage this game. 17% damage share as an AD carry. It's not great. It's not great. I'm going to see a load of these replays and highlights. Guys, I'm going to get myself another coffee. I'm going to run some ads. I'll be back shortly. WMVP is, as you may notice, hi, Initialise. Here, streaming with Nymaera as ever. Doing some LPL for you. Thank you, everyone who's coming to support us. As you may have noticed in that game, a little bit under the weather still, so trying to power through regardless. So thank you for everyone who's tuning in and giving us some help where you can. But yes, I am going to get myself some coffee and look after myself. But it does mean I might be a little bit quieter between games and stuff. Trying to rest my voice and all the rest of it. Speaking of, I'm going to get myself some coffee. Return shortly. Send some love. Credit the top side of LGD. Yeah, agreed. I think they played very well. Who gets MVP this game? Probably Gala. Junja, I think, also played pretty well. Hongju died a few too many times in the side lane. Xiaoxi was fine, but Dark got solo killed.
上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢游戏键鼠和万元红包雨。
京东。
哇，这个老吉普走位怎么这么丝滑？
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。
海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空悬，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
The energy roadmap has been planned, with the current share of clean electricity at 73%.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
战马新装，能量焕新。战马能量型维生素饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。英雄联盟职业联赛官方合作伙伴，醒神好喝，当然战马。
游戏久坐没手感，你需要奥风 G7 电竞椅，全面调节状态好，做奥风 G7，动态追妖上分快，做奥风 G7，团战 carry 不掉链就做奥风 G7，专业人体工学电竞椅，想赢就做奥风 G7。
亲爱的各位召唤师们，欢迎来到我们的场中互动环节。我是今天的互动主持人松琪。那么本轮我们的游戏名称是霓虹调色盘，我们会展示出黑白色调的英雄皮肤，大家可以为这个皮肤来上色。如果你能说出它的主要配色的话，连续答对2道题就可以获得本轮的精美礼品。这位朋友，我看你的眼神很坚定啊，有没有信心来参加一下？
非常有信心。
OK， 请看第1题。请问破败军团卡尔玛皮肤的配色是
A，
回答正确，这个青绿色以及黑色的配色，谢谢呢。还有第2题啊，连续答对2道就可以获得礼品了。暗星奥利安娜的皮肤配色是
B，
没问题。紫黑色，这哥们儿是平时玩什么英雄？
我平时玩中单和 AD 玩的比较多，然后最喜欢的 AD 英雄是厄斐琉斯。
OK， 谢谢。那通过你对皮肤的了解，可以获得本轮的礼品。不凡玩品小卡1份，谢谢。还有在哪一位吧？这位朋友，好，我们来看这一题，青花瓷阿木木的皮肤配色
C，
蓝白送分题。再来下一题，看有没有更多的难度。水晶玫瑰加纳的皮肤配色
粉白。
哎呦，回答错误，再给你来一次容错率吧。
A，
好，在我们所有的朋友的帮助下，获得了这一轮的礼品奥风水杯。谢谢这位观众朋友们，那大家可以通过镜头也可以看到我们今天现场有很多的粉丝朋友们，我们一起来为我们支持队伍加油助威，大家展示一下我们的热情，加油！加油！好，接下来时间让我们交还给解说席。
Hello, hello. Why are we talking about boats? What did I miss? What did I miss? Hello, folks. You do all have blow my nose. Oh, now I see Mecha with the shaded chat. With the shaded chat. Hi, Kiwi. How we doing? Mecha started it. That's fine. I'm finishing it. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, adverts. Fading out for a second there. 1 second. Oh, yeah. Stop this. There we go. Ugh. Brain is mush, tad sleepy. No worries on that one. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Still got at least one more game in this series to go. I mean, I say it's true, yeah. I'd love to say my name's never been misspelled, but my name is actually only has 4 letters and been mangled worse. That's fair. It does happen on occasion. Well, hopefully we should be heading towards the stage shortly. Get called Carrie and Casey all the time. Fair enough. I can see that. Very American names, those, Carrie and Casey. Don't really get a lot of Caseys in the UK. Casey's is a gas station chain in the Midwest where I live. That's funny. Best pizza? Huh. Huh. Wouldn't have thought that. Gas station pizza. Well, the more you learn. To draft we go, though. Jax and a Kali band from JDG, focusing on Honkyu and Xiaoshu here. The Neferia away from Heng, alongside the Cassiopeia. Might even be an Oriana band to follow. Heng, I think, will be given one of his more prominent champions here regardless. My name's Arabic, but not a very common one. People just love to misremember and misspell it here in France. That's unfortunate. Last spam. Another look at Honkyu. Okay, they'll get rid of the Vi instead. They want to get that over to Junja. Fair enough. Has been a regular ban against him, to be fair, anyway. Ori ban or Lee Sin ban. Could be a Poppy ban as well. Oh, we've fallen through. We go again. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dun-dun-dun. I'm ascended. Strong statement. Oh, guys, come on, we could do better than that. That's poor punning in chat. I expect better from this community. Honestly. Honestly. Morning, Qatari. Good to see you, mate. Right, we are Trundle last banning. Just not the Vi, which makes more sense. So Olaf now gets banned as well. Especially as Olaf, as Trundle's kind of been an answer thought of into that. And hello, Raz. Hello, Young Cranberry. Thanks for the raid. Hello, folks. Sorry I'm a bit out of it today. Illness has hit me full force. I am loaded up with paracetamol and every tissue under the sun. Please give it a Qatari if you don't mind. Do you mind giving a shout out to Raz for me? For those who don't follow Raz, you really should, is on top of being a genuinely lovely human being, really enjoy the times I get to hang out with dear Barento. He's also just a fantastic analyst and is playing through Yakuza at the minute as well, which is just some of the best scenes in gaming. So by all means, go and follow Raz. Please do so. You'll have a great time. Thanks for coming and joining us. If you're not following Raz, you should be. If only because it will also wind up Jamada, which is a worthy goal. A worthy goal. Anything that makes Adrian uncomfortable is the correct choice. First pick, Ash Seraphine. So this really has started to come right back round. The cycle is completed. First round, Ash Seraphine. By the way, face. Nocturne got locked, got let through. We are likely getting a Nocturne Orianna. Orianna's been let in. Lock is up, though. Hongchu has done horrible things to people in lane with that. So I'm imagining this is a lock now, or it will get banned in the second phase. You're going to lose some jungle picks as a result, but so be it. Tease without Vex. Well, I know, right? Not awful with an Nocturne, because you can hide your ult a bit. Go diving in with them. Okay, so they're going to go for the Jhin. Relatively easy to follow up on the Nocturne with your ult. Allows the Nocturne to play for side lanes because the Jhin can sit mid and then just drop off mid lane and ult from 30 miles. Well, there's the lock we were expecting. It is the Orianna matchup. It's one of the major reasons why Orianna has been let through a lot more regularly, is if you're a comfortable lock, it's a good matchup. Orianna is just very potent as terms of part of a team comp enabler, and has been hit with the nerf hammer enough that her laning phase isn't as potent as it once was. Nautilus ban. Yeah, you got the Jhin, so you want to be roaming. Crisp likes a Nautilus. Good ball carrier, dives in well with the Nocturne. Your single target pick gets increasingly nasty. All of this makes sense to me. All of this makes sense. Vayne ban against Xiaoshu. Already lost the Olaf on the other side. No Ambessa, so you don't necessarily need a Renekton ban here. Tanks have really fallen out. We're not really seeing any Scion or Ornn. Very occasionally. Narban here, I think Builder would have liked that. What are we looking at here in top lane? Probably something with a little bit of teeth, I would imagine. You could just Renekton and deal with it. Xante's coming up. Jace is still available. Maybe Ornn, yeah. Yorick would have been another good one, actually. I keep forgetting about the Yorick ban in second phase. I shouldn't. Yeah, Jace for Xiaoshu looking pretty good here. There's no Rumble. No Ambessa. We might see Junja go towards the Pantheon to match the Global. And you have very nasty picks of your own. Ashe Global, Pantheon Global. Pantheon's also a great Encore extender. Throw the Encore through him after he stuns someone. Very nasty indeed. You're looking at Alistair, you're looking at Rel for engage options on the roam. Don't think you want a Camille here unless you're really confident. Zahen would have been another good top lane option. No Jax into that. No Olaf into that, which would often be an option. So you end up in a weird position where the Olaf kills you as Zahen, but you've got your passive and it's kind of... So this is going to be Renekton Zahen. There you go. Renekton Zahen is the way that'll be. So, very good skirmishing from JDG. Renekton, Ashe Seraphine, Pantheon coming in. The scrappier it is, better on that front. For LGD, you can play for side lanes very aggressively with the Nocturne going in. You can have the Jhin come and set up. You are looking for single target pick and dive. Zahen, Nocturne, Rel dive in with the Shockwave on top of one of them. Nocturne and Rel being the best of those carry options. You blow up a team fight from there. Also good side laning, particularly towards that Zahen. And as we've talked about, Jhin, pretty good in those kind of compositions because Jhin can drop off the mid lane wave, but not miles, and get involved by pressing W, by pressing R from pretty much miles out, which allows you to get involved quite well, assuming you are moving with your team relatively smoothly. Nocturne comp makes some sense on one side with the Shockwave and the Orianna on the other. Bit of a death ball. With good pick. I think relatively standard drafts, relatively even stuff there. Always great to see the Orianna Nocturne get through this point in 2026, but hey, the nerfs have hit. See where the Honkyu's lock can be dangerous. Extend lock, Pantheon, Renekton. Very dangerous topside skirmishing. Very dangerous topside skirmishing. And they got an Enchanter behind them as well. I think they could get really... If fights start breaking up, there's a lot of mobility with a lot of shields behind them. I think JDG's comp's that a little bit easier to play. But I think you've got a lot of power to play towards those sides to get a lot of fun. On to the Rift we go. Should have run some ads a bit earlier. Sorry about that, folks. There he is. What a voice. What a voice. God, I love hearing that guy. Shoving the bot side for Gala and Vampire. Pretty much a guaranteed double range matchup. The Jhin will be able to pick up the wave. But they are going to be able to run at you like this. And again, JDG at their best, where when this kind of lane was up, they were very good at the pressure bot lanes. Was their go-to. Honku left a little low there. I think he'll be okay. Just about. Honky being run down the lane a little bit here. Is he going to be okay? Yeah, no, just has to walk out. Tanguyen has been on great form, as we've been talking about in general. And credit due where credit is due. It's been quite good. Okay, time for breads, my friends. No worry, Corey. We'll see you later. But all you good dudes? Why not be, actually? Knock up. Yeah, he's dead, man. Nicely done. And he flashes too. Oh, the ritual nail came on through. Ouch. Good roam. Honky active on the map. This is good news for JDG. Bit of a CC chain bot, just interrupt Vampire's back. Damage onto Chris, though. It's a bit disgusting as the Rangers focus comes down. That's an important captive audience, I think. Bit of damage mid lane. Good trading back. It's the airy for a little bit more shield protect, bit more initial poke. Bit of damage in mid lane. Pop away. The ritual nail stack, and you can see that there, guys. When you're looking at the lock, often what you'll do is you'll hop in, land as many ritual nails as you can, and then proc that empowered auto. Crisp is actually in a lot of danger here. Here comes the knock wave. That's a lovely punish. They're going to try and get some good damage down onto Gala. That's very nice. The skirmishing after the Junja steps in. Doesn't really have enough damage here with the Mortal Steel, and they get to... It was looking pretty solid there for a second or two. But a very nice counter punch there as they caught Gala and Vampire, who did have the priority, were moving first, but just kind of got caught off as the combo lands and then end up at about a third HP. Have a look at this replay, because it starts with obviously this move up the river. They're fighting against Crisp, who's having a bad time. Think they've got the opportunity, and it's a really good punish. I don't know whether Junja need to use his Aegis Assault there. At this point, they kind of know they're dead to right with the mount up there, so he's trying to take someone else with him. Maybe I'm being over harsh there. That was a really good counter punch. JDG thought they were in the ascendancy and got blasted in the face. Bit of chunk in there onto Tango, but not the end of the world. Purgatory well wide as Tango flashes to ensure there is no further strife. Not a lot happening here in this early stage from this point. Honku obviously got that kill topside earlier. Nice little knockwave combo. Outside of that, kind of just been business as usual. Kind of. This is a bit of a better play, though, and Honku just gets flashed on and dies. Nicely done from Chris. Good rel play. Excuse me while I try not to cough myself to death here. Not my favorite, it must be said. Here we go. KO. Well wide. Well wide. Do better than that. Gotta do better than that. Out comes the dive, and Honku does get that kill onto Birdol. That's what we wanted to hear. They do turn it around, though, as Heng pops that paranoia and gets the value they were hoping for. Bit of damage in general here onto Gala and Vampire. You need to kind of run away a little bit. They're okay. Bit of butter up. LGD have actually made this knockwave pretty potent. And it's empowered their two most important members in Heng and Tangyuan. Honku has at least picked up a couple kills of his own, but has been punished for it. It's down 10-15 CS here again. Range versus melee matchup can happen. Still, the Ori's gone Blackfire here. Probably into the Rocket Belt to have a bit of HP. That Rocket Belt not awful to give yourself kind of a fake rower effect. As Alex would call it, a slot belt. I don't think it's a bad game for it. Here we go, Grand Star Ball on. Core land. Xiaoyu will cleanse, but it's too little too late. He's dead. Surely Honkyu here with the Soul Ignition running wheel to onto his HP box. Maybe look crisp. The arrow lands, and out come the Ritual Nails into the Purgatory, and the skull is immediately picked up. Honkyu gets another. It's a good dive. Also, Birdle, how have we fallen behind 30 CS? That's unfortunate. Game is in favor of JDG again. We'll note that gold lead that was there last game has stalled out at this point. It's happening again just a little bit. Good moves back from LGD, particularly from that mid junglers we've been talking about. Crisps also had a couple good engages to keep this lock somewhat mitigated. To the river we look. Dragon is up. Herald 30 seconds away. Grubs have already gone to JDG, worth remembering. Xiaoxu with the shove, and he's on his pick in that Renekton. Already had that conversation, but he is notoriously a big-time Renekton player. Teleport in. Here comes the Knockwave combo. Doesn't really get as much as I think they were hoping for. It's a decent clash, but there's the Purgatory. The Encore buys so much time, though, for Birdle here. Flashing out. He's got his passive rolling. Makes things tricky. Xiaoxu now around. They might get Birdle down into that passive, and indeed they will. They've lost the lock. They've lost the Ash. Root onto Crisp, can look to crash down and does so. In goes the Renekton, but somewhat buffered about. Gets a decent amount of CC and the healing, but the fear is there from the Digable Horror. Junja is in a 1 versus 5 and is just bounced around. LGD murder the carries and then survive as a group. There's some big... I thought that Purgatory was going to be super dangerous, but they blew up Lot before he got all to do that much, as it's a really good shot from Xiaoyu that brings him down, actually. I thought Honkyu might be able to finish some people up. That doesn't quite happen. I think, you know what, maybe we can still play this. Xiaoxu's got all the Rage Bar to work with. Kind of just needs a little bit too much CC, though. The fear comes on down. And the immediate pick up on the Gala ends up being really problematic. Now Xiaoyu is actually in fairly strong point. Evened himself up in that gold. Back to the Herald play. LGD have got a gold lead kind of out of nowhere. They flip in that game state. Crisp still around. Out comes the Knockwave, and goodbye! Yeah, Xiaoyu did not have fun there. Lord Almighty. Xiaoxu's down. Junja should get taken out as well. Hen gets that, and the jungler's down. Top lane is down. The AD carry's down. Baron's up. Vampire on the run. I wonder whether LGD... Baron's up. Herald's up. JDG falling apart here at the seams. LGD, they are guaranteed one good game a series, it feels. Have a look at the replay as they just full send. Gala goes down. JDG's battle lines aren't great. Xiaoshu flashes in to try and threat Tango in the Purgatory shy though, and again Xiaoshu not really taking his moments that well here. Welcome once again to the Gold Mountain ranges of the LPL. Watch the play like Prime GENG next game. Well, yeah. There's an encore. That's better. Xiaoyu's blown up Vampire, though, and now he's in danger. Out comes Quest with the Magnustorm. Honky's running away and just gets shot again. Oh, dear. Gala's not even there, and Xiaoyu's now 7. What? All right. Well... could have gone better, I think, for JDG there. Could have gone better. Not their greatest showing of all time, it must be said.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Turrets start falling. Gold lead expands again. LGD, 6,000 gold to the good. There's now a Medjai for Taguin. 409, 309 for the mid jungle. Xiaoyu is also in a pretty potent point of power. Alliteration continues until such a time as I deem necessary. Trying to pick up what they can. Junja here at 0-4, not having a great time on this Jarvan, but then again, Honky as well died a fair number of times. It's just not looking particularly pretty. Gala, 1 and 3, TP in. Gonna play for this dragon regardless, down 5,000, 6,000 golds. Third or here, got that big shield. Xiaoshu stacking up a lot of that rage. Grand Starfall in, looking to get on the Xiaoyu, gets cleansed out the Purgatory, a little bit shy again. So out comes the Herald, it's a Battle Herald, down towards the backline we look as Heng gets in and blows up the Ashe. Does get CC, but there's just not enough damage, and the split fight is a disaster. Xiaoyu counts him out, Heng gets a double, Xiaoshu with the dominance, but Tangyuan flashes, the slice, the dice. But there's a grim deliverance, and Tangyuan will survive. 4-20 in kills. As LGD go blazing through what remains of JDG's resistance in this game. Mid jungle's massive. Heng and Tangyuan are a legit duo, guys. I'm tired of pretending they aren't. They are actually really good at the minute in this split. I've been really enjoying watching them. Oh dear. Okay, the shove continues at this point. I mean, they're going to try and trade topside, and that's probably not a bad idea, using the Lich Bane procs. You can see the Ritual Nail into Lich Bane proc. It's the idea. Right, I'm convinced we're going to get that much value here. Nexus turrets. Not quite in their eyes yet, but they'll certainly take an inhibitor. In goes the knock wave, or at least a nocturne, the wave part of it, perhaps a little bit overzealous. Encore, catches a couple, but it's immediate cleanse tanking against his 5. Chris goes in to buy space. He's pretty tanky at this point with that passive mold breaker indeed. Crisp left low, but not down. Xiaoya's kiting out well. And again, the Jin with all the moves being so annoying to bring down. At the very least, Hongqiu takes 2 with him. But Xiaoya with that route will be picking up another. The Nexus turrets we go. And to a game 3 we find ourselves. Yeah, exactly. I think you could give the MVP to either Tang Yuan or Heng and be very happy about it. They both had a great showing this game. I think for me it's Heng, but I'd be happy with either. Just good stuff, bluntly. Just good stuff. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Joshy. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome on in. Folks, if you have come over from around the channel and haven't hit that follow button, please do so already. Appreciate you guys all being in here and looking after us all. That does make a world of difference. I'm Initialise. You may know me from such things as the LEC, NLC, Mere Masters, EWC, a few other things as well. Appreciate those who do come in and tune in. Generally cast with Alex, otherwise known as Nymaera. He is my younger brother. Always fun to cast with them. Obviously, at the minute, we're both pretty under the weather. Also, just a lot of games with the 3 series back-to-back. We're casting all of them. So we are splitting them up at the minute. So a lot of solo casting going on. But if you're wondering why I'm a little quieter, it's because I am, in fact, somewhat unwell. I hate to say it, but that is why. So we're doing our best to stay rolling with it. That said, we are pushing for Partner Plus. And if you want to help a poor, sick caster out, subscribe using a regular subscription. Donate to the cause. Use your Prime subscription. Help us push towards Partner Plus. Only count regular subs. Tier 2s count as 2. Tier 3s count as 5. If you really want to be a baller, consider upgrading your subscription as well to a Tier 2 or a Tier 3. Help us get towards Partner Plus, which basically means we just get more of a cut of the pie in terms of the revenue we get from subs. So that means all those subs we get give us more money, which makes us more sustainable and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to turn my camera off for the minute. Run some ads, get myself some more tea, and just make sure I'm still alive for this vital remaining game. Gala pulling a Xiaoya. 5,000 damage total as an Ashe, that's it? Oh dear. Making blueberry pancakes, Qatari invite the rest of us over. Oh, bit of a stutter. Hopefully that ends. Don't do that. Thank you, clean feed. MVP is Tang Yuan. Fair enough. He had a great showing. Some for jungle, one for support, interesting from the cast. I thought, to be fair, Crisp had a good showing. Some really good defensive ults in particular. Had that good play mid as well. I see the wisdom to the madness there. It's not completely out of the question.
You say you've got a story to tell, so tell it to me now. You say you've got something to say, say it to me now. Let me hear you, let me hear you. Hey, yeah. Let me hear you, let me hear you. Tell it to me now, tell it to me now. Testify. Say it loud, and you say you want everyone to listen up. Say it loud, let me hear you. Hey, yeah. Let me hear you, let me hear you. Tell it to me now, tell it to me now. Testify tonight, till your story fills glory tonight. Testify.
Just about right. You need to view the T1 versus GENG VOD. Really? That good, huh? To know. You're right now. Back to the studio. Insane game one. Oh, that's good to know. I'm glad it's good, though. I've been enjoying watching the T1 VODs. They've been pretty psychopathic. Who's playing in the jungle? Is it Owner again, or is it Painter? Excuse me as I choke to death. Really don't recommend that. On stage again for our final time in this series. Yeah, really insane game one. Okay. In general. Good. That sounds like draft music to me. And what do you know it is? Right, let's not die while we do this. Where JDG changed junglers? Oh, they did. Oh, they did. That, as you may note, folks, is Xiaofang. Junja is out. That game too. The Xiao's Shu and Feng in that top side. Now, I don't know as much about Xiaofang. It's been a little while since I've seen them play. Was picked up of late, but we were thinking it was there just to light a fire under Junja's butt. Maybe this is the upshot of that. Playing in top Esports Challenger back in 21. For that much. Spent a little bit of time on LNG last year. Bit of time on OMG as well in 23 before going back down. But again, that was not Demacia Cup stuff. Neferi picked up. Olaf, Shen, Poppy. A lot more enablers, really, from JDG taken off the board. Camille away from Vampire here. Ken gets the Neferi is risky. Assume started at Jachi starts for IG, by the way. Assume subbed that to start today's series. Okay. Okay, that'll be interesting. I think Assume's been that great, so I don't hate it. JDG locking in the TF to follow the Lee Sin. Lots of pick from them. Theoretically, the Varus is a flex, but we've not really seen it top all that much. Jax gets in for Birdle. J-Span away from Xiaoshu. It's that time in the draft, I suppose. Renekton's already gone. Zahen's gone as well. We'll find something into the Jax. Might just be tank option if you really feel like you need it. Kasante springs to mind. Be banning here. I'd imagine another top lane pick. Wouldn't hate the Kasante ban, honestly. Yeah, there you go. Called it. I think at this point you probably look at Ahri, Akali, one of those two. Something that joins the Neferi on the dive. And adds a bit of playmaking. TF, of course, can do a bit of revealing there. But go for the Mel instead, which can be a little annoying. For the TF, you're reflecting a load of your own stuff. Silas then to respond. You can steal away the Destiny Gate. Fine, kind of forgot about the Silas there briefly, but yeah, no, it's really good. To match the global by stealing the Destiny. Can join the Neferi on those dives alongside the Jax. Civic if the speed up, that's all good. Kalista Renata angle. I mean, you've got the Varus, so maybe actually you can just go Varus, Renata, go on hit Varus and just try and brawl your way through stuff. Don't know how much I love that, but it's doable. Alistar instead, but you're giving Silas Alistar ult? Tave, what are we doing? Alistar's good at going for the picks. It allows you to have some front line, don't get me wrong. But I'm not a massive fan of giving over Alistar, Meganar, and already you've got the Twisted Fate. This is a phenomenal Silas game. Chains of Corruption with AP scaling's not bad either. Dragon's Rage will do, because you can set up some sick combos where you kind of do you kind of do your abscond, part of abscond abduct, then Dragon's Rage, then follow up with the abduct like you would with the Lee Sin Q. Very nasty combos there. So again, that sets up a really good Silas combo. Folks, I'm not sure about this. Folks, I am not sure about this. All right, well, there it is. It's done. Rakan goes to Crisp. Good battle dance targets in a Jax, a Neferi, and a Silas, so you don't have to be your primary engage. You can do that secondary engage. It always feels really good on the Rakan. I much prefer what I'm seeing from LGD there. I think JDG have given Silas a bit of an Exodia set of ults to play with. These TF Lee Sin plays need to be exceptional. Yeah, I'm with you, gamer. All right, guys, we're going to run some ads. I'm going to get myself this refill on the coffee I procrastinated on. I will be back shortly. Ready to run. Oh no, who you're at? Go away! Leave us who you're at. Be gone from this place. Well. How are we looking? Anything spicy at the level 1 while I was grabbing my coffee? Not especially. Honkyu is a good TF. Teamfight TF in particular was excellent earlier on in the year. I despise the ults they've given to this Sylas. You've got 3 S-tier ults in TF, Alistar ult, and Gnar for playmaking, team fighting, and survivability, depending on what you want from. Lee Sin ult is also decent, as we've talked about, as that kind of combo with the Abscond, Dragon's Rage hijack into Abduct. That's pretty good. Pangyuan. Oh dear. Doesn't get a good Kingslayer value there. And just gets run down. That's not bad. Okay. Not bad, Honky. You could just say, screw it, we ball and win anyway, as they win kills in 2 lanes at once. You know, maybe we'll just do that instead. Maybe that's... just be better, I guess. And they get the Sivir as well? What? JDG? Okay, well, that'll do. Well, Xiaofang's already got a better platform to work with in this game. Have a look at this replay. Vampire just gets to full send it. Kind of all there is to it, frankly. And the cleanse comes down, disrespects the arrow, thinks they've got the Neferi around the corner, so it should be fine. Spoiler alert, it was not. It was not. Bit of mid lane trading. Okay, Bird Ops, bonking that turret. Shower shoot, hopping around, as he's wont to do. It's a good lead from JDG, but again, they've gotten to this point in 3 games and then fumbled fairly heavily. That second game particularly was tough. Heng looking for the respawn on the Raptors. Pulls the pack, sends him straight at the Raptors, and murders him. Tangyuan dealing with Hongqiu best they can. They managed to stay even enough in CS. Of course, it's a bit problematic that they died, as you do. It's a bit unfortunate here and there. Oops, as they say. Okay. Grub's being fought over. JDG here, 3-0 as we noted. LGD feel like they can start fighting for some of this stuff. Vampire does interrupt that leap strike, so Bertel is going to have to flash. Gold card flies at Heng, but it will call the back and immune some of it. Tangyuan got a hijacked Chains of Corruption, looking for the pick. To get some damage down here as long as he's got another gold card. And LGD again, we like the draft, but the execution has got to be there, and so far not there. Everyone else for now is alive. Still, this is a good start. Pretty convincing one for the side of EDG. But it needed to be. We've been chatting about. Bit of damage onto this dragon. JDG with this early lead continue to be a bit annoying. Vampire is in danger here. Carla's coming over. There's the head of the pulverize. The Chains of Corruption turnaround. Hanging on the flank. Misses a duck. Vampire flashing out, but there's the Hounds Pursuit, and they've blown up Heng. Xiaofeng gets that one. Turnaround play as Tangyuan with that stolen Alistar thinks about some of the damage he might be able to add to this whole string of things, but Vampire picks up Tangyuan. There will be the Destiny plus the Gate, the gold cards in. I don't think Crisp has anywhere really to run. Hongqiu throwing out some more damage. Gala happy enough with the game state. In general, roaring. Roar. See the replays. Tangan, I thought might have a bit of option there, but Vampire just body blocks him, sends him under the tower, the gold card after. Sent Reed. (6-0) right now for JDG, and I mean, at this point, the game kind of feels somewhat over. Vampire switching out some of those spellbook options. Bit of damage forwards. Maybe this is a bit far from JDG. Hang taking the opportunity to start this one up. Honky's going to get this turret though. He's 1,700 gold out. I mean, part of that's the passive, right? We know what TF does. But even so, this is a very scary point of power to be at. In comes the engage. That's pretty good. There's the reset. Xiao Fang's down. Xiao Shu likely to follow. There we go. LGD finally find an ingress into this game. Couple key kills. Honky, split pushing away though. Why has chat disappeared on me? How have the game's been so far? Very back and forth. JDG managed to get early leads and then fumbled them very hard in game 2. I preferred on the whole. JDG's draft at this game was much better from LGD. Again, I think all the drafts have been playable in general, but again, theoretically, you're giving Silas a bit of a kingmaker draft. Has fumbled it slightly, got solo killed in lane by Honky, and then fumbled out some later players. With some later plays as well, rather. Bot lane played really well as well. Gala and Vampire having a great showing so far. I think Vampire's in running for MVP here even. Really good stuff. Dragon, 5 seconds away. That likely will be our next port of call. Here we go. Vampire stepping forward, teleporting, flash, headbutt, pole. the Destiny Gate in, but Heng with a good call of the pack makes it very spicy. Xiaofang's gone too deep. He's dead. That's a reset. Hijacked Meganar. And Alistair will burn the ult early. Still. That was dicey. And LGD again find themselves up in the fight here. The gold lead that JDG had accrued beginning to dwindle. Melt away here. There's the damage that we were talking about. Xiaofang goes in, and this is an attempted kick. Looks for it, and... yeah. Almost cool. But there's flash, there's cleanse, the spell shield. Xiaoye survives. And JDG's gold lead has largely gone away. A lot of it is now basically in Hongqiu, and Heng is very scary right now. Next few minutes until we go again. Yeah, the Mega Knight have a Xiaoxu. Maybe look topside onto Hongqiu here. He needs to be very careful. Does get away with it. I got a bit nervous there. Gala's got himself a spell shield. Lichbane done for Hongqiu. Xiaoye though, just farming away. Still down a significant amount of CS. He's not been fantastic. JDG's comp does do damage, but it requires a lot of the members to concert, right? Because they got burst from Lee Sin, TF with Lichbane, plus Varus. I agree, it's quite burst heavy. The consistent damage is a bit more mutable depending on whether there's a Mega Knight, is Xiaofang alive, how many cards has Hongqiu got to roll through. Bit of a play into the mid lane here. Good damage. And he's just dead, isn't he? There we go. No, the Alistar also keeps him alive. Now the turnaround begins to fly. And this gets all more awkward for JDG, who played a lot to make this happen. They're now in a lot of danger. They lose their Alistar. Tang Yuan survives. Again, we are getting to the point where this silence is going to become a problem, folks. And the gold lead dwindles a little more. Minutes till Dragon. Baron's up. There's that replay. Good dodge way on those chains of corruption. They full centered him. But it's a clutch hijack that just about keeps him alive. And then we saw how it all went at the end of it. They sent as many people as they could to make that happen. Live we go. Here come JDG. Into the river. Trying to find more members of LGD again. LGD see their position there. The line push, banana bush, JDG's control. Gold card lands onto Heng. He's yet to burn that W. Has to flash out. I don't know, a 20% point. I think he's going to have to leave here. Does he have camps to heal off? Krugs are up. Can take those. Needs to kill them quite quickly, though. Has he smoked them? Yeah, no, he hasn't. Okay, Chris behind with the Hex Gates. Soul point, again, would be up for JDG. Tangling with the Hijack Dragon's Rage. Looking to kick away, I think, the Lee Sin. Prevent that easy smite. They're going to find the Abduct angle, and Xiaofang has to back out. Got the Q onto the Dragon, but will not follow it up. Now they go in. Birdol here with the Jax. Counter-strike damage is good. Xiaoshu in danger. He's got Mega Nard, but nowhere really to run. Heng gets a reset as a result. Hound's Pursuit, angle, leap strike, counter-strike, number 2 of the fight. Birdol gets a double. And JDG are running for the hills. Gold lead, long forgotten. Baron in their eyes. Game and series. More than a possibility. Honky just about dodging away from that Abduct. Started with Alistar looks scary. Yeah, it is. It's horrible. It's not been about the Silas, really, but I think a couple plays now from JDG where they've tried that and it's gone very wrong is a problem. I think part of it's Heng's gotten a lot more gold. We've got a Sivir and an Afiri. The ricochets are doing horrible work. That's an insane amount of ricochets, by the way. More ricochets flying. Again, as they all stand on top of them. That's a ridiculous number of ricochets. I was looking at the Dragon. Oh, boy. Well, the early snowball was there. Ah, dear. And now it's all falling apart. Birdol is scary. Heng is scary. Silas is into the game. And we said, I don't think the 5v5 is going to be very simple here. They've got a lot of turrets to pick up as well. JDG, I think, are about to find themselves in an alarming hole. Counter-strike used to zone JDG off somewhat. Silas goes in. This might be a little bit deep, but he's got Alistar up. He's trying. Thank you and Bait, you've got... That's good work. I appreciate it, Seth, but that was way too far. Like, there's been a few moments where the Silas has perhaps overplayed their hand. Don't know whether we needed all of that. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Don't know whether all that was necessary. Also, hey, Shady, good to see you. Time to retire Poke Varus. Yeah, I don't think it's been the issue this game, but they've not really found the picks they were looking for it. I actually think Xiaofang and TF haven't been linking up that well either, which is a bit of a problem. We would like to see better from them, and it's not really happened. Which is unfortunate, it must be said. Exhaust down, switching out with the spellbook. Damage just beginning to sting here and there. Baron up in 2 minutes. It's the Dragon in 30 seconds I think we're going to have to turn our eyes to. And I would brace for impact, folks. Here's the play. They're going to try and kick out this Jax. Go to the turret. Flashes away. Leap strike out. They've got nothing. They don't quite have the burst. And Xiaoyi's going to get so much time just to pick up that mid lane turret. It's only so point as well. You can theoretically afford to give up this Dragon. Look, Tang Yuan is down a lot to this, but here's Chris behind. Gets rid of Gala's spell shield. Just gets slowed down, but dodges away. Dragon up. EDG, I just don't think they're in a position to contest this. Honkyu is on a flank angle, but no Destiny Gate, no Dragon's Rage. No Alistar ult, JDG. I just don't think you've got the tools to fight this. Tang Yuan could just nab a Mega Gnar and feel very happy about it. There you go, hijacks it. Misses some duct. Look at the counter-strike on the other side. Bird all stunned up briefly, but not really that worried about it. Remember, Vampire no ult right now. So eats a lot of damage from those ricochets and those boomerang blades. Chris battle dances over the wall. Xiaoxi on a flank, nearly at the Mega. That could be the problem. This could be a really big Mega. Only a crunch right now. The wall up onto Birdle. Light leap strikes out, looking for the play in. In goes Tang Yuan and turns the play as well. And gets the reset. And Jingdong Gaming are running for the hills. And only find the river. This boat is sinking. LGD are the one who shot it full of holes. It's over, folks. LGD will take the reverse sweep in this best of 3 against JDG, who continue to struggle. Switch out Juncha for Xiaofang, and unfortunately find no respite, no recovery. LGD, on the other hand, the improvements are palpable. The analogies and comparisons to WE from last split, where it started poorly, and then we started getting the game wins, and now we're starting to get the series wins. The improvement is there. I think LGD could end up being quite a dangerous team. I am a fan of this mid-jungle in particular. Crispus and veteran hands, there are still issues. They're an inconsistent team. They don't always get what they need to out of their lanes. Xiaoye, eyebrow raised from me, not been on great form. The damage hasn't been good for an AD carry player, but still. Steps are beginning to be apparent. They are heading in the right direction. We'll have a listen in to Tang Yuan, interviewed by Bao.
血脉压制，但今天我们的老干爹用实力给我们证明，没有什么是突破不了的。汤爷觉得今天自己和兄弟们的状态如何呢？
就是可能因为我们也在连胜中嘛，所以第3场这种情况下，哪怕大家出现失误了，可能也互相会兜底吧，这是我们之前所缺少的东西吧。
我记得上一场的赛后采访 ，Chris 也有提到说，最近觉得队伍啊，整个5名队员都是朝着一个方向去努力的，包括汤圆在上一场和这一场都有收获 MVP 嘛。你会觉得近期自己和队伍有什么成长吗？
就可能我们越来越就比较打得自信了吧，也该互相信任之类的，比之前好很多了。
今天的表现确实是韧劲儿十足啊！第一局虽然说没能拿下，但是咱们这个汤圆的瑞兹啊，这个无论是输出还是装备都没落下。你会觉得在第一局，如果说队伍在哪些方面更完善一点，还是有机会能够赢下的呢？
可能就是一些回合的时机我们沟通了，但是没有按照正常沟通的来之类的吧，所以这种东西要加强。
但是这个第2局马上我们的老干爹就打回来了。我特别想聊一聊20分钟小龙那一波团，对方打野是潘森，本来是想试图开团的嘛，但是没想到我们的老干爹也是反应迅速，打出了反制。梦魇呢也是切入后排拿下双杀，最后是打了一个0换5，非常漂亮的完美团。那一波到底是怎么沟通的？
因为我们已经打到那里，就是稳扎稳打，基本上他们团战是已经很难赢了吧，所以已经确定优势之后的团战就 慢慢打就好了。
就把优势扩大下去，乘胜追击了啊！来到决胜局，我觉得这一局的这个聊到刚刚这个第2局也要聊聊，因为这个汤圆这个7-0-15完美 KD 的发条，我觉得必须要提一提，真的是输出爆炸啊！你觉得今天这一局发条的这个游戏体验如何？
可能因为我也不是特别爱玩这英雄嘛，但是这阵容合适。完了之后还有幸拿到 MVP 也是挺开心的吧。
啊！但是我们看到，其实从来到决胜局之后，我们发现其实老干爹抓机会能力也是非常强的。本来一上来对手啊，又是一血，又是下路双杀，可能会给你们前期带来一点点压力啊。但是中期开始，老干爹也是从单点逐个击破到后面乘胜追击的一些小团战，跟我们细聊聊这一局赢下的关键是什么呢？
关键就是我们现在逐步劣势之后，大家能互相稳住吧，然后不会像之前那样，劣势了我们玩的会很急于去找机会，然后我们慢慢稳扎稳打，抓到对面失误，我们就翻盘了吧。
确实，今天的老干爹的表现，我相信让所有包括现场、包括屏幕前的粉丝们、观众朋友们都很惊艳啊！那结束今天这一场我们的组内赛，还有最后的3场比赛了，分别对手是 BLG、WE 和 TT， 我可以说个个都是不容小觑的对手。汤圆对后面的比赛有多大的决心呢？
就保持我们自己的状态吧，然后把自己的做好，我觉得游戏自然而然会胜利的。
我们也非常期待看到韧劲十足的老干爹更精彩、更博弈的一个表现了，好吗？也给我们的老干爹加油了！谢谢汤圆接受我们的赛后采访了。那么接下来我们也把画面交还给解说席。
LGD with the 2-1 win there. Xiaoye topping out the damage chart just about. Not been his greatest series of all time, but it was a good Civ game, in fairness. In fact, he might even end up being the MVP. It's him or Heng, I think. Have a wait and see who the MVP is for the series and stuff. Hello, hello. Oh, I would love a crumpet.
I'll be subbing in for Series 2 as well. See if...
I might need to say no because my voice is about to cough out and die.
Well,
I want to do, but because I want to cast the Shy.
Yeah, but honestly, Sam, good first one series. I think the interesting thing about this, I think that JDG are good players. First player of the game, I thought he was excellent on the.
He was.
Big thing for Sam. I think this is a great example of one of the better drafting teams in League 1 versus one of the worst drafting.
Agreed.
I think JDG has had some real draft fumbles. I think giving like Alistair Nah as last picks for Silas, like that
atrocious.
Like, they played the game pretty well in laning phase. 3 kills early was actually pretty good.
It was legitimately good, yeah.
But they stacked the deck against them. Like, who thinks that, like, giving Alistair over to Silence is a good
Well,
idea?
yeah, and like normally Tabe is someone who we talk about being a really good coach, getting people into a really good like Tabe teams and how they play. And normally Tabe is actually a pretty good drafter, not perfect, but
I'll tell you, folks, there is a curse of JDG. Tom is the only coach in Coach JDG. Everyone else is cursed. Warhorse has come and gone. Clearlove come and gone. Abe got them into international, but perhaps the curse is even strong enough for him to. Anyway, I'm gonna go put some food. I'm gonna go. I'll be
that's fine.
Series 2. Thank you, Sam, again.
Appreciate you,
Sam. Couldn't do this without him. And
yeah. Focus. I am gonna focus. Chat. I'm gonna. Did LGD win the series? Yes, they did. Crisp as your MVP of the series as well. I would have been tempted to give it to Hank, but Crisp was excellent. Great Rakan game, great Rel game. Can't complain too much. Here's our ad so we don't get them in game. We'll move on from there. Oh, dear me. Suffering a little bit over here, guys. Suffering a little bit. Copy, copy. Fantastic. Let's get on.
我有盾，军长，你死不了。OK，先杀。
Yeah, JDG. I think you can understand why JDG are subbing people in and out, because I think that the chemistry isn't quite there. Hello everyone, by the way. Hello. Do you like my shirt, by the way? I think it's very funny. I've had this for years. I didn't bring it out to Berlin with me, and I thought, haha, I got this like a Comic-Con 12 years ago. And can't get up to the Scana game? Yeah, that makes sense. Chris looks really strong in his engages from what I saw. Hello everyone. Hello. Do I have my... Hey Shady, let me get YouTube chat up as well. Make sure that YouTube's not getting ignored. Yeah. I love how the eternity of discourse of the English-speaking LCP viewership is just yes, big pun, right? Hey, pun's great. Pun's a great play. Yeah, Sam and I have both been feeling a little bit under the weather, so appreciate people's patience with us. We'd like to be solo, like duo casting more, but simply just with traveling and then being exhausted from being ill a bit, it's not really been possible. So we're trying to trade out, 2 series days for the, 2 series on a day for the early start. So if one of us does the early start, the other one does 2 series, stuff like that. You feeling any better? Yeah, I am feeling a bit better myself. Like, hay fever hit me like a truck, like, about a day and a half ago. Go rest, you look really sick. No, that's just me looking like a vampire anyway. That's just me looking like a vampire. That's me. I will rest after this. At least we get 2 days of relative rest after this. Have we ran ads? I'm gonna run ads again now, actually, because I can. But yeah, fun is awesome. Just ask Suyan. Yeah, true. That MSI series between Super Wells and Top Esports was not kind to Suyan. How are you doing over in YouTube chat? How are things over there? How's the? I'm not going to say the Cool Kids Corner, because both Twitch and YouTube are both the Cool Kids Corner, but how's the other Cool Kids Corner? Oh, ads already run? Cool. Oh, fine, then that's fine. I won't do ads then. Oh, right, yeah. Cool, that's all fine. Wait, did I just type that again? Oh, I typed it again oh, no, Sam typed it. Okay, my bad. Oopsies, all good. We had issues after the series, but I mostly sorted it. Perfect. No worries then, Katari. No. Yeah. Yes, I did see that there were some folks getting remarkably annoyed over in YouTube chat about the nature of this series. The thing is, like, I understand why. I do understand why. I think that JDG should be doing better than they are. This is a team we thought would improve over the year. If anything, they're getting worse, which is really quite worrying. I'm just gonna go check on the crumpets upstairs because I want food and I don't want them to turn into bricks. Yep, I'm glad that I did that. I'm glad that I did that because Sam did not have a handle on that. Yeah. I realized they would probably be turned into charcoal if I left them any longer. Okay, Tijuana so cooked. I saw they lost game 1 in this series. Is it bad? What's happening? Oh, whatever. I'll have to move my camera then. What is happening in LCK? Let me check. I haven't watched LCK live a lot. It's one of the negatives of having to do a... Oh, okay. This is a very close late game, but Hexol. I guess they just lose now, right? Because Hexol. Faker TF. I really used to enjoy watching Faker TF. Chovy actually playing Syndra as well. For forever and a day, Chovy was not good at Syndra, and he's been really struggling at that champion. In fact, it was notably like one of the champions he said was not his style. He didn't play it in several very previous strong metas for him. Yeah. Chovy's Syndra has typically not been something he's good at, compared to the rest of his champions. If you think about, like, say... If you compare it to, say, like, Knight Azir or something like that, where Knight Azir, it's definitely not at the level of his other champions. It's not, like... It's not awful, I don't think, Knight Azir. I think people overblow that, but it's definitely not something he's as good at. Same with, like, Syndra's, Chovy's Syndra. It's just not the same.
其实不管我们想拿到什么成绩，都是现在的就常规赛的状态更重要吧。打好每场的比赛，然后准备好每场的比赛吧。那个德章打得很好，德章。
Cool. I'm glad I won't be here for the top esports series because I fear they might lose. They could. Yeah, they really could. I think even though EDG are technically like the worst team in the yeah.
就希望有机会能够进到决赛。让我们恭喜北京 JDG 战胜了 BLG。
저희 팀원들도 모양새나 약간 우주도 그랬지만 펑이도 새로운 펑이도 되게 성격이 정말 좋고 이제 저랑 약간 지내기가 너무 좋은 선수들이라 그래서 뭔가 게임 하는 게 불편함이 아예 없어서 그냥 그게 너무 좋아요.
我们恭喜神圣 VIP。 确定了吗？确定了，确定了。nice 啊 ，nice 啊。BLG 今天轻取到了 TT， 让我们恭喜 BLG。 可以了，不能怕，再怕没办法。
Yeah, you got Baron for however long. Ooh, wow, that's a crazy combo from Ruler actually. What? Defender's advantage, but is it enough? I think you lose the Nexus turret for that now. Maybe not. I guess TF can just stand on the fountain, pop ult, and then teleport out, which means that defender's advantage feels worse. Feels better, rather, I guess.
就不仅赢下来，对我们也开心，然后也会让一些支持我们的人。
Doran Bessa.
就是从
Can you
现在
do
开
it?
始，大家一起全力以赴吧。
This looks... I mean, it is late enough into the game where if you... Okay, sorry, I'm just watching the LCK game on the side. Oh, Encore's pretty good. Oh, yeah. Well, I think that maybe... Is T1 going, like, is winless at their homestand? That would be quite funny, but also it would match what GENG did, which is quite funny. Jesus. Nice. 25 stack Magi's game from Chovy. Let's go. Okay, right. Let's with that series over, let me lock into this. Okay, so we want Quickshot back. Yeah, I mean, Quickshot streams himself, and also, well, so Quickshot, first off, Quickshot just had a kid, by the way, so congratulations to Trevor and Becca. They just had a son. They just had a son, so, yep. And gosh, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so Quickshot, you know, Trevor's really down to do more LPL stuff, so we'll hopefully get on board with Trevor to do some extra LPL content at some point. But it's just a case of when, like, being a new parent doesn't become a pain scheduling wise. How has IG actually looked? Now, the problem is there are actually several good teams in Nirvana now. I mean, Weibo should be that. We'll see. Weibo, thank you so much, appreciate it. Yeah, Weibo have looked messy, and now actually things are really messy for Weibo. If Weibo lose this series, they cannot make playoffs, they cannot make worlds. IG, I think if they get into side lanes and their solo laners have agency, this team does look good. I think that, well, the problem is LGD and TT actually look pretty strong themselves now, but IG are pretty, you know, if they get their solo lanes into the right place, they're strong. They're strong as heck. Oh, these are the solo lane duos for IG and the amount of games that they've played all over time. Zitian rookie. Why is Cameron crying? Because they had that in 24, I think it was. What about the ADC spot on IG? Assume's been fine. I don't think it's been special, really, for this version of IG. Doesn't mean they can't be special again, but not for now. They technically do have 2 AD carries, but they're not playing Jetchi, nor do I think they will. Big stakes online this series? Yes. So if Weibo lose this, I think they're mathematically out at that point. So these are the champions which... Are these most played in their career? I think this is most played in their career, Rookie and Xiaohu. Because of course Rookie and Xiaohu, such crazy players over time. Zika versus the Shy. Back in like 2023, this would be a top tier matchup. It's kind of, yeah, struggled to match that since then, Zika. Chovy dropping a Flame Horizon on Fakers, you love to see it. Especially on Syndra as well, because Chovy historically doesn't play Syndra. This year, he's finally picked it back up again. After it, he really struggled on Syndra in the past. Like, he didn't play it, basically, because he just wasn't good at it. It wasn't his style of champion, he said in interviews. Frag, I believe that's not the case. I think with championship points, I believe Weibo will inevitably get passed if they don't make playoffs, and I'm not sure you can go into regional qualifiers if you haven't made playoffs. I think you have to make playoffs to be part of the regional qualifier. I can already hear the quote tweets coming to your Chovy Syndra street, despite it being objectively true at the time. Yeah, there was someone that went, like, really crazy on that and started, like, harassing me about that shit. Like, mate, at the time, it was true. I'm glad he's improved on it, you know? There's no such clause. It's points to points alone. Okay, so you don't have to make playoffs, but I'm pretty sure that they're mathematically out. Pretty sure. Let me check on the points. Yeah, let's have a look at championship points. Okay, so Weibo are in 6th. They have 40 points. LGD, if they finish 5th, 6th, they'd overtake EDG. So hang on, so you gotta be EC, LGD, EDG.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。首先为各位采访到的是 WBG 的兹卡选手，跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 上路兹卡。
欢迎兹卡。客观来讲，对于 WBG 来说，晋级骑士之路的形势是岌岌可危的。这场比赛也是真正的生死之战了。想知道你们今天在赛前是什么样的心情呢？会有很大压力吗？
其实这场虽然生死战吧，然后就大家放轻松。 把平时训练的内容打出来就行了。
放平心态。那这场关键之战，你希望队伍能够打出什么样的表现呢？
还是要就是处理好前期的游戏内容吧，然后尽量前期不劣势。
也期待你们精彩的发挥了，待会儿见。好的，同时也为大家采访到 IG 战队的 Rookie 选手，跟各位打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 中段选手 Rookie。
欢迎 Rookie。那今天这场对于 IG 来说，同样非常之关键啊！如果能够拿下 ，IG 战队也将直接锁定涅槃组晋级骑士之路的最后一席名额了。对今天比赛有多大信心呢？
今天比赛对我们来说是晋级的，就是机会嘛，然后也对我们是比较重要。就今天我们每个人都有该有的发挥吧。
那这场也是双方队伍的第2轮交手了。在上一轮对战当中 ，WBG 也是砍下1分啊。所以 Rookie 会觉得今天在赛场上的表现有哪些还是不能够掉以轻心的呢？
最近的 WBG 有队员的改变嘛，然后他们最近的状态也会越来越好。然后今天的话。 我们也就是每个人一定要做好吧，不然我们有可能被他们突破。就希望我们有，不然我们有可能被他们突破。就希望我们有很不错的发挥。
也特别期待双方选手在赛场上的。
Okay, yeah, I've just been checking the championship points myself. Basically, if any one of LGD, EDG, TT, or IG reach top 6 in this playoffs, Weibo are out of Worlds contention if they lose this series because they can't make playoffs. And the thing about Weibo is, like, they got 40 points from finishing 3rd in Split 1. Anyone matches them on points. Points from later splits matter more. They weigh more. They weigh more. Oh, God. Nope. Walking out on to stage. Weibo out first. This is a do or die match for them for playoffs. And most likely Worlds. If they lose this series, everything is out of their hands. A terrifying position to be in. And on the other side, one of their historic rivals, Invictus Gaming, because of players, because of the matches they've had over time. Oh, is Cadril not watching this match? I would have thought he'd want to watch his boy the Shy here. ZG versus Web. This is genuinely good stakes. I hope he watches the game. Like, LPL needs more eyes on it. Like, LPL always, you know, look, folks, if you're choosing to watch the LPL, it does make a difference to our region. It makes a difference to the people who cover it. It makes a difference to the way that we're presented internationally as well. And, you know, people can choose that. At the end of the day, you can choose what to watch. I hope that people choose the LPL. I hope so. All right, Weibo IG rookie versus Xiaohu, old matchup here. Hey guys, I understand the optics of it, but also Cadril is a huge LCK fan. I'm not going to knock him for watching that region as well. Yeah, at the end of the day as well, you know, he can't cover everything. This is one of the issues with co-streaming. You can't cover everything. You know, that's why we choose to do LPL. And Sam and I, we choose to do Chinese League of Legends because you know that you'll always have Chinese League here. If that might not hold true into the future, there might be a time where I also want to be... Sorry, just hit the mic there. There might also be a time where I want to be casting... other regions or watching other regions, or maybe I get sponsorship opportunities. We'll see. We'll see, right? But yeah, I think that you know, I'm not going to knock someone for not choosing it, but I think it does showcase the vulnerability and the weakness of the co-streaming model, which is that you can't watch everything. Yeah. And he's watching this match anyway. There you go. Perfect. Cool. It's cool that he's watching it anyway. And I'm glad he is. I'm glad he is. You know, it's cool to have eyes on Invictus Gaming. This is a really important match. If, on top of that, it's a sad thing that co-streaming is the only way that we get to see the LPL now. Yeah, true. Very true. Yeah, no. I mean, like, guys, like, Cadril can't watch everything. And at the end of the day, when you put this, I'll speak from experience. When you're putting this many hours into something, it is really hard to keep yourself energized, entertained, and engaged for all of it. So you may as well just defer to the stuff you'd actually enjoy watching the most. And if that's LCK for him, perfect. You know, he can make his decisions for himself. We can see him blame Maker for all the Shy's mistakes. Right? Okay. So, like, he's playing into the bit, right? Like, the Shy. Look, the Shy. He's got some shooters out there for him. He does. Hey, Kenran, how's it going? Hope LCK was good for you. I saw the results are really cool. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. I came second in my CM finals, by the way. Oops, I hit my stuff, but there was a really good a Smart Falcon which beat me to first. Sucks. Anyway, into our first game of IG versus Weibo. Reminder, if Weibo lose this series, they cannot make playoffs. Yeah. I think that IG, a team which has impressed us through the early split, took a pretty bad knock against NIP And IG still have a lot to build off of. You know, IG, they brought back Rookie in the Shy, but the damage in some ways was already done. This team should really be playing in Group Ascend, but they lost to TT. It wasn't close. It was a 0-3 series in that Knights Rivals series just last splits. First pick now, what do we have? We have Ryze, we have Neferi, we have Olaf, Orianna's still there too, and there's no lock. Because they banned the lock, the biggest counter is now gone from that. Do you Syndra? Do you Ryze? You can Victor into Orianna. Xiaohu's happy with a bunch of these. Both these players are on the top list of best Syndra players of all time. Rookie's Orianna, Xiaohu's Syndra, we assume. It hasn't really been flexed bot lane that much. Neferi, a huge jungle pick in the LPL. And you kind of want to take the Neferi because, one, it takes away one of the best combos with the Orianna, but two, you can press W on the Shockwave and you're happy as well. Now, there's still chance of something like a Jarvan, which is likely locked in, but the Neferi, it works kind of double duty here. It takes away one of the Jarvan, one of the Orianna combos, but also is better defensively. Sorry, I got to turn up the volume here. But it's better defensively against that as well. The Olaf comes through. Now, one of the reasons I like the Olaf being picked up here is that it's also, it would have been a pick which Weibo would have liked to also kind of survive the Orianna combo. You just press ult and just kill the Jarvan as he runs at you. Vayne locked in though. All right, now this is risky for Weibo. This is risky. Because if Jarvan ever lands on you, things are really bad. Zuko will get to play that Vayne. It is a counter matchup. We often do see the Vayne banned away when you're picking the Olaf. It's one of the champions which Olaf struggles with the most. It's not unwinnable, but it's definitely not fun. Definitely not something which you really like to play against as the Olaf. Hey, Kazaz, by the way. Like, Kaz. Sorry, my bad, okay, second round. Lucian banned away. Lucian pretty good versus... Lucian's really good at just dashing out and threatening squishies, especially with the culling as well. You don't win the DPS check against that very often. The Shy was really good on the Olaf the last time I saw him play it. Camille taken away from Moham. What do Weibo want to finish this draft off with? They don't have any tank. They need a bot lane. You can't really get a tank. You might be, well, you might be able to Sivir Alistair. I don't think you can blind pick that though. You need to be so careful versus the Jarvan Orianna. If you lock in too many squishies, the Ori just kills you all. IG on the other side. They'd be happy with... They'd actually be okay with the mage themselves. They have the Jarvan to set up for something like a Ziggs. They could. Oh, by the way, Jachi's playing. It's not Assume. By the way, sorry, I missed that. Jachi is playing, not Assume. So IG actually are playing their second AD carry. I should have been more locked in on that. Apologies, folks. Again, I just assumed they wouldn't be roster changing. Karma in for Weibo. Jachi playing for IG. So instead of Assume. Okay, all right. Jachi... Oh, his Jhin is pretty damn good. Now, the thing about Jachi is that he is much more vulnerable in laning phase. He's a flippy player. This guy is like Jachi love. In fact, when he was playing stuff like Corki and you played the chicken skin, we have Chicken Jachi and Chicken Jackie. Your mum lets you have 2 Chicken Jackies? I know, crazy. His Jin's been very strong, though. Karma, not going to be paired up with the Jhin. You can get Caitlyn Karma here for Weibo, but that is so vulnerable versus Jhin, Jarvan, Olaf, and the Bard. If you lock the Caitlyn, look, Elk is a good Caitlyn player. He is, and you're going to have to smash lane with this. But if you ever get hit by a Bard ult, if you get hit by a Jhin W, if Jarvan ever gets some range to combo you with the Ori behind them, your fight is over. Weibo have locked in a 0 tank draft versus a comp that does have target access. At the start of the fight, at least one carry from Weibo is getting atomized. This is really dangerous. Weibo, do you go for the... Like, there is logic to say you should have gone Sivir for the spell shield, but I think the problem is, I think that you will never get good damage off as a Sivir. I think that you have to walk too close, and you only have one spell shield as well. Right, I'm going to go for a quick ad break so we don't get ads in-game. Appreciate all the people that raided over. It's only going to be a short ad break, but it means that we don't get ads in-game. Appreciate you all. Thank you for choosing to watch the LPL. Thanks for choosing to watch it with us here as well over on the channel here. So the Caitlyn Karma comes in. Weibo, they need a snowball from heaven. They need a snowball from heaven. They do have decent lanes. Syndra into Ori is fine. Caitlyn Armor is a good... Caitlyn Karma is a good lane. Vayne is a good match against the Olaf. They might just have to play win lane, win game. Weibo kind of flexing away from anything that would be 5v5. They really are just playing for lane here. So IG, they need to be aware of that, need to be wary of that. If you give the early goal to Weibo, they can win a game. Well, we even saw this in the last game of JDG versus LGD, where it seemed like JDG could win through snowballing lane, but then one mistake happens, the gold comes rolling back, and the team comp then takes over. It kind of plays itself. All in on the go. Yeah, get your channel points in there, Gamba. Olaf is OP this patch. Olaf is very, very popular in LCK LPL right now. Very, very popular. All right, let's get into game, hit the gyros, and let's get cracking. Whoa. Okay, so we're seeing this quite a lot from the Olaf, where they go Storm Raiders Ignite into ranged top laners. I don't think it wins you the lane, it just means that you don't get blasted as hard. First Q of the lane missing from Xiaohu, hitting from Rookie. Mid lane matchup, this is special. Now, folks, if you've watched the LPL for a long time, if you've watched Global League of Legends for a long time, there is something timeless about Rookie versus Xiaohu. They are such wonderful players, and have competed against each other all the way since, what, 2016, I want to say, when Xiaohu started. On RNG back then, of course. Of course, Mako was way back then too. Rookie moved over to the LPL onto Invictus Gaming in 2015. Mako started on EDG, went on to win MSI in 2015, beating T1 in the finals, beating Faker, beating his LeBlanc in Game 5, in fact. Rookie versus Xiaohu has gone on to be, I think, between, like, mid laners for the longest time, where they were the most titles of any. Well, actually not the case, because Rookie didn't win that many actual titles. Hang on, good trading here onto Jachi. Did say that Jachi's laning phase is a bit more vulnerable. Losing there versus the Caitlyn Karma, no surprises there. There's the damage. Hang on, Magical Journey, though. That might change things. Elk flashing away, using the Ghost as well. Wait, valuable gank there. Went for the 3 camps. Hasn't gone for the recall yet. Mako brings him in. Mako 2-0 on the Bard so far. He's actually, look, on the eye test, his Bard has been a bit mixed. On the eye test as well, I think that both these mid laners have been incredibly important. Look, if you go to Reddit post-match threads and the like of that, you're probably going to see a lot of people talking down on Xiaohu, and I can understand that if it was in, like, most of summer 2024, bits of 2025 for Xiaohu, maybe regular season 2023 as well, in bits and pieces of that. But I think if you're watching through this year, I don't think that Xiaohu's been the problem. Jachi, buddy, you can't be walking up there. Root will land, Q will land from the Neferi. Doesn't get the kill, but the flash and barrier down from Jachi. No one helping them out now. Weibo got a visit from Wei already. Xiaohu coming down to even that up. And Caitlyn Karma feel very good now. You know, you've got summoner advantage, in fact, pretty much. Oh, no, you don't have the flash on the Bard, so I'm talking crap. Anyway, you've managed to even up the summoners almost there. Get both of them off the AD carry. Push in towards bot lane. Jachi's down for 15 CS. This is the negative about Jachi. I think Jachi's laning phase is weaker than assumed. He's very, very good. He's very, very good, yeah, in this kind of situation. Hang on. Seeing if there's any movements extra coming in there. Mako took a pretty hefty shot. Oh, yeah, for sure. Back when Rookie was on Top Esports in 2023 Regionals. In fact, I was in Xi'an to cover that series. Yeah, Xiaohu in the Weibo versus Top Esports series. Completely ruined him. Hang on, the Shy going low. You might just die here, actually. Puts on the shield. Feels no pain. Zerka trying to flash forward for the last also solo kill for Zerka versus the Shy. The Shy left the flash a little too late. Rookie walking up. Now, can Rookie get anything with the Scuttle Shrine? Is there a Condemn from Zerka flash forwards? He needs to use it now. Condemn comes through. Dissonance is there. Zerka, where's the Q cooldown? Rookie may still kill him. It's an extended recall. There you go. Now, actually, dare I say it, this ends up being better for IG now. In some ways, because Zerka does not have a teleport to get back to lane. He does get the kill, but Rookie gets one. And you'll notice how both solo laners from IG get back to farming sooner, and they lose less minions. Now, it is specifically bad for the Shy, and this is bad because the Olaf does not like to play from behind the game. You know, the Shy is, you know, a snowbally top laner anyway. Now, he has played the Olaf from behind. It was against, gosh, it was against... Well, it would have been against Weibo in the first round robin, actually. He played the Olaf versus Xiaohu's and Nivea. And then he fell behind. He was dealt with in side lanes. But then later on, he just became a bit of a bait and switch where, you know, he would end up taking a lot of skill shots, and then the rest of the team would run away with the game. I think he ended that game on a triple kill, actually. I think I remember that. But yeah, looks way better for Weibo than IG. You know, it is very important to get the Vayne ahead. My problem is, you know, have a flash down, ghost down Vayne. Rookie has a kill, and I think in this game, look, IG do not want to be losing lanes hard. That is the truth. I think that having the Vayne ahead is a problem. However, if the Orianna gets ahead, the combo of the Jarvan Orianna kills every single person on Weibo. There is no one that can survive that combo confidently. Perhaps Neferi can with a W at points. Level 6 from the Shy comes through here. Good damage, gets the Storm Raiders. Good trade from the Shy, actually. Still has the Ignite, so that's why he has to play very confidently, well, very scared there. And of course, the vision control from the Vayne just isn't there. Dragon started. Vayne actually recalling because of that chunk. You notice that Zeka has to immediately back off. Wave control there by IG on the top side. Dragon eventually going down now. Neither top laner can join the play. Moham going low, root landing onto Jachi. That's a problem. The stun lands too. The bot lane court's out. Jachi well out of position. Dragon going down. Just let them see if they can smite that. They can. So a kill for Dragon. Weibo splitting the fight quite well and just saying, okay, we'll go for someone who's overextended. Xiaohu does walk up. Does get decent damage onto Weibo. Had already used that unleashed power. You'll see in top lane, Zuka's managed to recall. Vayne has Berserker Reeves and a Cull. Shy waiting to get towards his Tabby. Tabby really changes top lane matchups like this. No surprise. No surprise, really. He's got the wave in a decent spot. He's actually ahead in terms of farm. Kill gold, of course, separating the two of them. Level up, actually. And, yeah, the Shy's actually doing quite well to say, actually, you know, the Vayne can't walk up like this. Got a slight level advantage. And while Zeka does have the tier 2 boots, if you get Storm Raiders plus Ragnarok, you're more than happy. Good wave management by the Shy. You know, making sure the wave is safe for him means that the Vayne has to play very carefully without Flash or Ghost. Does have the Ghost coming up soon. You notice how he has to stand so far back, because if Jarvan is there, you die. And that's why using both summoners for that kill might have, and then getting delayed on the recall as well. Maybe that was too much. So, oh, hang on, kill almost onto Xiaohu. Stun under turret, the rookie in danger. Tower shots on point, Xiaohu around the corner. Caitlyn fires up, the ult isn't even needed at the end of it. Reset coming through, Xiaohu does get blocked in that one by an EQ. Wei does have the Cataclysm should he wish to cast it. Has Flash as well. Might be able to kill Xiaohu with that even. Wei, you want to trade 1-for-1? No. Well, mid laners going toe-to-toe there. Xiaohu making the difference. Great stun under tower from Xiaohu onto Rookie. Catches out the legendary mid laner of IG. Shy now walking over at this point. Weibo 1.5k ahead. Reminder in the first series as well. Weibo, it was one of the first series of the split, in fact, actually, Weibo versus IG. Weibo took the first game in that series and then fell apart in the games 2 and 3. I think IG's draft in game 1 of that series was less good, from memory. It was the Ambessa lock game where they struggled to get SCC on target. Hang on, the Shy is going to get visited by Moham. Does get himself Storm Raiders. Loses a decent amount of HP there, but will be safe. Wave coming into town. See what his full build is. He might go for the Stride Breaker early. Of course, Hexplate, really, really valuable to make sure you're constantly able to fight. Rookie gets a plate in the side lane. But Hexplate's important, but also having something like a Stride Breaker, very important versus a heavy ranged team. 4 ranged champions, the Neferi, the 1 melee on Weibo. No way that happened. I know, right? And as soon as they go up against LNG, it's Wei versus Wei. No big Wei coaching these teams, of course. Mako is doing great and dastardly battle with the Grubs, and we'll get one of them. Nice. Good job there, Mako. Actual jungler of IG. I do get a bit worried for Jachi here, because Jachi, first game of the split that he's playing for IG from memory. I don't think he's played another one. Correct me in chat if I'm wrong. I need to remember it was Assume starting all the rest of them. Might get subbed in for the rest of the series, actually. We'll see. Hang on, Xiaohu doesn't have flash. Going to get dunked onto. Shockwave is there. Mako over the wall. Great play onto Xiaohu. If you blow your flash versus this team of IG, you die. The Jarvan is so powerful with the Orianna in this kind of combo. Xiaohu had the wave too far away from easy kill to IG. Nicely played. Clean feed just stuttering a little bit there. Dragon up in a minute. IG took the first one at the cost of 1 death onto Jachi. Xiaohao will get himself the Scuttle Crab. Mid lane matchup fairly even so far. Kill a piece now. 1-1-1 across the boards there. We're in binary. Don't like myself. Oh. Right, okay, stun onto the wall. Moham getting away from that W. Wade does have flash if he feels truly in danger. Doesn't for now. Xiaohao not in range to follow up with the ult. Press your spiky. There is, I have to say, there's a very different experience watching watching games with people who are like real hyper fans of teams and get like really emotionally invested in the games. It feels very different watching those games. Olaf is 10 CS ahead after getting solo killed as a melee versus range. It's good to show Zuka burned both summoners for it. And playing 0 summoners Vayne versus the Olaf is scary, especially if the wave isn't in a great spot. They didn't get vision control towards topside. I think Weibo might have been able to set up the Vayne better for success if they just walked a little bit more towards topside. But then I think the problem there is that the Jarvan, if he walks into the Neferi, if it's a 2v2, I'm pretty sure the Jarvan walking up in a 2v2 wins almost all of the 2v2s in the game here. So blowing the summoners, this is why you look. Maybe it felt like cope at the time, but you understand why I was worried that actually maybe with Zuka dying on an extended death, not getting a good reset, losing some farm, wave positioning goes against him, why that actually looked better for IG weirdly than for Weibo, especially with flashes down. IG would do well to play some cooldown economy in this game. Now try and blow those flashes. See if you can just like, if you blow flash for flash, it's better for IG because the Cataclysm Shockwave combo is just too strong. Mako is going to get stunned. I don't think he's at one-shot range, but well, you know, thinking about that again, perhaps he would have been actually if Syndra could pull the ult alongside Caitlyn. Gets pretty close there. Smite comes through from Weibo. A dragon apiece now. 1,000 gold lead to Weibo. I don't think this is that bad for IG. I think that Weibo, because again, perhaps I'm speaking on it too much from the IG perspective. From the Weibo perspective, they need to be ahead in lane. They need to be trying to stack early objectives, give themselves a win condition. Because as we've been highlighting in this game, if the Weibo do lose flashes, if they do have to group up for some of these objective plays later, it does feel like the Jarvan Orianna just takes over. It's very, very hard to survive that combo. If you're very far ahead, maybe Syndra just one-shots the Jarvan as he goes in. Don't get the combo. If you're very far ahead, maybe the Vayne just outlanes the Olaf and he can't survive. He currently has the Tiamat and the Tabbies, by the way. The items. Not even Takeshi from TT. Ooh, Shockwave on Xiaohu. Good trade back there from Rookie. Takes a tower shot, but soaks it with the shield. And again, like, just quickly going back to this conversation about mid lane. Do we have a chance? We might look for a dive here. They do have Bard ult. Rookie doesn't have ult himself. He might still head down and try and look for a dive even without Shockwave. Okay, well, Magical Journey is going to cut them off at the pass. Ult onto the tower. And L doesn't have a defensive structure. The Caitlyn has been detained. Mako will go down, though. 1-for-1, but the AD carry dies, meaning they lose a minion wave to the bot turret. The Shy is getting pushed off of the top lane turret while this is happening. It was a good Bard ult there. Great combo, though, from Weibo to get a kill back in the 2v4. Kill sadly goes over to Moham. Reminder that Weibo are playing with, I believe, their 5th support of the year. I think it was, what was the lineage? Like, even a historian such as myself can struggle sometimes to follow up with the lineage of Weibo supports. I believe it was Urha, Hung, the Hank, Dway, and then Moham. I believe those are the 5 supports that they went through, and Urha was the best of them. Moham was, of course, on D+ Kia way back in the day. I say way back, a couple of years ago. Came onto OMG, and OMG got promptly, effectively relegated from the LPL, and now he's on Weibo. So Moham, while I don't think he's been the issue for Weibo, I don't think he's been like a shining star either, sadly, for him. Is there a Xiao ADC? I think most of the Xiaos were junglers, actually, thinking about it. There's Xiao Huangren. There was Xiaolong Bao. He was, or XLB. He was there a while. He's been gone for a while now. Xiao is a mid laner. Famous for LMQ 2014 over in the LCS. Chinese import team playing in NA. Gosh. Xiao Feng. Xiao Hao. Lots of them. Xiao just means little. It's very common prefix. Oh, hang on. Whoa, what is happening in the 1v1? What's happening with the clean feed? Going closer. The top lane sucker goes invisible again, but can't finish the kill. Clean feed's been having a couple of issues in the last few days, so apologies on that one. Elk doesn't have flash, doesn't have any way out. Cataclysm, Shockwave, Elk dies. This is the problem with Weibo's comp. Eventually, you have to leave lane, you have to deal with combinations, and Weibo can't survive the Jarvan Orianna. The 1v1 was clearly too powerful to put on screen. Xiao Hao, oh, he's gonna get stunned up against his dogs. That's one of the problems with the Neferi versus the bug. He will get a kill back. Does have reset, gonna go onto the Shy. Almost gets the kill there, actually, but the shield from Rookie keeps his top laner safe. So that ends up being 2 for 1 in favor of IG across the map. With the 1 for 1 top side, but also kill Elk. The Caitlyn just can't survive. Go late enough into the game, you just can't survive. By the way, Segolino and Skyplek, appreciate the follows from both of you. If you are enjoying what you're listening to and what you're watching, please think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe, whether that is on Twitch or on YouTube. It makes a big difference to myself and my brother. We run this stream as our job. We do actually get some very generous donations, which keep us able to do this as a job and keep you caught up with and with LPL, and a place where you can hang out anytime we're live. So this is the 1v1 where we actually missed topside, because Xiao Hao tried to get in range to kill the Shy. The dogs end up betraying Neferi. He gets stunned up against him with the Cosmic Binding. It's a good quick kill. Hang on, 1v1 on the bot side now. Actually, it's like a really trying to go against the Shy, and I don't think the Shy can survive it. The Karma Shield gives him a bit of move speed. You'll allow it to be, well, a 2v1. Xiao flashing out over. Mako going low and going down. 2 for none in the bot side. The Olaf is starting to get run through now. This is more what Weibo need. Is there a Shockwave to come through from Rookie? No, but, well, presumably there is now. So it's going to be a bit of unfairness from both sides. Elk goes down for a 3rd time. Weibo are trying to play split. That's fine. IG, as soon as they get the combos online, though, so much harder for them to play that style. Elk is being punished heavily. Hexblade Vayne also helping them run at that Olaf in the way that we've seen many times. Of course, Shahin landing another good stun. Rookie eating a bit of CC. Dragon is alive now. We have a funny kill score between the two teams. So the legend goes. Even in gold, IG looking for this Dragon. And again, the later this game goes, the more I am in favor of IG winning just due to composition. Weibo needed to be further ahead. I think the Vayne getting kills like that is necessary, but it should have happened. Well, 10 minutes ago, really, at this point, I suppose. It's okay. Well, that's why he's trying to go for it again. Ragnarok comes through. Mako comboed down onto as well. Bartle is defensive, but it's not really that helpful. In fact, he's just gone golden for a brief moment of time to think through his decisions. Another 2 for none on the bot side from Weibo. This is how they should be playing. Much better from them again. They've done it twice in a row, and this time Elk doesn't die on a cross map. They won't get themselves the Dragon, though. This is the 1v2 earlier as Karma came down. The Olaf into the Vayne. Rough matchup. Zerka just rolling forwards. Air Raid Vehicle. What? Hang on. You know that Limp Bizkit song Rolling? It does have a secondary title like Air Raid Vehicle or something like that. Does anyone know the second title for that song? Oh, jeez. Close run thing. Jashi looking for that 4th shot. Now, the thing about Jashi compared to Assume is outside of lane, if he does get ahead, this guy is the second coming of Jackie Love. Jackie Love, we call him here. Jachi is very, very aggressive, very, very flippy. He will flash at you. He will play aggressively. He will play the knife's edge, for better or for worse. Very entertaining player to watch. He was playing on IG earlier this year, of course. He started on top Esports in Split 1. Things didn't go well for them then. Split 2 was subbed out for Jackie Love coming back into the team for top Esports. Ended up on IG because of that. And last split, I actually think he was pretty damn good if he got out of lane. The question was, would he get out of lane? And sadly, most of the time he would not. He has here, though. Jachi's in a strong spot. You know, if he's got the hubris, and it is against a 0 tank team. Against this team, Phantom Dancer hubris, he's just gonna run at you, and if he ever gets the reset, it's harsh. It's harsh. How do you survive a Jhin with that amount of damage? If you get hit by Cataclysm, Shockwave, and you actually live, Jhin will just kill you anyway because of his execute damage. Jachi can actually be clean up Jhin in this game if it comes to it. Now the Shy's got the first item, Stride Breaker, switching over to the other side of the map. It's been sat on that for a little bit. It's 2,000 gold behind. Realistically, the Shy's job is to wave clear and try not to die again, effectively. Might not be able to do that. We shall see. Moham's going to walk up. Do they look for the combo onto him? No. Elk was behind him. I think Elk's got his flash back up now, which is, well, good news. Oh, no, it doesn't. I'm completely wrong. He doesn't have his flash up. So that's bad news then. Oh, well, mistracked that. Fire Cannon for Elk. He's going to collect a Fire Cannon. He's down 1,000. So the Caitlyn's not going to be a threat, really. No, this is Mosquito build. And you are actually against some people who are a bit more tanky. There's a, Tabby on the Shy. Again, the clean feed, just having a little bit of a stutter there. If it does it again, if it does it again, perhaps I'll change over the server thing on that. Hubris is raw damage? Yeah, it is. It's less utility, but Hubris is really, really good damage if it actually gets activated. It's why we used to see, like, we would occasionally see on Jhin Hubris Hex Optics, where you get the first kill in the fight, you get an extra attack range, extra AD. Very nasty. Xiaohao looking for poke onto way, gets it. There's nothing really to fight over right now. Baron is alive. Big group up in the mid lane to get push. 2 towers to 1 in favor of IG. Weibo have only managed to get the bot lane out of turret. I think that was after the subsequent dives onto the Shy. 2 items in for Xiaohao. Now, that's the other thing about Weibo. They might just win through Neferi. If Neferi's W was good, survives the combo. We've seen Neferi be maybe the strongest jungle champion within LPL. Xiaohao, is hit by the Cosmo. Although, I don't think there's any more threat. The CC was too far in coming to actually CC chain. I think he would have been able to press W in time, though. Zerka. Pushing in towards the Shy, very far ahead now, has Essence Reaver. Now, the thing about the Essence Reaver second for the Vayne means that you never run out of mana, and it means you can stay in a side lane for forever. You'll just always have permanent full mana. You have good cooldown reduction. You've got enough HP to not get burst out. You just stay in a side lane for forever. You never get to displace them. How would I donate versus YouTube? The easiest way would be on Ko-fi. Ko-fi or Ko-fi, Coffee. You know that website? Anyway. That'll be the easiest way to subscribe. Mine's all over the place here. Yeah, folks, if you do want to donate to the stream, Ko-fi's a good way to do that if you don't care about the various platforms you're on. If you do, subscribing on Twitch does make a difference. Honestly, just sitting back and watching helps. Of course, it does. Helps the algorithm. Right, Dragon up in 20 seconds. 1,000 gold lead. Yet to be reached by, well, not reached by either team here. Very, very even. If IG get this, they go into Soul Point. Moham will not get bound there. The Binding of Moham will not be joining the Binding of Isaac in my favorite games library. Shout out that game, by the way. Triple platinum over here, by the way. Jav and Orianna stood next to each other. Very dangerous from anyone now, because they have a combo onto you. You die. You do die. You're going to support me by throwing a can of beans. Please don't throw a can of beans at anyone important. Or anyone in general. Maybe you can throw it at, like, some inanimate object which deserves it. Okay, Weibo. Going for the contest through the bot side. Zerka walking up to the Shy in the bush right now. Does he know about this? I think the Shy's happy to just go 1-for-1 there. Smite comes through from Wei. Good from him. Soul Point for IG. And now they go towards Zerka. Flashes away from the W. Good stun over the wall by Xiaohu. Takes Meiko low, but not low enough. 2-man Bard ultimate. What does that mean? Zerka jumping forward. Good damage there. Needs to be very, very careful, though, because the rest of his teammates aren't in range. And Chachi takes his head off. He takes his head off with the 4th shot. Vayne down. Vayne down. Weibo go too far looking for the kills after the Dragon. IG gets Soul Point, and Weibo get, well, they get nothing, really. They get Summoners, and that's it. I mean, Zerka was just tumbling forwards aggressively that entire, phase of play. Mate, there's a Jhin there with execute damage. You're under half HP. You can't be doing that. We'll watch this again, because the initial entrance to the fight from Zerka, like, getting an isolated 1v1 on the side, it's not a bad idea, but he doesn't have the vision control to go towards this. He thinks he's got a pocket of vision, and he walks into the Olaf, who's been stood there the whole damn time, has to flash out of the Jhin W, and even with the great CC coming over the wall from Xiaohu, it's not enough. He jumps forward, tries to get that last ult, doesn't get it there, ends up going forwards again after this point, and then gets stunned, and then the 4th shot comes through, and he just gets exploded. And like I said, Jachi can actually play for clean-up Jhin. Alright, so it looks like we're into a pause for something. I hope it's not for anything special. Hello, my name is Nymaera. You might be tuning in for the first time or the 100th time. Either way, I'm happy to have you here. Don't know what's happened. I guess I can zoom back on YouTube and see if there's anything which happened there. I didn't see anything coming out of the... the video there. It looks like we've had another 30 seconds of play or something. I don't see any bug. We came out of the replay into the pause. So we didn't see any gameplay coming up to it, so I'm going to assume it's not a bug. Hey, thank you so much for the donation. Again, I really appreciate you. And if you are on Twitch or on YouTube, of course, and you don't want to give money to like Bezos or, one of those types, Kofi's not a bad way to do that. I appreciate you so much. Man. Paused because Vayne is confused how he could die. He thought he was Prime Uzi. I mean, he was doing pretty well in the 1v1s, but this is one of the... This was always going to be the issue with Weibo's comp. Weibo's comp is just not built for 5v5 versus the Jarvan Orianna, and the Jhin as well, for the matter of fact. Maybe it's like a fly like that one time in LEC. Do you remember... Do people remember back in like 2016? I think it was 2016. Remember the pigeon that was just on the stage at LCS? It was LCS pigeon. Or am I just too old now? Does anyone remember the LCS finals pigeon? Well, there was just a pigeon that was just on the stage. It was the real finalist. You remember? Perfect. Okay, I'm not insane. Good to know. The casters are saying it's an issue on Xiao Hao's end. I am too old as well. I hit 30 and I realized, I love the sound of paying off my mortgage, my debts, and I don't have a mortgage to pay off. Who am I kidding? I work in esports. I'm not going to have a mortgage. It became a meme for a while. It did. It did, Silent Night. It did. Yeah. Oh, gosh. So, how's everyone been enjoying this week's of games? We're getting close to the end now. It's the last day of week 4 of LPL. We have one more week after this, and then regular season is done. It has been a very condensed regular season for LPL, and it has been taking a toll on us, really, on the stream, because it's just so many hours. Every day is a 3-series day now, pretty much. Yeah. It felt nice watching League Classic, where the players are still my age, in my 30s too. Yeah. Watching Double Lifting Classic versus watching Pabelta pop off an Ari and APE. It's fun as heck. It's so much fun to watch. I can't imagine casting it. Yeah, no, I mean that's the bonus of these kind of games, right? Now, if you just enjoy watching League of Legends and you enjoy talking about League of Legends, casting's great. You just get to sit there and do something you love doing. You just get to sit there and just have fun. Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time just like being able to soak into a game which you love so much. Now, sometimes I'll sit here and rage at slop belts being built on Ari rather than Lichbane and things like that. Swear to God, that slop belt is going to haunt me for forever. But yeah, well, that's a question. That's a question. Do I hate Everfrost or Proto Belt worse on Ari? I think I dislike Everfrost more. I think like the trough of Everfrost was so bad that I don't think I'll ever recover from that. Really do appreciate you streaming, keeps me connected to the LPL. Hey, well, I appreciate people coming to watch. At the end of the day, we wouldn't do this unless you guys watch. I say guys as a collect-all term. But yeah, we wouldn't do this unless you guys wanted to watch LPL. I was an LPL official caster up until the death of the broadcast at the end of 2024. And I've spent thousands of hours watching Chinese League of Legends. Not that I don't like other regions. Of course, I've been heavily involved in LEC. I've cast the LEC for a number of years too. LCK was my first love of esports, really. The OGN Legion, that was my crew. I was part of that crew. OGN Legion back with Monty and Doa. Back to the old days of LCK. I'm an original T1 fan. I was a fan right the way back at the end of 2013. I saw through the bad days of 2014, 2018, whatever. Is there a possible Ari build you'd hate more than Everfrost full tank? Everfrost was bad because it just showcased that people didn't know how to read numbers, and it was really, really boring. I just remember the Doa solo cast the other day. That was like the 12-hour cast, right? That was the thing. Look, there have been some bad Ari builds in the past. We've seen like some... I think there were points where you go like Everfrost, Banshees when it didn't do any damage, and Zhonya's when it didn't do any damage, and you just end up being a charm bot. That was it. That was really bad. It's not fun. Heartsteel Bel'Veth gives me nightmares. Yeah, we did. By the way, folks, for those who missed yesterday, we actually saw a Bel'Veth in LPL, and it did 800 damage across the entire game. The Bel'Veth ended up doing 2% of their team's damage. 2%. Yeah. No, I've gained a lot of appreciation for people's solo casting since I've had to do it more. It's a hell of a skill to have. It is. I'll have to do that. I've got to do the play-by-play and the call. Do all your own stunts. You're like a one-man band. No stunt doubles here. All right, Zika pushing in towards the bot side. What happened last out? Weibo got a couple of fights on bot side. Lost the dragon. Weibo have been getting some decent... Oh, yeah, and then we saw the big fight around Dragon where Zuka did some Veins. We did some Veins spotting on Zuka, who jumped in and had not a great time. Rookie's not gone for Ludens. He is still going for a bit more DPS in the Blackfire rather than the straight-up burst of the Ludens. When you're going for combo Orianna, when you've got something like a Nocturne, when you've got something like a Jarvan, often you will see Ludens into Shadow Flame, heavy DPS, just looking for the damage on the first combo. Hang on, flash forwards for the root wave. Is jumping in for the Cataclysm. Jhin. Oh, hang on, that's not... Well, it's a bit of a weird Bardol. We'll call it that way. Almost saves the Jarvan. Not quite. Fourth shot will take the head off of the Karma. Jachi does get the Hubris active. E away from the Jhin W. Zuka pops the ultimate. The Shy going low. I'm pretty sure Jachi just wins that fight, though. Yeah, he's reloading now. The shots are back up. Elk gets slowed. W from Jachi. Oh, no, Vayne, you don't win that fight. Jachi has Hubris. And he's just doing so much damage. He's doing so much, we've had to take a step back for the clean feed. Shy going in for the shield, gets the stride breaker. Elk lucky to live there and will do just about. I'm actually just going to quickly just change over to the other servery bit thingy, and hopefully this will be fine. Hopefully it'll give us a little bit more ability to see out those black spots there. Jachi is doing some mad work here, though, as we've been saying. Crazy work on that Jhin. The Hubris and the Infinity Edge. 27 stacks on the Hubris. Nasty. So Wei gets caught, enemy jungle, puts down the flag. Xiaohu's actually been playing well. And again, folks, if you watch, like, if you pay attention to like the post-match threads and blah 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 on Reddit, I think sometimes you'll get some false positives and false negatives where people just hate on Xiaohu. Don't get me wrong, Xiaohu has had some bad moments for Weibo. I don't actually think this split is one of them. I think it's been good. And you know, stuff like that stun opens up the play. Zuka goes Vayne spotting again and baits his team into, like, you know, losing another death here, I believe, at the end of it. Shockwave was W by the Nefarious. Not great there by Rookie. Oh, we've just popped forwards again. Oops. Okay. All right. Fair play. Anyway, Zuka died in that fight. No, sorry, didn't. Oh, God. That mine's all over the place. It is. Okay, right. Pushing in towards bot side. Jachi has a 2,000 gold lead onto Elk. That is nasty. Has himself another crit cloak on top of everything else, so he's up at very high amounts of crit now.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Dragon in 20. Xiaohao trying to get some vision in Weibo, just looking for a way into river. I actually think Moham's Karma has been more than fine this game. Xiaohao and the Neferi as well, not the main problem here. I think that Zuka and the composition have not helped them. Ooh, good stun there. Stops the potential engage. Xiaohu. Again, he's a good Syndra player. Historically, one of the best. W dodged away from ult coming through from the Neferi. W goes down. Wei has caught Zuka in the Cataclysm. Has to flash out of it. Where is Jachi amongst all of this? He's still full HP, and that's a problem for the rest of Weibo. Zuka does get a double kill. A much better fight from the Vayne this time. But the Jhin is alive. Flashes forwards, but can't get the fourth shot. Good damage onto Elk. Can he get more? The reload. The triple. The Jhin will get his favorite number in the quadra kill. Perhaps wants one more, but can't finish off for the Penta. Jachi subbed in for his first game of the split and is taking names. He has 39 stacks on the Hubris. The Jhin is a massacre artist. Dude, this Jhin is mental. No, we were talking about, well, you know, it's the combo from the Jarvan Orianna, which is the problem, and it has been. They've had to split the fights. They have to approach the fights in a certain way. We'll see the Infernal Soul taken in the picture-in-picture. IG will claim that one for themselves. They catch Vayne in the Cataclysm. The Bardol's not fantastic. And actually, Zuka plays it about as well as he can do. He managed to get 2 kills while, you know, alone in the front line. Does a pretty damn good job. But they don't do the damage to Jachi. Jachi is unlucky to not one-shot Xiaohu right there and then. El gets hit by an axe, which means he's slowed. No damage left. Very nearly kills off Moham. He thinks he's actually got the Penta right there, which is why he opens up the curtain call in the other direction. Crazy team fight from Jachi, 7-1. A reminder, this guy is fighting for his spot with Assume. I think I remember in the off-season between Split 2 and 3, there was a No, there were some words going about how Jachi didn't really want to have to fight for a starting spot. He was unhappy with the situation. Obviously, I guess this means he's got a great opportunity to say, okay, let me show you what I've got. I think he's been pretty decent in this split. I don't think he's matched his split 2 aspirations and how good he was in that split. Jachi, you know, I felt bad for him because I felt like he did deserve a starting spot somewhere else. He had a pretty good split 2. If the laning phase is a bit meh, you can count that out compared to his out of lane impact. We can see here again jumping on to Rookie. Stun doesn't come through. Xiao Hao not W'd by the Jin. The Jin is still very strong. The Shy's gone in very deep and he dies. The Shy has gone too deep. The Baron will go down and they're going to look to go on to Xiao Hao. Shockwave comes through and they take another. Jachi gets wall. Oh my god! Oh, that's fair, League of Legends. That is some fair damage numbers. Jachi will finally be killed by Elk, but that is frankly criminal. That is a 4 for 5. Triple kill for Elk. But Jachi is doing some unspeakable horrors to Weibo. Jesus, okay. Oh my god. So Rookie initially gets comboed onto, but there's no... or gets ulted onto by the Neferi. The combo is meant to be there with the Syndra stun. The Shy goes too deep. He can't get much out of that. He tries to buy some position while the rest of the team's on Baron. The Shy's had a pretty mixed game. Mohem goes down very early, and Zucker thinks he has the kill onto Jin, but Infernal Dragon, Infernal Soul, 4th shot Jin, level 16, multiplicative scaling. He damn near walks away with like another like quadra kill himself, actually. Could have been pretty close. Well, no, that's not true, actually. It's that. Also the Jarvan, I guess that. You know that 4.4k damage there? Almost all of that's from the 4th shot, you know? Crazes, man. Crazy. Okay, so, there's an LDR on Jachi now. Got the pickaxe in inventory, see what that builds into later. I mean, yeah, it could be Hex Optics. We have seen Hex Optics on Jin be very powerful as an early item before. Okay, Zucker is really far ahead of the Shy, but as we've seen, the Vayne does not win the 1v1 versus the Jin. The Jin is the most powerful person on the map. Insane stuff from Jachi. I think the draft is doing good work here from IG. Like we said, Weibo need to look for split fights. They're trying to, with the Vayne, get them 1v1s in the backline. Jachi with the broken butterfly. Whoops, my bad. I just hit the mic again. Oh, hang on, what the heck's happening here? Curtain calls. Open up. Jin going for that large damage. Flash away! Very close to hitting a damaging shot onto Elk, who is just out of range. Mohem will go down anyway. Elk lives at the cost of the flash. Jachi doesn't get an assist for that, so doesn't actually activate his hubris, luckily, for Weibo. Again, apologies for the clean feed. It looks like it's having some issues in terms of skipping forwards and backwards here. Nothing we control on our end, I don't think. Picker will roll to the side. Wave through as quick as he can, but I mean, just look how quick they take the inhibitor down. They have Baron buff for another 30 seconds. That's one more wave. Orianna comes through. Jachi loading up that 4th shot, and yeah, well, the tower's gone. Zerka going for the flank. Doesn't really get that much done. Jachi is jumped onto by the Neferi. The Cataclysm comes through. Elk is dead. The Shy has killed him. A flash away from the Shockwave Maker goes low. Zerka going for the Vayne spotting. Gets hit by the Infernal Soul. That 4th shot is loaded up. Where's it going? Not onto anyone. People get out of range. The Shy is alone in the base now. Looks like it will end up being a 1-for-1. The game doesn't end. Weibo lose their AD carry. They lose themselves a Nexus turret and an inhibitor, but they don't lose the game. Zerka, not a bad flank there. Jachi doesn't use either summoner. Weibo would have loved to get one of them. Just get something. It's so hard for them to play against this guy. The trap from the Caitlyn ends up getting, stopping the... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, that's Olaf for you. Elders gets to play the game. Back in towards live. Elders up in a minute. Yeah, the Caitlyn trap stopped the Java from getting a full combo, but Olaf just runs him down. A Shy weird game from him. I don't think it's been like a fantastic game from the Shy. Again, reminder folks, like Jachi hasn't played another game in this split. He's out to prove stuff this game. Jachi does have the Hex Optics 5th, by the way. Does build towards that. So now if he gets a kill, he gets extended range and he gets the extra amount of AD from both the Hex Optics and the Hubris combined. It's level 17. He does have 100% crit with this build. So Jin goes full multiplicative with the stats he gets, and then he's got 3 Infernal Dragons. Jin is one of the most broken Infernal Dragon champions in the game. If he gets a 4th shot, a Q 4th shot may well one-shot Elk. I think it might one-shot Elk at this point. It's getting close. 3 Infernal Dragons, extra what, 12% AD, is it? I think it's 4% per dragon. Rookie. Also got to threaten that level 18 Cataclysm as well. Zerka rolling forwards. Does get the QSS. The Cataclysm comes to... Oh, gosh. That's not even the 4th shot. That's not... Okay. Right, there's a double kill towards Jadshi. The Jin. Yeah, lore accurate Jin. Lore accurate Jin. That's all I'm saying. Death is an art form, apparently. I thought this game was going to be about the Jarvan Orianna, and it was in the early game, but eventually it just came around to be the Jin. Actually, first game of the split, and Weibo have not much... Yeah, we can't show this on stream, the clean feed goes dark. It'll end up probably popping forwards, and I'm going to imagine someone's dead. That's 1 W. That is 1 W onto L. Ragnarok pulls through. Nexus turrets are down. There's only one pull of the pack, and it won't save you for long enough. Shockwave hits, and the whole team of Weibo go down. We don't even get to see the Nexus falling because the clean feed bumps forwards again. First game to IG. Apologies for the clean feed. It's been giving us some issues today, popping forwards and backwards. Anyway, that'll be IG winning game 1. Thank you for choosing to watch LPL with us today. God damn, what a first game. I don't know what the heck's happening with the clean feed, but it's not exactly having the most fun here, is it? Let me try to change it. I'm going to change it back to this thing and see if it helps. Gosh, Jadshi player of the game by far for me. I think that gosh, yeah, Jadshi just put out some crazy numbers. For me, Jadshi always was a great AD carry out of lane. I think he, of all the people that got hard done by, whether the roster moves coming out of Split 2 to Split 3, I thought he was one of the people at the top of the list. I thought that he was more than fine. I think Assume coming in, it felt like a side grade to me. Yeah. Oh, gosh. And this is only our second series of the day, of course. We've got one more after this. Top Esports versus EDG will come after this series. Again, thank you for the Raiders as well earlier. Hope you all enjoyed your streams before this. Okay, so neither Sam or myself are feeling particularly well. We've been, I think we've caught some cold / I've had really bad hay fever. So I'm not going to be as engaged in the breaks because I just need to rest my voice. I need to make sure I've got myself a drink and things like that. Gosh, that is 1,000 damage a minute from Jadshi, just about. Yeah, in fact it is. That is almost bang on 1,000 damage a minute in a 35-minute game. Gosh. Zerka tried his best on the Vayne to snowball the game, but then he just, in the bigger fights, we did a bit of Vayne spotting for him, sadly. Hey, Gorilla, by the way. I'm not sure I said hi to you before. Hey, Louis. Hey, Brian. Of course, in YouTube chat. Oh, Kaz as well, of course. Ether, George. Appreciate you all. And in Twitch as well. Like, glad to see the regulars in here. Wait, did I ping everyone? I don't think I did ping everyone in the Discord this morning. Oh, my bad, folks. Sorry. Yeah, so you've caught travel flu. Well, a lot of it is hay fever as well. Basically, I've come back rural, and my allergies are bad to pollen. Okay, what I'm going to do, folks, is I'm going to run an ad break on Twitch. I'm going to take a minute break. I'll be back in a bit. I've got to rest my voice again. I'm not feeling that great. I just got to rest my voice so I can cast with as much energy as that first game. That was some insane Jin damage. That was insane. Wasn't Jadshi on that cursed top esports too? Yeah, in Split 1 he was. Yep. Jadshi and Feng Yue with the bot lane. They were really good outside of lane, but they didn't survive laning phase that often. Anyway, I'm going to run an ad break and I'll be back in just a second. Hello, you lovely lot. I'm back for a second. Nymaera co-stream, hey, appreciate you, Joe, appreciate you. Hello, everyone, how's it going? Yeah, that was a... Dude, that shit damage was insane. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Well, I thought that, look, realistically, Weibo's draft was... Well, I don't know, even if Jachi didn't pop off, don't you think they just lose to Java and Oriana anyway? Like, it's a fun game. I think IG, when they're playing like that, are the most fun team to watch in LPL, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, IG are really fun to watch. Win or lose on the whole, as long as they're actually trying their best. So, for instance, like, one of the issues with BLG is that sometimes I get frustrated watching them. IG, when things go wrong, is just kind of like such a level of clownery that I don't mind it anyway. Oh, gosh. I gotta get myself some more coffee from upstairs. But yeah, for Jachi's first game in on the IG roster this split, kinda big, right? Dude, that was insane. Okay, right, I'm gonna go pop back upstairs, get myself a coffee. Did I run ads? I think I did, right? I did run ads. Pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did. Cool. I'm remembering things. Dude, what a game. That was fun as hell. I did. Cool. Perfect. Okay, right. Give me like a minute. I'll be back with coffee. Be right back.
亲爱的召唤师，欢迎来到本场的场间互动环节。那马上又进行到的是我们的赛事知识回顾环节了。接下来我们会在这个环节里公布关于过往赛事的问题，然后呢给大家巩固一下，特别是赛事数据的记忆了。部分内容我们做了特殊处理，需要召唤师们快速回答出剪影部分，唤醒大家对于过往赛事的回忆。一共会有2道题，每道题会有2个剪影，如果2个都回答正确，本轮我们的奖品呢会是李宁 WBG 队服一件以及李宁 IG 队服一件，有感觉吗？好，那我们赶紧一起来看第1题是什么。大家可以看大屏幕 ，JK Love 选手在 LPL 生涯中击杀数排名前5的英雄中，被遮挡住的是哪2位英雄？好，我来看一下刚刚这哪位呼声最大。哦，这位呼声最大，白衣服这个吗？好。
德莱文和霞。
回答错误，来这位。
一在卡莎。
回答正确，我们一起来看大屏幕。有没有什么经典的名场面？比如像我们这么帅的，一般都是主角。OK， 没问题。好的，恭喜你获得本轮的奖品——李宁 W 队服一件，可以向我们镜头展示一下。好，那接下来呢，就让我们一起来看第2题，请看大屏幕。小虎选手与 Rookie 选手在 LPL 生涯中重叠的英雄池，前6位中被遮挡的哪位？好，我们现场导演老师提醒是这位朋友。
阿里。还有一个。
I'm back. Hello, I'm back.
还有一个是辛德拉。
很遗憾的，有一个回答错误了，哪一位最快？
是发条和辛德拉。
What is this? Wait, what's happening about this?
好，我来听一下，谁呼声最大
When does Hookon leads on his own? Occasionally in Ezreal. But Ezreal he has sometimes.
辛德拉和瑞兹回答正确，但是顺序我们要注意一下，是瑞兹和辛德拉。但是我刚才听到你的呼声非常快了，反应很快啊。那这个队服送给你。 可以展示一下你的手幅应援，也非常快。先展示一下我们的李宁 IG 队服。好，感谢所有朋友们的参与，谢谢大家的支持。那正在进行的比赛是 WBG 对阵 IG， 让我听到你们的支持声好吗？给两支战队加油！
Oh, sec.
好的，接下来时间让我们交还给解说席。
The shyest top lane. How brave of you saying that in front of TFC. Yeah, I think the Shy actually looked really good in the first couple of series. I think in games like this, yeah, I mean, I don't think he judged the 1v1 that well. I think he was fine. Like, he impacted some late game team fights. I think, in a game where IG didn't have a massive draft gap, like, in their favor in terms of team fights, maybe there's a world in which that becomes impactful. It's not really that much of a factor here, though. Obviously, like, the Vayne was a threat, but it's just not enough to deal with both Jin and the Jarvan Orianna. Too powerful. Good. You don't even know how much stronger the field is, a different role? I mean, wait, let's think about top laners in Nirvana. You've got, well, Zerka, Hoya, and then you've got Sheer. I mean, yeah, the top lane pool is not fantastic in Nirvana. It's okay. I think it's... Yeah, I mean, like, this is the problem with IG. You kind of have to hold a lot of your analysis for them until they actually play against Ascend teams. Why are we characterizing the Shy as a shitter? It's one bad game? Yeah, I mean, like, the Shy has been more than fine, I think. Like, we'll see... look at the split 2 Nirvana teams in Ascend right now. I mean, you look at how they're playing in Ascend right now, they're doing pretty well. I mean, LGD just beat JDG. JDG are definitely worse this split again. By the way, the thing on JDG, which is really kind of interesting in a morbid way, I suppose. Not morbid way. Yeah, in a negative sense, is that we thought JDG were meant to be getting better as the year goes on. Hasn't. They just haven't. They've actively gotten worse. Split on split, it looks like. We'll see if they can recover for playoffs, but I don't know, maybe JDG are just cursed to never be coached by anyone but Hom. And Hom is the only guy that can coach JDG. That might just end up being the curse of JDG. Like, you have to have Hom or this team just falls apart. I think that I mean, Annual's Legend are clutching out wins, but they're not the full finish. They're not the finished piece yet. Top Esports, similar. They've been on a bit of a loss. You know, they've a lost streak. Tien's been on not great form. BLG have had their top lane revolving door. WE very monkey centric, as we know they're meant to. That is the double-edged sword, but at least they've managed to win some series compared to the last one. Yeah, there was a capper on the Hope comment, so yeah, there was literally a capper on. Yeah, there was literally a capper on the first comment. I understand there's like some baiting going on in there, and like try not to bait too hard. Let's not start fights over this shit, you know. But yeah, like, yeah, I mean, in that game, it wasn't. Look, that wasn't a great game from the Shy. He was fine in terms of. He was fine in terms of teamfight impact later. He was fine, you know. It wasn't really a the Shy game. He got counterpicked in top lane. He was fine. It wasn't great. But it's not like it cost him the game. I think what the Shy's done well in the series so far has been, even if things aren't going great outside of in lane, he still plays to the team plan, and he doesn't let that become like a loss condition by itself, at least. Okay, the Shy has game impact, but narrative says he's worthless. It's much more fun to bait me than Alex. Yeah, you know, you just like you bring out the belt, and I'm like, I'm gonna burn it. I'm burning the proto belt. I'm burning that slot belt. I will go on a war against the slot belt until people find the Lichbane. I will. You know, eventually people will go to the library and get library books. They will get Megis. They will get them eventually. If I try hard enough, it'll happen. I think it's inevitable that Tabe will be gone at the end of this split/end of the year, but the question is, does this year damage his reputation, or will he still be chosen because of his past victories? His reputation will still be fine. This guy's got such a good track record, historically. He does. It's just the nature of him. Okay, right, let's get ready for... Knight must be your favorite student in the night. At least he buys Medjai's. Even though he is, again, a bit of a slot belt victim. The thing with Knight is that he does at least buy Medjai's, you know? There aren't many top-tier coaches in LPL. Yeah, most of the top-tier coaches are just Korean coaches which come over to for big paychecks and see if they can get big wins out of there. Just be glad Everfrost and Protobelt are not currently both in the game, so Aries can't go Everfrost Rocket Belt. Oh god, that would just be... That would... And then you end up with like a Chemtech Putrefier and like a Rod of Ages. Rod of Ages Ari was also pretty bad. That one also baited me pretty hard. That one was also not great. That one was not my favorite build of all time, Rod of Ages. Dash item feel good. Imagine if you had 3 dashes already. Imagine if you had 3 dashes already and you didn't need to have a 4th one on your belt. It's like having, like, you know, it's not the Batman utility belt. This thing is, it's not as good as that. The Everbelt Ari support. No, not the Everfrost Rocket Belt. The Everbelt. The item designed to, like, destroy my mental health more than anything else. Right, let's forget about that. Let's go into game. What are our big picks? Well, with Cassia gone, Rise is very high up in priority, which is now gone as well. IG actually choosing to ban that themselves because Weibo have first pick. In terms of mid laners, then, I mean, you've got Victor in terms of mages. You've got Aurora. You do have a Carly Locke, but Locke is mainly an Orianna counter. Could Ari at this point. I guess Vi first pick, not looking bad here. I think a lot of junglers would go for Vi. I think particularly with Rise out of the picture, stuff like Rise Lee Sin, obviously not available. Oh, Nocturne's available too. Some teams would take the Vi over that. Some teams would take the Vi over that. Very powerful champion. Ashe Seraphine now going to get low. Okay. Ezreal is available for Weibo. You could go Elk Ezreal. The Ashe Seraphine comes in. Now the problem is, you don't have Ezreal Karma or Ezreal Bard. Do you still go Ezreal? And if so, what do you pair it with? Because your 2 best mage range supports are gone. You can go Ezreal Rel, maybe. That'll be... Wow, that is different. We really don't see much Kalista here in the LPL. Now, I know that LCK's been picking it back up again, and Elk is a really good Kalista player. So now you're going to turn the lights off, and Kalista can... Now, what this means is that you can turn the lights off for the Kalista-Renata combo, where you throw the Renata in, she gets, like, that huge hostile takeover from Fog of War. We used to see this a lot from ZOFGK. Yeah, we used to see this a lot from ZOFGK, actually. No, T1 loved to play that kind of combination with Carrier having the lights turned off for him by owner. Trundle comes in for level 1 pressure. It's a bit mixed versus Kalista Renata, though. I don't love Trundle into Kalista Renata. I like Trundle into Nocturne because you beat him just in a stat check 1v1. I don't like it into the Kalista Renata because you never really get to threaten them, and you have to just kind of run straight down into their preferred angle of attack. Would have preferred Shinzo over Trundle here, but then you don't have a strong level 1 to plan around. That'll be the problem. You can't really flex the Trundle top lane because normally you want to do that into the Olaf, and the Olaf's not available because it was picked in game 1. So I don't think IG have a draft trap with the Trundle where they flex it away into top lane. Lock banned by Xiaohu, away from Xiaohu. Carly. I think Ari is looking okay here. We might get like Ari Victor, maybe an Aurora. Xiaohu is a big Aurora player. So Ari, Victor, Aurora seeming all pretty good. Maybe Annie. Annie with Nocturne is also nice, because again, like, you just... What Weibo might do is a full turn off the lights engage attack. Where you just throw Annie plus Renata, Fog of War, buffed up at you. TF band away. Top laners haven't even begun to think about that. Well, Nocturne can fly top lane, so Weibo could play towards volatile top lane as well, but since they have a Kalista Renata, I don't think they'd want that as much. You can Jax, I suppose, on either side if you want to do that. Nah, obviously the best blind pick. Jace feels bad into Nocturne. Okay, into Kalista Renata because you often outrange them. That is very different. Dude, I miss seeing bits and pieces of Echo. Echo's fun as hell. Shen is a fun combo with Nocturne. It is, but typically Shen's just kind of been relegated to support now. Yeah, we did say that the Ari, Victor, Aurora, those kind of 3 champions felt pretty good right here. Victor comes through. You might choose losing lane Ari and then just play around your Nocturne. You could Silas here. Yeah, Silas is okay. Now you see the Victor. I think Silas is better here for Xiaohu now, actually. Still Subjugate, still the Ash Seraphine ults. Chaos Storm's not bad. Dives forward at the same time as the Nocturne. I would have actually preferred to go Silas here. Now, the Aurora's not bad either. It's better AoE damage, better ability to get in there. They go for the Galio, so they're going for Nocturne Galio. I mean, it's engage, stable lane, works with the Nocturne. You can ult top lane for the Jace, or if the Ambassador goes in, you go on her head as well, so you've got 2 Galio ult delivery systems. I would have... what playlist is this? Yeah, this is just on the LPL feed. I can tell you from the YouTube, like, copyright claims list which one it is, maybe. Okay, so you get Ambassador Galio and Nocturne Galio. I maybe would have preferred the Silas because it gives you more engage options, but in fairness, Ambassador Galio is good. Now, I mean, Renekton's available. I think you can Renekton here. Renekton is really good into Ambassador. And it's not awful into the rest of the team. Actually, this Renekton is a huge angle here. Now, I'm going to have to run an ad break so we don't get ads in game. Now, the Renekton angle is huge. Because of the Ambassador blind pick, it means that the Renekton, one of the picks which has historically countered the Ambassador very hard 1v1, gets a fine lane. You also win lane very hard in side lane against the Galio. Who wins the overall comp now? I actually think IG walk away pretty happy again because of the Renekton last pick. The Renekton has perfectly fine side lane. You sometimes struggle against the Kalista Renata, who can kind of close you down at points. I actually think that IG feel pretty happy here, no? Surprised we haven't seen Quinn into experience from the Shy. Yeah, Kalista top I think is dead. But yeah, I think that hey, Bruxelles, by the way, good to see you. Sorry, I missed that follow earlier. I recognize you from Twitter, by the way, Bruxelles. If you're still around, of course. Again, just a solo cast from Sam and I today. Both of us are feeling a little bit under the weather, so we're solo casting to give each other a bit of a break. Yes, thanks for that. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate everyone who's... yeah, appreciate everyone who stopped by. What's with your immune systems? Well, I mean, basically we went on holiday to Scotland. We've both been tired from traveling and hay fever's hit me like a truck. Let's get into game. Let's hear the gyos. Well, there you go. There are your gyos. Okay, let's get started. Rookie is going to see Xiaohu walk into lane from bot side. Defensive wards from Weibo. Nocturne will be spotted starting on Raptors because there is a ward from IG onto them. I'm really interested to see what happens in the top lane matchup. We don't actually get to see that much Renekton and Ambessa. Not that much of it. Renekton and Ambessa, often if you're picking Ambessa, Renekton has either been picked or banned. Gamer immune system. Hey, my immune system is normally pretty okay. It's just this week has been bad. And the thing is, like, when you're living together, when you get ill, someone else is more likely to get ill. Okay, Ash Seraphine gets the damage down at level 1. No surprises there. It's really like level 3 where the Kalista Renata, if you misstep, they're just going to run at you and kill you. One of the reasons we don't see as much Kalista Renata, though, is because for the last little while, it feels like they've had enough nerfs to them and runes and various other things where it feels like you can't actually win those trades you used to as heavily. Rookie pushing in Xiaohu. Waves walking in, no mid or bot prio for Xiaohu to defend this. Frontal Pillar comes up. Xiaohu spell shields the Chomp, puts down the Fear. Bot lane has roamed away from lane to help this push here. Rookie doing well versus Xiaohu. His Victor has been very good this split bit, Rookie actually. Even in, I think one of their bigger losses, they lost a late game versus NIP. Rookie, I believe, still had 1,000 damage per minute on that game. Of course, Jachi's still staying in for game 2 as well. He's playing that Ashe. She played a lot of Ashe on top Esports earlier in the year, when he played it in Split 1. Shy going for the dive. It's pretty close. Flashes away from the tower shots. Not quite enough damage to kill Zika. Loses his flash, looking for the solo kill. Now, the Renekton is powerful versus the Ambassador. We can see that now. Teleport coming in from the Shy. Does have a slight CS advantage. Losing the flash for nothing, but still. Pushing Zika under turret and make sure he's dropping farm. Xiao, also dropping farm in mid lane. Does get the last of that under turret. Almost 10 CS down. Kalista got heavy nerfed. Yeah, Kalista was really, really strong for a very long time. In fact, Kalista might be one of the most unbalanceable champions in League of Legends history. Not even might, she is. For those people that remember when Kalista was released in 2015, like the crazy damage, the objective control, very, very strong. Stuff like the Blade Hurricane builds were very, very powerful on her for a long time. Now there's a Shiv build, which has, of course, come out for a very long time. Rage Blade became the build for a long time. Moham not going to get slowed there. Bit of a shield from Mako. See that the Ashe Seraphine just able to keep them at arm's length for now. Hayes has been doing very well in this champion as a Ruler over in LCK. Ruler probably the big one actually doing that. Ruler's had a bit of a revival. He struggled for a bit of earlier split. Shahan now walking topside. The Shy does not have flash. Level 6 not close for either top laner. No one else coming close towards top lane. The Shy will have to just drop a CS or two. Taunt is going to land on Victor, but not before the Q shield comes through. Lock might take that crown. No, this I mean, like, Kalista has been consistently broken since 2015. Azir also up there. Rise also up there. Look, there are a lot of champions in 2015 which are... Hang on a second. No mana for Rookie saves Xiaohu's life. Now, Rookie can freeze this wave if he wants. Ruby Crystalline from both... Well, no, Ruby Crystalline from Xiaohu. We'll have to go for another bag now. The Galio not having the most fun versus the Victor. That's why I was saying, well, you know, maybe go for something like the Silas instead. Still the Seraphine. Ults. Chose not to. Yuumi exists. Yuumi was really broken, but then if you weren't around in 2015 to see Azir, Kalista, 2016 for Tahm Kench, like, there are levels to this. Yuumi was annoying, and people made a meme out of it, but if you think about champions which have been consistently broken or useless for, like, 10 years now, I mean, you've got Azir, Kalista, Rise. I think those three ones are, I think those three champions are ones which have, like, either been too strong or too weak and never in a position where they're actually healthy for the game, really. Xiaohu gets Chaos Storm caught on the gravity field. Rookie really bullying out this lane. Over 10 CS ahead now. Aphelios? Yeah, Aphelios on release was really, really strong and then struggled to find relevance. We actually talked about this on Shut Up and Scale recently. Podcast tomorrow. Anyway, right. Into the bot side, River fights. Bit of poke coming through. Now, the reason why this is important is because that Scuttle Crab is good XP. Jachi's walking up the river, currently on his own. Just be careful here, actually. If you get flashed on by the Kalista Renata, you may die. There's a cleanse for Ashe, by the way. Helpful versus that Renata roll. Why did the recent Senna meta not yield any Tahm Kench lane? Because Tahm Kench has become a very different champion with Senna. Senna Tahm Kench used to be very strong because Tahm Kench was very good defensively. Now Tahm Kench is actually much worse at defending people. Much better at being aggressive lane bully. And that's not necessarily what Senna always wants to do. Orianna's been balanced for a very long time. I actually think Orianna is one of the best examples of good balance because she's actually been strong for a very long time. But, like, not too strong. Now, the last few years, yeah, Orianna's too strong, for sure. We look over the whole history. Hang on, stun onto that grab field. There was the Storm Raiders prompt. Oh, and he fails the flash. Flash forwards from Wei. Xiaohu goes down for first blood, been struggling in the lane. Gets the Storm Raiders, still caught out by the grab field. Dies after using the flash. Oh, who's the most okay champion of all time? Yeah, Orianna's the best balanced champion of all time. Yeah. Even though she's been really broken for the last couple of years, she's still probably the champion with, like, who feels the fairest and feels like the best designed out of everything overall. Okay. See that Elk and Moham yet to really find their all in. They're just falling behind a bit of CS. They really want to find, like, one explosive trade, get a kill, blow summoners, get into the game. Hard to do that versus the Ashe Seraphine. Looks like they're trying to scale up a bit more. Oh, and also, if Kalista goes for the Shiv build, important note for Kalista Shiv builders, for those of you who are not Kalista players, Kalista got something like a 20% AP ratio on her Ren stack, so her E. And because Shiv gives you a boatload of AP now, I think someone was telling me it's 20 damage per Ren stack from the AP from Shiv, which means that even though you're not an AP champion, Shiv makes it worthwhile. Yeah. Knight Orianna doesn't ever look fair. You know, funnily enough, back in 2023 and 2024, people didn't like Knight's Orianna, and they said he was a bad player of it. Crazy seeing that now. Noctem might ult bot side, but then there will be an Ashe Seraphine to come through here. Flash Force from Moham does get the handshake. The Renata ult comes in after they start going wild on each other, and Jachi dies. Good dive forwards from Weibo. So while they were waiting for that first explosive play around the Kalista Renata, well played by Weibo. And they get themselves first kill of the game for themselves. Of course, first blood was in mid lane onto the Galio, so not the extra gold. They're walking into the Shy. The Shy has a wave to work with here too. Power Q. Oh, flash forwards. Elk looking for the kill for the Ren stack. Galio coming down where is going to get knocked up. Turns around for a pillar, but Elk might die anyway. He does. Good turnaround by Wade. The Ren stacks can't be used now because the Kalista is dead. He'll die anyway in return, but does make what should have been a free kill into a 1-for-1. And the dragon isn't taken by Weibo. They can't do that now either with Jachi coming out full HP. In fact, walking at Xiaohu, putting a couple of auto attacks into the Gargoyle's backside. Elk, I think he went for the right choice there. I think he should have been able to chase down, but committed too hard and Weibo couldn't follow up. Rookie pushing in mid lane, significant CS advantage for him, and because actually Xiaohu was cancelled on his recall by Jachi walking up and kind of delaying his ability to base, Rookie just gets to farm a little longer. There's another couple of CS ahead. These things do add up. See, top lane, actually, Zerka's doing more than fine into the Renekton matchup. We've typically seen, you know, Renekton do very well into the Ambassador. It doesn't really feel like we're seeing that much of that right now. Hasn't really done that much in the matchup so far. Although the Renekton, I think, will still be a huge factor later on. So, the Shy fans out there, I think should be excited for his teamfight impact later. Lots of ways for him to deal with, particularly the top side of the map. Dragon now started by Weibo. It should be taken this time without any contest. There you go. Grubs on the other side. IG will trade Dragon for Grubs. 1,000 gold lead. Rookie's Victor, very, very strong. I feel like Ari was not the worst in regards to broken useless scale. Yeah, Ari since 2022 has been a mainstay of pro play. But before then, Ari was kind of useless in pro. But she was fun and popular, so people didn't care as much. She was very strong in 2013. Pretty strong. Well, 2013 and 14, Ari was strong. 2015, lost her assassin identity, just became a bit more of a mage instead. She was okay at that point because her numbers were very strong. And then basically she wasn't a champion really up until 2022. She briefly came around in 2017, first half of the year, as a Jace mid counter. How am I doing today? Am I recovered? I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday when my hay fever hit me like a truck. But, yeah, still gotta be careful. Gotta watch my voice. Xiaohu not enjoying this at all. Blackfire almost built up by Rookie. The most balanced champ historically is obviously Azir. Exactly. Azir, famous balanced champion. Azir has never had balancing issues ever, for sure. Yep, Azir, very fair and balanced champion, of course. That's sarcastic in case people don't get the note there. I think Azir might be the most unbalanced champion in League history, actually. The champion is so broken in pro. The Shadow taking a hard trade. Hang on, has to pop the Dominus here, actually. He has the Eclipse himself. Eclipse for Eclipse on top side. Shadow not enjoying that trade, actually. Tell you what, Zerka's been trading fairly well here. Something, Cassante copy pasta. Yeah, Cassante is sure something. He just hasn't been around for as long. And at least nowadays, Cassante is a bit more in line. Although Cassante did release in a very, very broken state.
Azir's just had more time to apply his trade, really. Xiaohu does have flash. I'd imagine he has to use it here. Actually, here comes Paranoia's coming through. There is a subjugate. Xiaohu flashing out. Xiao Hao gonna get the Galio ult on top of his head. Mako gets knocked up. Does channel the Encore through it, though. It's a 3-man. That's good for them. Where's the bailout? There it is. Gets the reset. I don't think he'll live anyway. Renato won't land into on Zerka. Looking for his ult. Does have flash to try and land it. Taunts is available from Xiaohu. Doesn't get much there. Zerka still has his ultimate. Can't ping it on target, but there comes the Kalista ultimate to get Renata into melee. Rookie will die. Weibo walking away with 2 for 1. I thought that was a pretty doomed play. Obviously not. Ambessa walked her way down to that play, by the way. The Shy gets himself alone time in topside. How balanced have Karma, Galio, and Poppy been? Karma was really broken in the Ardent Sense semester of 2017. Has had some really annoyingly broken points in like 2015 with like, yeah, Civic Karma meta. She's just a frustrating champion. I don't think she's always been the most broken. She's definitely not always been balanced for sure. I mean, the dive in here was kind of crazy, and Galio, of course, kind of heading out so we can ult back in. I thought they'd have more damage, you know. Guess not. Waywalk forced to get the auto attacks down. Bailout comes through, means that, yeah, a bit more damage came through after that. Getting auto 2 more. Rookie ran out of cooldowns. Did have flash, couldn't quite make it away from that. Malignant's Karma was super annoying as well. Yeah, true. 2024 Malignant's Karma, like with the Karma Hui meta of early 24 before the AD mid meta came through. Hang on, Ashar flashed away from by Elk. Wait. How could a mage with their damage locked behind attack speed instead of cooldowns with a long curvable dash and AoE insect be imbalanced? I don't know. I think it's perfect game design, personally. Very nice Ashar so far. Yep, Jachi's been pretty on target with them. 0 and 1 on the pick right. Well, 0 in the game right now. But Jachi's Ashe was very powerful for top esports in split 1, even though, of course, that split for top esports was less good. There's no flash for Xiaohu. I think Wei might actually just be able to pop subjugate and kill him. He's trying to teleport out now and does. Is safe, but loses the summoner. Xiaohu really not enjoying this game so far. Xiaohu turns off the light, flash away from Mako. Encore is flashed away for him in turn by Xiaohu. Xiaohu in general playing pretty well, because of course the big storyline about Weibo is how many roster changes they've had. Now Weibo, as we've been highlighting, if they lose this series, they cannot make playoffs. And because they can't make playoffs if they lose this split, there is an overwhelming likelihood that they cannot make Worlds regional qualifiers. Even though they were the 3rd best team in Split 1, they have fallen apart so magnificently after trading away Urha to Team WE, picking up Hung instead, that they may have thrown one of the better starts to the year, and for a team which has become a mainstay at Worlds, won't even be there this time. Stacks up on this dragon from the Ballista. Herald was taken by Wei. Not going to be here in time to do much. Could put the Herald immediately into mid lane. The Shy flashes away from the Ambassador. Kind of needed to there, I think. I think because Weibo played defensively heading towards bot side, or tried aggressively towards the Renekton rather, they can't get back in time to defend mid that well. 3 grubs for IG as well. Crystalline Overgrowth, 3 grubs, Herald Charge, mid lane turret is gone. So IG lose the dragon, but because the play onto the Renekton doesn't work, mid lane turret won't get the most out of this. Elk on blow off HP. There is an Ash Arrow to throw forwards. You could try and blow a cleanse out of someone, maybe. Out of the Elk. Out of the Ballista. Why would changing support ruin your team? I know, right? Yeah, because supports just aren't important. In pro play, jungle support is so powerful. Weibo, of course, for most of this split even, we're playing with JDG and Dway. No, Dway was last split. Anyway, they were playing with different supports. I know it was Dway before that, sorry, my bad. JDG and Dway. No, but Moham's playing for them. Xiao Hao was traded over to EDG. So JJ went to EDG. Xiao Hao came from EDG to here, to Weibo. Moham was on OMG. Of course, that team no longer playing this year because they finished bottom 2 alongside Ultra Prime in split 2 of LPL 26. Always got to keep your eye on where the Nocturne is on the map, especially at level 11, and especially since Xiaohu is actually doing quite well in this game so far. I know he's behind a goal, but he's not weak, right? Watch where he is for that paranoia. Good deep ward from IG, spotting them out just on that the bush, just in front of Wolf Pit. Xiaohu also off vision. You can see that they're potentially angling for a play. Quite hard to do that though. Mako does have heal, and ult doesn't have that flash, so maybe they thought they could pounce on him, couldn't they? Imagine the power of Gale Force Protobelt Ahri. Now, funnily enough, I did used to play crit AD Ahri. It was very fun back in the day. 2023 Ahri, pretty good at AD actually. Weirdly, you could go like Shiv. Well, that was when Shiv build started coming up too, which was less. Look like Shiv Ahri, Shiv LeBlanc was not a fun build. It became too powerful. It meant it was less niche than it should have been. When you see an AD Ahri, you should be going, yo, you're trolling, and then they actually kill you. And that's the fun part of it. If you're going Shiv, and it's actually meta, it's just, I don't know, the satisfaction drops away with it. Back in the day. Okay, Shiv's built up for Elk with that in mind. 2-1-1. The Kalista much better at scaling nowadays than she was. Much better late game champion. That Shiv gives accessible ability to get AoE stacks down in big team fights. Gale Force also had an XQ. Yeah, it would increase on damage based on missing HP to a maximum of like under 30% HP, I think it was. I think it would double in damage total. Kind of like Lee Sin, where Lee Sin Q2. It's not like a missing HP damage, but it is basically your damage is increased if they're lower HP. It's still like a flat damage increase. Alright, Dragon in under 2 minutes. Weibo do have 2 of them. It is a Mountain Rift. Mountain Soul. Kind of nasty. So I've heard. I want to see where the next Ashe arrow goes. It's the Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer build for Ashe, so fair amount of movement speed. Ashe arrow, yeah, maybe they try and throw onto Elk and blow the cleanse. Hang on, no, they've been spotted. The blue trigger spots them out. Flash away, but there's the Ambessa. Lights turned out. It's so easy to engage. Weibo play a mean fight, take down the AD carry. The Shy does go into Dominus. Do they have the Chaos Storm? They do. Rookie's starting to split them up now. Maybe Zucker is separated out. He does have the flash. I don't think it saves him. Does have some more dashes. We'll see whether that will be enough. I don't think it is. I think that the Trundle will just keep running at them. There you go. Chomp dead. 1 for 1. Very good grab field and Chaos Storm from Rookie to separate out Weibo so they couldn't protect their isolated Ambassador on the left-hand side of the fight. Dragon up in 30 seconds now. Jachi in the next fight won't have summoners. It's a very good blue trinket. I think they just know the mind game and say, well, we can just go immediately. Galio came into the play, and Bessa was here on a great timing. You can see the grab field kind of like means that Xiao has to be careful about how he positions, and then Rookie's Chaos Storm here kind of just wins them the back end of this fight, saying, okay, well, these guys have to back off, and it means that Zucker is now isolated on the left-hand side of the fight. That Chaos Storm, very, very powerful from him. I wonder why they're focusing on the right-hand side of the fight, actually. I guess Rookie just landed more poke, that's why. Okay, fight around Dragon now in the picture-in-picture. That's more important. Hit teleport coming through from Renekton. Has Dominus up in a few seconds. Is going into position with his team. Ren stacks from Weibo, of course, powerful. Taunt used from Xiaohu. Won't have that up for a couple of seconds. Subjugate is available. Might want to use that. Now flash forward from the Shy. Immediately takes down the Ambessa, and he's into the backline. Taunt from Xiaohu is onto the Renekton. The Shy goes down. It's actually a death for Jachi as well, as the Ashe hits the ground. Xiaohu dove in. It's a good fight for IG. However, there is a Chaos Storm available, and Wade is still alive. Rookie is very, very strong right now. Grabfield comes down. The Pillar comes in, drops down the Chaos Storm onto Moham instead, actually. Wants to make sure they're out of position, but Elk, he's going to be called for the Encore. Cleanses away, goes forwards, perhaps can survive with an Encore with the bailout from Weibo. Won't even need it. Rookie will live. He takes him down with a Blackfire Torch. Weibo will lose 1 at the end of it, making it overall a 4 for 2. Dragon will go to Weibo. IG lose the fight. Gosh. Messy fight all in all. See that Jachi cannot play without those summoners. Xiaohao has been doing very well. Watch this again. Go into the replay. The Ren stacks were up, so IG wanted to walk forwards. You see how they're just trying to trade cooldowns, make sure that, you know, the Pillar is catching someone into the play. This is a good start to the fight. Then I think the Shy makes... I think he maybe makes an error going in too deep there. I don't think there's realistically any follow-up coming, and because he goes too far forwards, he can't be around to damage Xiaohao as he jumps in. I guess you're afraid of the Kalista Renata getting into the AoE clump, perhaps. I need to review that, but it seems like the Shy just goes too deep there. Rookie puts down the Chaos Storm. I think he can just pull the Chaos Storm back, by the way, and kill Elk easier there. Perhaps a mistake from Rookie not directing the Chaos Storm backwards once Moham was safely away. Does end up getting the kill onto the Callista with the last bit of burn there. I will get hydrated, yeah. Oh, sorry. IG got the dragon. My bad. Sorry, folks. IG got, yeah, well, it's a bad fight for IG, but the dragon goes to IG. My bad. I think I said that Weibo got the 4 for 2. My bad. Did I say that Weibo got the dragon? I said they got the fight. Did they? Oh, whatever. I'm not exactly all together with it today. My bad, folks. I think I said it correctly. Yeah, I believe I said it correctly. I said that Weibo got the fight. It was a 4 for 2. I don't think I said anything about the dragon, actually, thinking about it. Well, he's going to walk forwards. Does have a pillar. Just a slowdown. Nothing else happening there, though. You said Weibo got the dragon? Okay, well, that's my bad then. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, all good. I've got that sorted. Thanks, Kaz, by the way. Appreciate you sticking around. Thanks for the donation earlier. Appreciate you. You see, I get live fact-checked on air. Oh, God. I should just try and laugh it off. I should just try and just walk it off. You know? Yep. No. Weibo actually just got the dragon there. They're on soul point, you know? No. The icons at the top of the screen, ignore them. Listen to what I'm saying instead. Okay, so Weibo don't get themselves soul point. IG, it wasn't a great fight for them. No, the back end of the fight looked really dangerous. Jachi finding it very hard to play. I'm not really sure what you can do about it. I guess you can just hope that Mako will just enchant you enough that it'll be fine. Yeah, it's a UI bug. Exactly, UI bug. Yeah. The thing with Rocket Belt right now is it's actually suboptimal in all cases on a mobile mages compared to Cosmic Drive, but pros just refuse to change items. Once Chovy builds Cosmic Drive instead, that's all we'll see on them. I mean, yeah, Rocket Belt stats are not great, but then the mini dash is important. It does change the way you play the game around long-range skill shots, around repositioning, like maybe you can kite out a Renekton if you have a rogue Protobalt in the case of Xiaohu. Something like that. The thing is, once you have enough mobility, or it's in a game where it just feels like the extra dash is a bit erroneous and you just need the combat stats, it feels, hang on a second, Xiaohu does have flash. Xiaohu is going to jump onto Rookie, does get the movement speed out though, and now the Nocturne is dead. The Nocturne dies. Wei manages to get away from the play. Xiaohu's burning down and Jachi flashes for the kill. Weibo trying to dive for the carries again, but this time it doesn't work. They do still have the Callista alive. How much can they realistically do, though? I think the answer to that is not enough. Does have the ultimate, but there's no hostile takeover. Moham used that in the last play, and it didn't feel like it was that impactful. A split dive from Weibo this time. Rookie with the swiftness boots and the Q movement speed makes it out to safety. The Baron is now under threat. Weibo trying to contest in the 3v5. Handshake lands onto Wei. Elk trying to get himself into position to stack up his Rage Blade. Grab field is strong, will force him to recall, and I think that's realistically the end of the contest. Too far from Weibo this time. 5-man Barra from IG. Yeah, I agree with what Mech is saying in chat. I think realistically, if you are the Nocturne, you need to be very careful about diving onto the Victor. I think the Victor with Swiftness Boots and Q can actually outpace you. They can survive. You notice that Rookie didn't have Flash there. Jachi on the other side of it, he probably can't if he doesn't have Flash. He doesn't have Flash now. Dragon is up as we speak. Perhaps he'll have another chance with the next ultimate available. I do think that Xiaohu largely playing pretty well this game, as we've been saying. Now, I know that Wei now has a 700 gold advantage, but I don't think Xiaohu has been playing the fights badly. Weibo squaring up for another front to back. Can they get Jachi down with no flash available? He's standing very far back from the play, you'll notice. He's actually in that mid lane brush, waiting to see if he can fire out the ultimate. Ren stacked up. Ashara comes through, and it does line onto LQ cleanses. Trundle gets the smite anyway against the Ren. Zucker, Xiaohu into the backline. Jachi will die. It's a mess. There's no Victor here. The Shy trying to get the empowered Q. Very nearly kills and does get the Ambassador at the end. While all that is happening, the bot lane of Weibo is slaughtered on the back end of the fight. However, Victor also dies. So it ends up being 3 for 3, Dragon to IG. Massive a fight as Jachi went down. Didn't see how Rookie died in that play. Did have to use that flash. Died anyway. suppose we'll see a video about that. See a replay. Now, IG, of course, did have the Baron. They've wasted a lot of their Baron buff now. Now, Jachi was playing very far back from the plate, walked on towards Zerka, and I think that Xiaohao and Zerka did a really good job of just saying, look, screw it, we'll just dive into the backline. It'll be fine. Jachi dies quickly. Victor's on the other side of the fight. We didn't completely see what happened there. I presume it was a 2v2 between mid and jungle. Yeah, we'll see that replay here, actually. So here's the smite. What happens after this? Because Wei and Rookie go forwards. Chaos Storm onto both. Rookie, I suppose, tries to kill Moham and force him to put the bailout on himself, and he does, pretty much. What happens here? I guess Cholesterol? Oh, okay. So, hostile takeover lands. Okay, fair play. Hostile takeover lands. I think if Rookie flashes that, probably lives. Rend takes him down. Well played by Elk. A little bit slow reactions there from Rookie. The Shy, fight from the Shy was great. Yeah, the getting the last kill in the 1v3 really was helpful there. I think he has been struggling to get the Dream Renekton team fight. I guess I expected more from Renekton into Ambessa. He's been fine this game again. Today's not been his best. It's not been, like, awful or anything. I think he got counterpicked in Game 1. Game 2 has been more than fine. Rookie on his Victor here has probably been the most impressive person in this game, I think. Rookie's Victor is very powerful, although Elk on the Callista, very, very strong too. Currently at 3.5 items, well on his way towards his 4th. Ambassador from 30 minutes onwards is more comfortable in teamfights than in Renekton. I mean, in a 1v1, if you kind of break through the Repudiate Eclipse shield from the Ambassador feels really bad. So Renekton has answers. Hang on, jumping towards onto Jachi. That's going to be a stun onto the Renata, who gets pulled in by the Callista Ultra. They do still have the hostile takeover. There it goes. Hits onto 2. Doesn't hit the 2 big auto attacks. The Shy goes down. The Ambassador goes in. That might be too far, but no, I think with the Galio flying forwards, it'll look a lot better. Xiao who goes golden. Elk is still alive. This is a good fight for Wayward. Triple kill for the Callista. Zerka's jumping forwards and he'll get himself another kill in the fight. Wei wants to get one way back. The Chaos Storm does end up getting a little bit done, and it ends up being, I believe, a 4-for-2 in favor of Weibo. Good fight from Weibo as they jump forwards. Jachi, without flash, is finding it so hard to live. Trying to walk down. Wei might try and catch out the Nocturne here. He gets a pillar on target, may well be able to kill him, actually. Xiaohao, running very deep. Wei has flash. Xiaohao dies it. He should do. You just walk up to him. There you go, chomp. Wei takes down another. So technically, in the full fight, ends up being 5-3, with Xiaohao having the extended death timer now because he died later. So watch through this again. Because, like, IG vaguely know this player's coming, but he still walked up too far. Everyone's grouped around mid. Galio comes in. Initially, you think, well, okay, the engage hasn't done that much. But then, you know, Galio gets some Qs, gets Q damage down. Renata buys some time. El gets to take down the Renekton, who's isolated in the front line because of the Renata ultimate. And Rookie without flash as well, can't really play. The Victor does go golden after a bit. Maybe should have gone golden on the initial E. Puts down the Chaos Storm. Sadly, not enough for him to survive. Very nearly kills, actually, with the kills Xiaohao early with that Chaos Storm. Now, Rookie, 2,000 gold ahead. Does have the full Zhonya's, can go golden again. Ballista's under 0 threat. Renekton can't actually press buttons. You gotta coordinate your engage very, very carefully. Now, if Weibo tried to use too much to go onto Jachi, then you have a free fight to go onto the backline and kill. I think with Jackshow in and GA coming in, and the Renekton actually kill the Callista? Yeah, I'm not sure. And again, for like this. One of the things about this draft is we don't really get to see Renekton into Ambessa, because when Ambessa's picked, almost every team in the world says, I don't want to play into Renekton. So we finally get to see the Renekton into Ambessa, which we've only seen a handful of times this year, because of picks and bans and the logic behind them. And it's been fine in laning phase, had control pretty much the whole game. You can see that Zerka's having pretty damn good impact. Hang on, Ashar go force the pillar into it will force the cleanse. There was a Mikhail's use and the cleanse. They panic a little bit and use both of them at once. Dragon now in 10 seconds. No cleanse for Elk. Now, that's really important. That's really, really important. Now you don't have a cleanse for the Encore or the Flash Renekton stun, which I think will be coming up in a few seconds. Hang on, jumping forwards onto Rookie, who can go golden, has swiftness boost, has Q, thinks he can't get out safely. Oh, Rookie gets caught. Rookie thought he was safe, he wasn't. A great dive forward by Xiaohao. Trying to jump forward with the Renekton Callista. The Callista Renata goes absolutely insane. The AoE damage is far too much. That Callista ultimate was nuts. A 4-man knockup. A great pick-off by Xiaohao. Weibo, I think what this will probably even up the series. I think this is the fight which breaks the back of this game. Awesome dive onto Rookie. Awesome Kalista roll just after. The Kalista Renata just so powerful in that clump. Insanely powerful from Weibo. That should end the game. 20-second death time is, even though I think Rookie had a good start to the game, a couple of fights where he's caught out in a row, and the mid turret on that side part there just before the dragon spawned. Weibo pounced hard, and it's the new Weibo jungler returning since playing here on 2024. Xiaohao, that really makes the difference in starting that fight. Elk slams home with a 10-kill Kalista game. We're going to 3. Reminder, Weibo lose this series, they cannot make playoffs. This is so important to them, and I think you can tell that in the intensity of the gameplay here. Weibo walk away with Game 2 victory and forces to a deciding 3rd. Again, apologies if my casting's a little bit off today, folks. I've been feeling quite ill, under the weather from hay fever, and I think a bit of a cold as well. So apologies if the team was just a mess. But hey, it's really enjoyable to watch these games. Very enjoyable to see two teams who are on like fighting for that first step towards the mountain peak. Now, IG and Weibo will have to climb their way up from Nirvana. Both these are, you know, staples of the LPL now. Weibo's been around for a number of years, and they've made themselves into a household name. I think that IG, a team that, of course, is legendary. World champions. First to LPL world champions. Gosh, very good out game. I think his Kalista was very impactful. They didn't manage to shut him down that much at all. Okay, folks, I'm going to go into an ad break. I'm going to rest my voice. I'm going to get myself in a... Well, I didn't manage to drink much. I was yapping too much. But I'm just going to take a break to take a step away from the stream. Thank you, everyone, for choosing to watch here. And hopefully, if you're enjoying yourselves, we can do it again sometime. Hope to see you in the future. Okay, I'm going to go put an ad break on. We'll come back to get through.
got a story to tell, so tell it to me now. You say you've got something to say, say it to me now. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Hey, yeah. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Tell it to me now. Tell it to me now. Testify tonight. Tell your story, feel glory tonight. Ooh. Testify tonight. Tell your story, feel glory tonight. Ooh. You say you want the world to know the truth. Say it loud, say it loud. And you say you want everyone to listen up. Say it loud, say it loud. Let me hear you. Hey, yeah. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Tell it to me now. Tell it to me now. Testify tonight. Tell your story, feel glory tonight. Ooh. Testify tonight. Tell your story, feel glory tonight. Ooh. Testify tonight. Testify tonight. Testify, 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 testify tonight. Testify tonight. Tell your story, feel glory tonight. Testify tonight. Tell your story, feel glory tonight. Testify tonight. Testify tonight. Testify tonight. Testify tonight.
We've got good times. We've got good times coming in. We've got sunrise to the left and sunset to the right. We got good times. Right here, right now. Right here, right now.
Okay, how do you lovely lots? How goes it? How fare thee? How's thee? What is this? Rocket Belt's dash is not super healthy, but it's balanced out by having bad stats. Yeah, this is the problem with anything with like good actives, is that it has to be kind of like a trash outlet side of that historically. I mean, it does make you wonder how Zhonya's has survived so long, but that's because Zhonya's is very expensive, is the thing. Oh, what is this? What did I mention? We're not, I can't be bothered to change audio like on the basement setup. It's fine. I probably should be changing audio because it probably does hit the algorithm to a certain extent, but yeah. I'm not bothering with changing audio anymore for now. I think for Anivia it makes more of a difference, but yeah. Have you seen there's like this Chinese movie? There's a newly released animated film called New Lai, which is going viral because it's basically like the worst animated film you can think of, but it is still made by humans. So basically it's a two-person team, like it's a mother and son that animated it, and it is really bad. There's the animation, but because it's just like handmade and people, you know, that's becoming more and more of a scarce thing, I suppose. People are now flocking to watch it. It's going to be like $2 million US equivalent. Oh gosh. So it had zero marketing, basically zero budget. It's going to make $2 million, which is crazy. Oh, let me get rid of that. Did we have ads? Did I miss them? Sometimes I miss them. Okay, so let's get back into it. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. I ran ads, didn't I? Okay, so do we get the legendary 9-game day today? Have we had a 9-game day this split? I think we've had 8 games. I don't think we've had 9. I don't think we've had 9. Oh yeah, I had 7 hit. Yeah, okay, cool. That'll probably hit like during draft or something then. No worries. Cool. Hey, Solly, good to see you. I don't think I said hi to you either, Amber, by the way, but hello, how's it going? I obviously been chatting back and forth, but yeah. Okay. And now we see how long the day goes, basically. Oh, come on. Yeah. Donde está the Wi-Fi? There's also chat and YouTube chat. I'm not sure how to answer. I'll get to that when I can actually do that. What is this question? Either or? Nanny? Wait, what's the... Oh, that's... I don't even know what that is. Can someone tell me the balance between power? Oh no, that's yeah, no, that's translated. Balance of power between IG and Weibo? I can't compare, well, I couldn't compare it to soccer in the first place because the game's called football. How could I? I mean, IG, I would have said IG were a fairly significantly better team than Weibo because Weibo have been changing players so often and they've been drafting poorly. But it's not like IG have had consistent performances either. I think that individually they're playing not bad. I think in that game, Jachi just couldn't play the game. Eventually it just got to the point where the Ashe just couldn't play. The AD carry died in every fight. Playing Ashe without Flash versus Nocturne Galio is kind of unplayable. So IG made good use of that. I thought that the Renekton would do more from IG. It didn't really. I feel like Renekton versus Ambassador would get further ahead and then just like be raid boss in the backline. Didn't really ever get to that point, sadly. So I think IG will win. Well, that's what I thought coming into today, but I don't normally watch live. Is this a break? Yeah, we have a break between games. Yes, we do. Typically, there's like a 15-minute break between games, I want to say. Post-match threads are already hating on the Shy. I mean, it's not been a great series from him, but it's not been a great series, but I don't think it's like the main issue, is it? I think basically the difference between game 1 and game 2 was whether Jachi could play the game versus the combo. Game 1 he absolutely could. Massive outdraft in game 1 from IG. Game 2, I think that I think Xiao Hao played really, really well to dive onto Jachi and some really quick engages on the Nocturne. I was very impressed with the Nocturne play. Oh, there were the Huyans. There we go. Be gone. Okay. Guys, the Shy was pretty bad. Like, I mean, no. I thought the Shy was like, he's not had a great series. I don't really know where to put him on like a scale out of 10 right now. He's not been doing fantastic. IG drafted themselves into a corner. I mean, like, I think that second game was playable. I think that Rookie got caught out a couple of times unexpectedly. That's not what I expected. I think Rookie was doing really well. I think basically Rookie and Jachi had a couple of, well, Jachi basically couldn't play the game without Flash. And Rookie was very good up until finally they caught him with a combo or two. Yeah. I mean, Renekton in mid-late game fights in that comp should be fine too, to be honest. Alright, into game we go. Let's get into game 3. IG Weibo. Reminder, Weibo lose this, they cannot make playoffs. Cannot make playoffs. And they will have to very, very much hope that a lot of teams fail to reach top 6. It's going to be very hard for that to happen. Because there's a real significant chance that Weibo will not be able to qualify for Worlds if they lose this series. Very, very likely, in fact. So let's get ourselves into the thick of things again. Ryze gone, Cassiopeia gone. Seems like the team which is picking second is banning Ryze and Cassiopeia quite consistently now. Lock is gone. Vi is gone. We don't have Neferi. can go Annie Lee Sin, I suppose. Aurora not looking bad. Ari doesn't have a Vi to combo with, but it's still okay. You have Lucian Milio. You have Ezreal. Ezreal might be an okay first pick. You can... No, but even then you don't have... No, but Ezreal will have to go with Rel at that point. So it is the Lee Sin, and now Rookie has to think about, well, you combo up with Annie. So you want hard C to make the most of the Renekton. You've let the Lucian Milio go through, and because the Ezreal doesn't have Karma, Seraphine, or Bard to play with, Ezreal's out of range support options. It would have to be Ezreal Rel. Renekton is never soloing the Kalista. You actually can. Renekton can solo a Kalista, especially if you win the lane hard, which is what I thought should happen. It didn't really. But yeah, Renekton is actually pretty good into that kind of comp on the whole. If you have a good lane matchup and you snowball, like if you look at how the Shy Bin 369 was doing that in like 23, 24, that's what you'd expect. So. Cool. It's not IG. What do they want to do in bot lane? Presumably they pick up a bot lane duo now. Do they go Ezreal Rel? Do you go like Sivir Alistair? They're going to go Yunara Lulu. Now, Chachi is a good Yunara player. Captain Flowers, I kind of agreed with this. Said that, you know, Yunara is one of the most boring champions of the game to watch because it's literally just auto-attack, then auto-attack, then auto-attack. I do subscribe to this opinion. But hey, the Yunara Lulu against the Lucian Milio can be a very flippy matchup. We've seen BLG, they just stomped that the other day, didn't they? So do you lock in your jungle now? Do you go like Shinzao or something for Xiao Hao? Could go Poppy, I guess, but it's gonna be more tanky. It doesn't feel great into Yunara all the time. Xiao Hao Lee Sin, yeah, very dangerous to give. Well, no, I mean it's way under Lee Sin, but yeah, Xiao Hao going towards the Skarner. I mean, yeah, you couldn't really give Xiao Hao Lee Sin on the other side, I suppose. Xiao Hao's Lee Sin is very, very good. Why is Nico support never played anymore? Because there were a lot of buffs to other champions in bot lane. Rocket Bell, fine. I think Nico still should be played, but I think basically she was nerfed enough in terms of her poke that it's harder for her to play now, to an extent. Does it change much for IG if they lose? Well, yeah, if they lose, there is a chance that Weibo can finish above them, I believe, and knock IG out of playoffs contention, I believe, anyway. Actually, guys, can anyone open up, yeah, if IG lose, I'm pretty sure that Weibo have, like, a decent chance of making sure that IG don't make it through the playoffs. If, like, IG then lose to NIP and Weibo beat NIP, then it's... Yeah, I think if IG win... Yeah, if IG win the series, then obviously they're safe. But yeah, the stakes for this are kind of high. So Annie is banned away from Rookie, so the easy CC options in mid lane are now gone. You can Ahri Lee Sin, I guess. You don't want to blind pick the Ahri here. You might get, like, Aurora, and that's quite difficult. Nah banned away from Zuka. Carly's gone. Is Jace worth a consideration? I guess with Yorick up, you care less about the Jace. Olaf is gone, Jax is now gone. Oh, Jax is worth a ban now, is it? I think Yorick and Jace are the two big top lane picks left up now. Question is, do you just want to take Jace and get quote-unquote countered by the Yorick and just see if you can survive through lane? Oh, Rumble, alright. Yeah, if you go Rumble, then typically you'd answer with Cassante and Bessa. You can Jace. What's the Shy feeling like? Obviously the Ambassador is gone, so that one's not available. So Cassante, Jace would be the two picks I think of here. Is that an Anivia into the... This might be a Anivia top lane into Rumble. They were hovering it. Okay, it's the Cassante, so it's the less fun of the options, but yeah. Who do I think will win? Wait until the full draft are through, then I'll let you know. The setup for Rumble isn't amazing this game. It is with the Skarner. Skarner Impale, the char-grilled skewer combo. There's a Chinese term for it, but yeah, Skarner Rumble is a powerful combo between top and... It's not the best setup, but it is pretty good. Saw a lot of that in 2024. Aurora comes through from Rookie, one of the best blind picks left. Oh, they might flex the Rumble into mid lane now. They might flex Rumble into mid lane and pick something else top lane. Yeah, I think this is a Rumble mid. I think Weibo want to get away from the Cassante matchup. I think they're okay with Rumble into Aurora, and they're going to put something else top lane. So the Yorick's going to go into the Cassante. Cassante does not love that matchup. And that should be, presumably, the Rumble mid. Okay, Xiaohu playing Rumble mid. I think he has played a game of that in his career before. It's into Rookie's Aurora. Okay, draft flexibility. Not bad there from Weibo. Gives themselves potentially a good winning side lane to work around. Who wins the draft, though, overall? I think it is Weibo. I think they've got a really good AoE team fight between Rumble and Lucian. I'm going to have to put on an ad break. We'll talk more about it. I think Weibo walk away with the winning draft. I think their lanes are fine. I think Yorick is in a strong point. Put on a quick ad break. I don't think it's like a hard draft win, but I do think that Weibo walk away a lot more comfortable because their top lane matchup feels pretty good now. You can play around side lanes pretty heavily. Don't know if I like the limited engage of Weibo. Yeah, that is a negative. Is one of the reasons why I'm not as sold on them. However, I think that, you know, stuff like the Lucian Milio plus the equalizer, if you dash forward with a culling, force them to back off, and then the equalizer cuts them off with a pass, you still get a ton of damage down. But unlike Skarner as a primary engage, sure, but then Lee Sin has to play into like Yorick, Ghouls plus Skarner, and yeah, Lee Sin doesn't feel great here. Because on the other side, it's not like Weibo have good engage either, right? They have Lee Sin kick, which is hard to land. Cassante occasionally. I think Weibo win the draft here. Hey, Joachim, really appreciate the prime for you. Thank you. If anyone else does have any support you'd like to throw our way, it does make a difference, promise. Thanks for joining us here for our LPL journey. Let's get into game here, our last drives for this second series before we move on to our third later on, Top Esports. Xiaohu throwing some Electro Harpoons out. Xiaohu gets 2 of them actually. Running the Comet build. 3 in fact. Wow, not bad actually for a level 1. Now, Aurora has been fine into Rumble in the past, which is why I hesitate to call this like a hyper winning lane or something like that. But it is a shorter lane. Rumble can reset easier. And I think basically it just allows you to have a winning top lane match. But I think that Cassante beats, or rather, Yorick beats Cassante harder than Aurora beats Rumble in mid lane specifically. Good sidestep there by Elk. Elk on Lucian, powerful pick. Exhaust comes through from Jachi, doesn't really mean that much. The barrier used from Elk means that he gets the increased damage on the next auto attack anyway. Jachi Unara typically has been very powerful in the past, but you do need to get through the Lucian Milio, and I think Elk on the Lucian, very hard to do that against. The W will go wide, that Arc of Judgment. 2-1 draft. Like, I think Weibo win draft, but it's not as simple as that. Neither team has great engage. I think the lanes are a little bit different. Xiaohu's not played the Rumble this split, but then again, they've only played 4 series this is split. This is their 5th one. Lee Sin's gone for the first 3 camps into recall for Longsword, back out onto the map, ready to fight now. Skarner does... Now, Skarner typically wants to recall a little later. You really want to recall for a giant spell on Skarner if you can help it. Wave now frozen on bot side a little bit. They can slow push it back out if they want. Which draft is better? Look, I think Weibo's draft is better, but again, with these teams, draft... Well, game 1 was a big draft diff to IG. Game 2, I thought it was actually... Well, I thought that Jachi couldn't really play the game. But, so maybe Weibo came away with that one. I don't think this is as big a draft... I don't think this is a big enough draft win to determine the game. You know, if IG gets snowballed, if the Cassante is in a fine spot, if Rookie gets fed, particularly I think if Rookie gets fed, I think IG are fine. But I do think Weibo, if nothing crazy happens, I think that Weibo have better lanes, and I think it's easier for them to play around, multiple bulky members on top side. IG have the one frontliner in the Cassante, but doesn't love playing against the, Yorick. Saying don't build a Heartsteel on Skarner. I mean, there's double melees on top side. But yeah, you should probably go Protoplasm. Feels like Weibo get it late. Yeah, I think that the longer Weibo are in the game, the longer that Weibo are in the game, the worse it is for IG. Shy really not enjoying this matchup, actually. We haven't seen Rumble flex to mid lane, I believe, in LPL. Not this split. I know that LCK played it a bit. In fact, it might have even been Chovy that played a game in the Rumble mid. Ooh, Q on target there from ult. Bot lane slide advantage. Xiaohao. Ooh, that's a wall stun. Didn't expect that one to land. Wei does have the long sword, but there's the giant spell for Xiaohao, and Xiaohu will get first blood. I mean, Wei feels a little bit hard done by, I suppose, getting wall stun there, but that's the nature of Skarner. Came out onto the map with that giant spell, was ready to play. Wei goes down early because Xiaohu roams early and flashes for the kill. This is a bad start for IG. Weibo on the other side, very, very happy now. You know, Wei, early death for him. The Lee Sin is a snowbally champion, whether you like it or not. And I don't think IG win if this gets up to late game scaling. I think if Weibo get ahead of the game, I think that they're very happy. I think IG are in trouble now. These two in the mid lane must be the longest standing rivalry ever. No? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Since like 2015, 2016. Yeah, 2016 is when it started. In terms of highest level rivalry for the longest, yeah, I think so. In EU, I guess it would have been Caps versus Perks. Perks retired. I had players like Nemesis come and go. Feberman obviously wasn't around long enough. Yeah, it probably is that. Hang on, here comes Xiao onto bot side. He still has flash, does get the wall stun again. This Skarner is doing bits, man. Xiao, who has died to Rookie, so there was a gank in the mid lane at the same time. Good kill, Rookie. Oh no! Wei walks around the other side of the turret. Wei, you didn't have to do that. You could have gone into bot side jungle instead. It's a 1-for-1. Rookie had to flash because Tower Aggro went onto him. Wei could have just gone and flashed into bot side jungle. They give an extra kill onto Xiaohu. That's completely unnecessary. Oh, Wei, 0 and 2 did get the play on Xiaohu. Bot lane, of course, went well for Xiaohao, who gets himself a kill himself. So what happens here? So it's level 6 to level 6. Wei comes over, presumably a Q hits. Flash for the Q. Xiaohu didn't have flash. Oh, the equalizer kills the minions. Oh, that's a horror show. Oh, the equalizer killing the wave means that Wei takes aggro way too early. Maybe Wei couldn't have made it out through the bot side jungle. I thought in live he could have done. Either way, the equalizer killing the minions is what ends up leading to the death of Wei. Xiaohao's going to walk up towards this scuttle crab. Smite goes the way of Xiaohao, and he gets level 6 off of that. Everything is going Xiaohao's way. Now, folks, back in 2024, Xiaohao came into Weibo after, of course, they made Worlds Final. ZDZ and Xiaohao came in to replace the outgoing The Shy and Weiwei, who were on the roster at that point. And Xiaohao didn't do great on Weibo at that point. It was okay. Flashed away from his bot lane dive, which is a little bit failed actually. Chachi and Mako working well there, but no, Xiaohao, I don't think he was like the worst player of that team. I think he was fine. The problem was he was replaced by Tarzan, and Tarzan is one of the best junglers to ever play the game, and Xiaohao is good, but Tarzan is another level. So Xiaohao kind of left, I guess, a little bit tail between his legs. He's been good individually for a number of years now. He's come back onto Weibo now in 2026, after, of course, leaving, I suppose, a little bit of disgrace back in 24, when, of course, Weibo did make it through to another World semi-finals at that point, losing to BLG in the semis. But Xiaohao, you know, coming back to his old team and making something happen. Hang on a second, Rookie. Maybe the ult gets onto Elk, will ping forwards. Full combo not going to land because Elk flashes away. Equalizes there, Culling's there. Not bad AoE damage. Weibo starting to put on the afterburners somewhat. Q lands onto Jachi. No one dies here, dragging down a half HP. Xiaohu is Equalizer. The Equalizers have been pretty impactful so far. Protoplasm Harness is Rush Skarner good? Yeah, for sure. And I think that in this game, you just want to be as annoying a frontline as possible. You don't need to be a damage source. You got Yorick, Rumble, and Lucian. You have enough damage. You just want to be alive. Don't get gunned down. Now, IG know there's a ward in that brush. They didn't know there was a Skarner in that brush. Good polymorph. Very good polymorph, in fact. Does it save it, though? They're in the 2v3. No, it doesn't. Jachi puts on the ultimate. Does get some good AoE damage down, but not able to turn a kill back. So it's a 1 for none in favor of Weibo. Does take them a couple of ultimates. Good polymorph, actually, from Mako to stop there. Gonna getting huge value in top lane. Yeah, 20 CS lead. The draft gambit from Weibo to put the Rumble mid has worked out well. Xiaohu is behind a bit in CS, but has kills to make up the gold difference. is stopped on the recall there. That is annoying. That means there'll be maybe another plate towards Rookie and another few minions lost. But Zucker now just gets to contain the Shy, have a very calm Yorick performance here. We have no damage. I mean, yeah, when Lee Sin falls behind, your damage is kind of meh. I think the Yunara is not in a bad spot this game. You do have the Lulu, I suppose, to help you be enchanted into higher damage numbers. Because Xiaohu is stopped on the recall, we'll lose a little bit more gold here from minions, from Rookie. It's the E on target. Top lane, another wave shoved in. Xiao really not feeling happy about this matchup. That's the real bonus of this. Now, the Rumble is not a winning lane in mid lane, but it opens up a much more impactful lane in top side. Tries to clear out in top lane where possible. Can't really get that much done. Is Aurora OP enough to carry this alone for Rookie? Look, if Rookie gets a random one-shot onto Elk or Xiaohu, yes. He needs to be powerful enough to do that. Has the first kill, farming well. Yeah, it's not an unwinnable draft for IG. I mean, if you get like a good Lee Sin kick into Aurora is good. I mean, Wave's on half HP. This is not looking fantastic, actually. Oh, the wall stun lands again. Great wall stun. Xiaohao has had a very good Skarner game. You know, a player who... Look, I've backed Xiaohao for a fairly long time, back when I saw him on Annual's Legend, back in 2023, back when the Annual's Legend were not a good team. He's worked his way up the ranks, earned himself a shot on Weibo. Of course, went over towards EDG. Things didn't work out as well there for him. Has now ended up back on Weibo after a long time away. Dragon started. This is still the first one of the game. Rookie has a good angle here. Equalizer, nasty though. Jachi down to half HP. They jump in anyway. Jachi does have the ultimate. Hops forward. Rookie looking for the big play. How much damage do they get done? Doesn't look like it's that much. Rookie won't get the full combo down. Not really. IG will see the dragon go away from them. Don't really have a great contest. Way not really in position there either to make much of a difference. Turns out that IG is also fraudulent. After the first few series, I was pretty content in saying that IG looked like they could make it through into decent positioning in LPL proper. I think that they've had less good draft advantages as the split has gone on. They started, look, not all their games would be good, but you know, IG would drop a game in a series, but then they'd be much better in the other ones. It felt like Rookie and the Shy were in good form, and if they controlled side lanes, then IG looked very strong. You know, the Shy or Rookie getting a good side lane matchup, controlling the map from there. I don't think it's been as simple as that. I think that IG as a whole has struggled to approach team fights in quite the same way. The drafts have, as we said, not always been the best. Xiaohu taking not a bad trade there, actually, because Rookie has no mana. Rookie has no mana, can't really do extended trading as well now because of that. Xiaohu, credit to him. Xiaohu's been quite flexible this year. He's been playing stuff, he played stuff like the Malphite mid, even in that Game 5, which they lost to be relegated down to Nirvana by LGD. Game 5 was a hell of a game, actually. For those of you who missed that last split, Weibo played against a Vayne. They wanted to make sure the Vayne was in trouble, so they picked a Malphite. And then LGD flexed the Vayne mid. Xiaohu then played Malphite mid to try and win that game. And he was really good. It was the rest of the team which let him down in that one. Right here again, similar kind of thing, allowing his top lane a different matchup by picking the Rumble mid. I think Xiaohu's been one of the best players for Weibo. In fact, maybe been the best player for them across the average of this split. Maybe even more so than Elk. I mean, not that he's always had good games either, and Weibo are still 1-3 in series, so it's sliding scale. But I think Xiaohu deserves some praise anyway. Okay, Flying came out on bot side there. What is this jungle diff? I mean, yeah, Xiaohu's had a great game. Wei struggled a bit. Rookie has had a very good split 3. Yes, I think Rookie on the whole has been very good. I think there's Victor. Obviously didn't get that much done in the last game, but it's something which has been very powerful before that. I think his Rise has been incredible. Wei's going to stack up the Conqueror. Xiaohu will take a lot of damage from the Aurora there. Rookie has the Empowered Boots early, going towards the Proto Belt first. It's better for the Aurora. The Aurora can at least get in range for the combo. Aurora definitely feels weaker now that the Proto Belt is less good of a first item, and she doesn't have as good as a first item outside of that way. Maybe looking for Xiaohu. Xiaohu does not have Flash. Ultimate Force from the Aurora. The Q lands away, can potentially just get the kick in. Doesn't even need to use the Flash. Good gank in mid lane. Wei doesn't even need to use the Flash. Good combo that. Kill goes over to the Lee Sin, and not too soon enough for that one either. Xiaohu trying to come in and force him from putting that tower. One of the things about Xiaohu now being pushed out of this lane and the the delayed recalls and the like. Hang on a second, say that. Elk's been delayed on the recall. Has to flash away now. Bad recall from him. But saying just before this, the reason why mid lane turret is so low is because of bad recalls as well. Elk Caught napping a bit there. We'll give a plate over. Colors stacked in from Jachi, by the way. I think it's really important that Rookie starts getting gold. Trying to kill the Maiden here. Tries to maybe get it tower aggro. Oh, the Maiden's speedy when it's that far away. Xiaohu is quite flexible. It's quite... Hey. Xiaohu, hang on a second there. That's a really good equalizer from him. That's good AoE damage down. Starts off the fight well. Now the culling comes through. Every shot on target so far. Only the last 3 or so. Not on target. Dragon in a minute. Good damage there from the Lucian and the Rumble, even with no setup involved. Does this game ever get easier for IG to play? Yeah, if Rookie gets really fed, then he can just one-shot the first person into the play. I think that if the Aurora gets fed, then IG are happy. Which is why the gold lead in mid lane does matter, why that last gank, which maybe gives him first turret mid, actually matters too. In fact, it should be first turret. Yeah, I mean, Rookie gets first turret in the mid lane. Do you know how rare it is to see first turret mid be the first tower of the game taken? In solo queue it can happen. In pro play, almost never. So, while we were saying, oh, you know, Xiaohu, he's doing fine in the matchup, gave his top lane a good matchup. Now the problem is, okay, you did still take a losing matchup, and I think it's gotten to the point now where it's a problem. I think it's a problem now. I think that mid lane falling this early, giving this much gold over to the Aurora, might actually lose Weibo the game, which is a shame, because I actually think Xiaohu's played quite well. I think that Wei ganking mid lane is hurt him now, but the stopped recall hurts. And I think that Zerka, despite being 1,000 gold ahead, now has to start impacting the game very soon. See whether Weibo's overall team composition can make the difference around this Herald fight. Rookie on top side does have another alternator as complete to the Pro Belt. As well, dash away by Elk does have the Cozy Campfire to increase his auto attack range. Scuttle being taken. Sente coming out of base does have teleport if he needs to use it, and he is. He's teleporting to the middle of the fight. Good Dark Possession. The wall stun comes through with the World Growth helping, but now they've used a lot of cooldowns, and Elk is melee range of Mr. Kasante himself. The Shy goes all out just this once, and Elk hits the ground. Double kill for IG. Jachi jumping forwards, forcing Zerka to play defensively. Good fight, a necessary fight for IG. I think Weibo used way too much at the start of the fight, trying to kill the Lee Sin. They come away with nothing for it, and this is a really important win for them. They get themselves the objective. That will buy them a bit more pressure on the map. They can start using this mid lane turret going down. Great impact, and I think Weibo, I think they used too many cooldowns onto a single target when they should have been focusing around that AoE damage. This is really important for IG. Like, if the game stayed as it was, well, even with the mid lane turret down, which makes it better for IG, I think it was looking pretty good for Weibo. I think, I don't know, it's too many cooldowns onto Wei. The equalizer is okay, but Elk takes way too much damage. Not really sure how Elk positioned to get damaged like that. Back into live. Almost 1,000 gold lead for IG. And they're feeling much happier now. You know, with Lee Sin shut down early, with the Shy in a bad lane, felt okay. Your damage is going to be low. It's hard to reach the targets you need. Bulky frontline, what do you do? Now with Rookie ahead, maybe Rookie one-shots the first target. Dragon started by IG. Wei doesn't have flash. Xiaohu, gotta be careful there, actually. I mean, Yunora's heading into a power spike with a Lulu behind them. See if El can do anything more here. Rumble teleporting in. I think this is going to be a smite and escape. Teleport coming through from Aurora now. Rookie looking for El. Doesn't hit with the ult there. Gets a bit of damage onto Xiaohu. Protoplasm Harness ticking up, I believe. Wei, ooh, going in for a play. Xiaohu flash away. Battle Herald. Picked up by the Shy. Well, he's full HP and he is a Cassandra. Who does he go towards? Does he want to split the team? Goes on to Xiaohu. Maybe gets the all-out hit. That's not a bad angle at all, but does get hooked under the turret by Xiaohu. Rookie looks for the combo. Xiaohu already flashed. Just about lives, but only on a few hundred HP. IG not able to find kills. Weibo retreats. We'll see the dragon go down, but will survive with their lives for now too. That was almost excellent from the Shy. I think the Impale had to come through from Xiaohu there, otherwise the All-Out would have dragged the Cassandra into safety and then also put Xiaohu into danger. Really need to see Zerka do something more. The Shy picking up that last kill puts him within much healthier ranges of damage and tankiness for the Yorick as well, because the longer you stay alive, the more items you build up, the higher HP you have, the more Qs you get, which heal you even more. Nasty. Yeah, if Yorick gets ahead, very, very different champion. I think that the solo laners of Weibo not delivering enough here. Xiaohu in the early game thought he was doing well, but then I think it's just the matchup just ended up kind of exploding once that gank came through. Mid lane turret went down. There's a pause. We'll put my camera back on. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Are you enjoying this game here? I think that because top lane hasn't done enough, despite being gifted the winning matchup, it has meant that Xiaohu, who took the losing matchup into mid lane, feels even worse about it. Now, I don't think Xiaohu's played that well in the fights, and I think that stuff like the recall cancel beyond the very early game, stuff like the recall cancel really hurt him. And I think that now it's gotten to the point where I don't really know what Weibo do if both their solo laners are not delivering on what the draft was meant to do. I thought the draft was pretty good from Weibo. I didn't think it was like game winning, but I thought it was pretty good. And now we're in a position where I think that Zuka's Yorick is not going to do enough. I don't think mid lane, I mean, look, Rumble is Rumble, you'll always be useful, but I think that the Aurora getting so much gold out of that lane has led to a loss condition because the Aurora is so fed now. I get worried. I disagree on the scaling angle. Yunara with a Lulu. No, Yunara is actually not very good at scaling. She spikes very hard at like 2-3 items, then after that you are worse than most other AD carries in the game, even with a Lulu. I think that Yunara is a bit of a fake hyper carry. She's good in like mid-game into the start of late game, and then when you actually get late game, then you struggle. The problem is with a game like this is that also, once you get like a good equalizer and a good culling, you shouldn't really be able to walk up and do damage anyway. So if you use your big ultimates from Weibo, we have a beefy front line, you're winning side lanes, you have a setup advantage. The stuff like the equalizer and the culling, you should actually be... The equalizer and the culling should be enough to really force IG into a losing scenario. Bad culling there from Alex, sadly, from him. You can see how much damage that can do. Wei walking into mid lane doesn't have flash. Ooh. Flash for the glitter and slow! Q from Moham is early. Wei will force the flash out of Moham. Almost a kill there in the mid lane from IG. Yeah, I think Yunara can sometimes be a bit fake scaling. Like, her power spike is now. Now and then one other item. I think 3 item Yunara, 2-3 item is very, very strong with a Lulu behind it. After that, you're just not as good as most other hyper carries in the game. Most other AD carries start to... Ooh, nasty right there, but the power spike is now. Jachi flashing forwards. This is the power spike. That's what the champion can do. Double kill. Looking for the triple. Will go down. Very, very close to that montage play. Look, Jachi hasn't played any other series for IG this split. He's been benched for Assume in split 3. He's fighting for his job here, and you can really tell why. Great fight from him in the mid lane. 2 kills for the Yunara. There you go. Jachi showcasing what Yunara does with the 2-item spike. This is the power spike. The Kraken Hurricane was one of the biggest builds for her earlier in the year. No Fiend Hunter bolts here. The ult burst plus cooldown. Rumble went Mercury Treads to not get one shot by Aurora. Yeah. Not feeling the best there. Jachi flashes out of the wall stun. Xiaohu can't get in range. Very nearly got the outplay there early on. Jachi, great flash to make sure he can get the damage down. Does die at the end of it, though. Nasty combo. Jachi, great stuff from him. Late game, who wins? I think late game... I think composition, it's like a slight win to Weibo late game. We'll see. Xiaohu, well, he's not having a fun time. Does get hit by the Aurora. Wei can kick him into the wall. Easy kill. IG are getting the aggressive plays better. I thought with Wei dying so many times earlier, this wouldn't be the case, but they're doing very well. They're getting the Lee Sin into damaging positions. IG really picking up the slack now. 2k ahead. It should be favored for this game now. Weibo doesn't seem like they can stabilize that well. I mean, their bot lane got shut down in mid lane. Xiaohu's not been able to safely farm. He's too far behind now. IG, I mean, he's a Gasante. He doesn't really care about being on the weak side of the map. Push in mid lane now. Yeah, I was pretty sure that Wei was going to be finding it very hard to impact the game too, but clearly recovered well. Bot lane turret goes to Aurora. Aurora is so fed now. Has Dark Seal stacks, 2,000 gold ahead, likely building a Shadow Flame on this base. Has the Empowered Sorcerer's Boots, has Soul AP on the team as well. So Yunara is going to do some mad bits of damage. Yeah, I think largely the late game's execution dependent. I think Weibo, if they put down a good equalizer and a culling, they can win most fights. I think that if they don't, because they don't have great CC, then IG probably burn through the front line eventually. If Jachi takes too much damage from an equalizer and a culling, I think the teamfights from IG are largely over. Rookie looking at Xiaohu. That's with the Merc Tread, still takes a quarter of the HP. Ow, through the magic shield. Dragon spawning now would be the second free of the team. Yeah, and I think in another game, you know, K'Sante plus Nymaera Lulu, you'd say that's enough. But in terms of late game scaling, but I think that, you know, K'Sante into Yorick hurts. Ooh. Xiaohu looking for the Predabell forwards. Culling's not great there, actually. They need to be better on that culling. That's a very important cooldown. Elk not putting it on the best way. Oh, kicks and flashes, gets away from the Impale, but the Equalizer's used too, and now suddenly IG don't have to worry about the culling or the Equalizer. They're on a huge advantage, and once those cooldowns are down, much harder for IG to play the game. Elk dashes into the pits, Dark Procession comes through as well, Aurora and Rumble on the side, Smite comes through, it's won by Weibo. Xiaohao gets the flash in, Protoplasm Harness starting to keep him alive. The Shy gets Zucker with the all-out. Xiaohao is still alive for now. Rookie will get the Aurora ultimate over the back of the pit. Jachi is low, but Jachi is alive, and it's a triple kill for Rookie. A hop, a skip, and a murderous stomp on the head. Rookie gets almost all the damage down in that fight. Crazy damage from the Aurora. The worry was, okay, the mid lane turret fell first in this game. The Aurora is really far ahead, and you can see how it delivers. I really think that the Equalizer and the culling being misused from Weibo, it might cost them their shot at playoffs. It might kill their dreams of worlds. I mean, Rookie is so fed. The Shadow Flame at the end of the fight makes cleanup oh so easy. The Equalizer and the culling, just poorly used by Weibo here. They are their most important cooldowns, and I don't think they use them very well. I understand you don't have much setup, but clearly not working well here. And Zerka, who had the winning lane matchup in top lane, didn't really feel like he's done that much with it. Xiaohao tries to get the CC onto Jachi. Rest of the team is going onto the Shy. Disconnected team fight from Weibo. Aurora teleports to the other side of the fight midway through it, and he gets a huge ult onto 3 people. Basically kills 2 people with that. That's the hop over, combo. Great fight from Rookie. Love that teleport into the back. I think that, yeah, I think that Zerka, Elk, and Xiaohao kind of all have different ideas in that fight. I think Zerka really struggling to make use of this. Because, look, realistically, Weibo should have had a Yorick that's like 2,000 gold ahead by this point. Winning the side lane matchup, killing towers, being a global threat, just by pushing in side lane so much. That's not been the case. And because Zucker has not done enough versus the Shy, who's done well at, you know, containing the matchup, he's pushed in a lot, and yeah, the tower did die, but he's, no, only 500 gold behind, who cares? I think that the Shy is much more happy as a champion now as the K'Sante in late game, and I think Weibo's draft required the Yorick to be ahead. Why else would you flex the Rumble into a losing matchup? You'd say, okay, well, we're going to get a better winning matchup in top lane. Now, I do think that Xiaohu let too much gold go through that lane. I think perhaps he roamed too much, didn't wave clear enough, allowed the tower to fall too easily in mid lane. But I think Weibo, they had an idea from draft, but I don't think Zerka has delivered on that. I think Xiaohu fell too far behind for the idea of that draft either. The culling comes out again. Not fantastic again. Elk's cullings needs to be better than that. It is one of their 2 most important cooldowns of the Equalizer, I think. Tower goes down. Baron, of course, on the shoulders of IG. I think Wei's remarkable recovered too. Credit to him. I think player of the game is Rookie, but I do think that Wei, coming back from such an early deficit, requires a lot of shout out. There's the Equalizer. Jachi going low. The Impale comes through. Nice there. All out from the Shy. Doesn't have the flash. He should still be fine, I think. Teleport from Xiaohu. Wants to cut them off at the pass. Here comes Zucker. Much better from Weibo now. They get down the AD carry. Yunara can't survive the AoE damage if it all lands on her. Here comes Rookie trying to peel things off from the side. Will walk towards Mohan but can't get that much down. The K'Sante is gone. It's a split fight. Rookie's alone in a 1v3. On the other side, the 2 beefier members are trying to go towards the remainder. IG, they over-pushed. Jachi died. It's on Wei to try and work with Meiko to get the damage done. Xiaohu's going low. Zucker, can he get himself that last Q? Looks like he can, but the Maiden can't do it up either. Wei ends up picking up 2 and saves the play. Xiaohu and Zucker can't get enough done. The solo laners walk towards IG and they can't get it done. Very important for Wei to pick up those kills. We'll watch this again. So I think Xiaohao ends up getting the big combo down onto Jachi here. The Equalizer goes behind, Jachi dashes forwards. and he misjudges it. The Unara can't play against this composition if you get hit or if you go into too close range. I think that the Aurora is the most important member of IG. Jatchi, that's a bit of a mess there. I think he's largely played the series very well, but as we said, he is like Jacula. It is Jatchi Love himself. He will dash into death. It's part of the knife fight, the stat check. I think Wave played this so well. Managed to get his Conqueror stacked. Good skill shot accuracy. There's no armor on Xiaohu. Managed to get another Q on here. Goes around the Maiden. IG don't get much... Well, they don't get the killer blow out of the Baron push. I thought that the 2v2 should be better for them, but Wei really, really strong now. Turns out Lee Sin in 2v2s is really good. Who could have thunk it? Who'd have thunk it? Xiaohu. Again, look, I think Xiaohu's pretty flexible. I don't think he's the biggest issue with Weibo. He's not had a good game 3 here. There is nuance to speaking about Xiaohu. This is not the worst he has been for Weibo. I don't think Weibo will see him as their worst performing player. I think for me that probably is Zuka. I think he's struggled quite a lot here in his time on Weibo. Weibo fighting for their lives here, as we've been saying. Second dragon to IG. Weibo don't give a contest for that one. Got to speak with them with nuance. Rookie so far ahead. Did die at the end of that last play. Lost some Dark Seal stacks. Well on his way towards the Leandries, looks like, actually, as a third item. Wants a bit more anti-HP damage for the top side. He's kind of going for the halfway house of items. There you go. So he's got Rocket Bell, Shadow Flame, and Leandries. Bit of a mixed build. Now, Aurora did used to go for a lot of Leandries' first builds. That kind of fell away over time. We did see some Blackfire Torch as well, worth noting. Late game Weibo. Nah, I think when you're behind this amount, Xiaohu actually gets a 7,500 assist in that fight, by the way. Congratulations, one of the greatest players to ever play within the LPL. The Shy ran out in mid lane. He has W, right? So he should be safe from an Impale. Does go to half HP. 4 items for Elk, who also has Serpent's Fang. Lord Dominus Regards means he can cut through the front line a little better. Elk's Lucian, actually even in gold with Jatchi now. Not bad. The culling is good. Rookie is really close to dying. Elk doing his best to try and take the game into his own hands. This game is by no means over. Culling, very powerful there. Elk, good items. Now they do lose an outer turret, an inner turret in the top lane to Weibo. At the hands of Jatchi, but it's still going to be a push in mid Weibo, which they're not unhappy with. Especially given how far they're behind they are in the game. Weibo, giving a bit of a reality check there. Yeah, I really think the Equalizer and the culling can do a lot of work here for Weibo. Yeah, no, this is Elk without the Infinity Edge either. I think a lot of this game will be decided before he gets that Infinity Edge. I think LDR plus Serpent's Fang is nasty, though. You can get rid of some of the shields from the Lulu, even from the Kasante. Lee Sin has one. Lots of shields to deny hit. And of course the LDR helping you cut through the HP being built up from the Lee Sin, from the Kasante. Armor stacking from Kasante. I mean, Elk Lucian, powerful combo. Xiao, who has Proto about Leandries, he's down 3,000 gold, but the Equalizer is still important. You know, I've been talking about the Equalizer and the culling being the most important cooldowns, and while you might think, oh, it's 3,000 to gold down on the Equalizer, it's still a Leandries Equalizer. It's still going to be enough. Wei is on vision here, by the way. Level 16, 2 levels ahead of the Skarner. Great game from Wei to bounce back from a terrible early game. Oh, hang on. Damage there on Xiaohu, just keeping an eye on chat there. Dragon in 2 minutes, so we're just fighting around like Baron positioning for now. Mid lane position, Wei looking for a play. Might have gone too deep. Has the GA, so has a degree of safety. Does go down into it though. Still has a bit of HP to work with. Will live for now. Xiaohu takes a lot of damage across the play as well. GA down though. That is a slight win. Elk has the double tap down. Arc of Judgment coming through from Jatchi onto Elk. Rookie. Actually looking for a combo, misses it. If he'd hit that, Elk would be half HP. IG could look for better setup around the Baron. There's somewhat of an ARAM. Everyone just trying their luck with the skills. It's Jaxi. It's the W there. Xiaohao back into the play. Elk goes down. Goes low. But Jaxi goes lower. He's down. Xiaohu is dead. Aurora, what can they do? Double kill for the Aurora already. Elk is dead. Both AD carries are down. It's a cleanup of all the rest of the damage. And Rookie has got it better on that front. Triple to Rookie. He'll get a quadra. Moham's alive as well. It has been a split for pentakills, and Rookie would like to be added to the list. I don't think he's got the mana to actually go for that. There's a teleport towards topside. Rookie says, screw it. Let's put this one to bed. I don't need the personal accolade. I'll go for the team's win instead. Mako will be stopping Moham from recalling. Both AD carries died. Weibo gave up far too much gold to the Aurora, and the Aurora really just pushes it home, doesn't it? Rookie at 8-1. Exceptional Aurora game from the mid laner of IG. Xiaohu at 3-7. Look, this is a battle between legendary mid laners. I think the Orianna Syndra game earlier had some great moments for both players. But in this third game, it's not been the same, has it? It's not been the same. We've watched this play again. Xiaohu 2 levels down. Elk and Jaxi doing crazy damage to each other. Sadly, Jaxi jumps into melee range of a Yorick and pretty much dies, and then Xiaohu flashes one and dies anyway. Xiaohu really struggled. The Shy managed to get the assassination onto the Lucian. Important moment in that fight, but Rookie, of course, gets the last hit, but it's, the all-out which pins him in place for that. Great game from Rookie. Great game from Rookie. I think Weibo just didn't get enough out of... They lost too much in mid lane. They didn't get enough out of top lane, which they drafted for. I mean, look, you can criticize Xiaohu, but the whole point is that the Yorick is meant to be the winning matchup, and Xiaohu will just take a losing matchup, but it will be fine because the top lane will outvalue it. That's not been the case now. He lost too much gold. I don't think he's played well enough in this third game, has Xiaohu, despite him not being, I think, the primary problem for Weibo across their splits, or this series, in fact. I think that Zerka, you think about the Vayne game, had the counter matchup, had a couple of bad team fights, felt like he didn't pay off that matchup. I think this Yorick game as well, given a lot of resources in draft, I don't think he paid that off well enough either. Of course, it's not all on Zerka either, of course. I think Weibo's drafting in general is left sometimes something to be desired. Game 1 particularly, very bad drafts. I think the chemistry of the team changing onto their 5th supports. Multiple junglers over their time as well. Hard to perform as a team when you're just changing the rosters, the revolving door. Weibo weirdness. There's Infinity Edge for Elk. Okay, right, now, the Infinity Edge for Elk. That'll be important. Can it do enough? So Jaxi has the Lulu behind him, Elk has the Milio. I think with a Rookie's extra damage, I mean, if both AD carries trade a couple of auto attacks, they're both going to kill each other, and then Aurora will be the difference. I think the problem which Weibo run into is that if both AD carries die, IG have an Aurora, which is more damage than anyone else on the bill. Of course, Xiaohao actually takes a third of his HP to that mid laner. He's meant to be tanky. Not the case. Maiden goes down. Not well protected enough by Zerka. Again, we're fighting over Baron positioning. Fighting over mid lane is so important because both teams know they can just run at the other in mid lane. Jaxi can hop forwards, Elk can jump forwards with the culling. So neither team wants to leave mid lane. That's why we're seeing the A-Run. Rookie comes out of Fog of War. Doesn't get the combo on Zerka. You'll see there's quite a lot from Auroras kind of coming out of Fog of War. Something could jump forwards with the campfires. Way goes down to half HP. Elk doing some mad damage, actually. Can't blame Elk too much for this game, can you? Oh, hang on. Ooh, scary. Very scary, actually. This game is still 100% throwable. Yeah, I agree. I think either team could miss-execute. I think as you go into late game, I think with the gold as it stands, with a 5k gold lead onto Aurora, it is very hard for IG to lose this game now. With a death cap for Rookie, it is just so much damage. Wait, watch is a couple... just land that Q. Resets coming through. Well, a reset coming through from Moham. Refreshes his wards. Does have the Ardent Sensor and the Echoes of Halia. Back to the mid lane we go. Both teams are aware you kind of have to be 5 men strong on mid lane or not at all. IG are actually leaving mid lane and going over towards the Baron. Onto half HP. Xiaohao is here. Flashing forwards, but that's a really good disengage. However, Culling could make her going low. However, he's not really the important member. The equalizer onto Jaxi, that's more important. Half HP onto the Yunara. They're just going to finish the Baron. But now, it's getting close. Can Xiaohao get in range for a steal? Doesn't look like it. Rookie going low himself. Can they kill the Aurora? There's a safeguard. Xiaohu flashes over. He's got the burn. And the Aurora goes down. Baron to the side of IG, but they're going to lose both solo laners for it. The Shy very nearly killing off Xiaohu, but Xiaohu, after the poor game he's had, picking up that double does give him a bit of a sigh of relief there. 2 down from IG. And you can see how powerful even the equalizer from behind can be. He's down over 4,000 gold, or he was before that fight. But still, with the items he had, was enough to put Jachi out of the fight. Watch this again, because Xiaohao very nearly wall stuns Mako into death. But the polymorph is insane. Fantastic from Mako. Buffered it onto Xiaohao. Meant that Xiaohao couldn't get the instant kill. See that rookie jumps in, tries to get a 3-man combo. Elk gets a clean combo back onto him, though. Very nearly one-shots him. Dark Procession pins him in place. Xiao sees the clump. All right, goes in. Guy pulls him out with the all-out. Sadly, doesn't save the shine. Loses the flash in this play, too. See, for Baron, given the situation for Weibo, it could be worse. Now the problem is they need to survive the Baron push. That'll be the difficult part. Xiao did also get a lot of gold, though, because he got the 1,000 gold shutdown. He's got Bloodletters, he's got Seekers. The Rumble may actually be a factor now. And reminder, again, of the stakes. If Weibo lose this, they are out of playoffs contention. They can no longer catch both Invictus Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas, which would mean that Weibo will be finishing 3rd, 4th within Nirvana. Wouldn't be able to contest for Knights rivals in a position in playoffs. Xiaohao doesn't have that flash. Great early game from him. Struggled afterwards on the Skarner. Wei managed to get into position much better than him. It's hard to put too much blame onto Xiaohao. His early game was good, and he's a new player into the team. You know, Xiaohao and Moham, it's a hard task for them. Oh, God, Elk, what have you done? Elk dashes into the full team of Invictus Gaming. Jachi has the GA. He doesn't care. Weibo, blink and you miss it, may well be gone from playoffs. Relegated down by LGD in a 5-game series in Split 3. There was a bead of sweat on the neck of every single team in Nirvana. IG, Weibo, NIP, LNG. These are strong teams. We didn't expect to see all these rosters down in Nirvana. One of them, 2 of them in fact, have to miss playoffs. And in this case, IG winning the series 2-1 will put Weibo into the dirt. Weibo's fate is not in their hands. They will miss playoffs, and they will need a miracle to make Worlds. Invictus Gaming will have a shot to go further forwards. They win the series 2-1. Oh, Elk. That misstep in mid lane has cost them oh so much. Eelphobia, thanks for the follow, by the way. I didn't see that earlier. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh, no. Oh, Elk. Look, it's so hard to point fingers and say, this is the problem, that's the problem. There are moments which are bad. I think in this series, in this game, I think Xiaohu lost too much in mid lane. I think Zuka didn't deliver as much in top lane, sadly, from that matchup. I think Elk makes the game losing play, but there's depth to this. Right, I'm going to leave you the interviews. I'm going to go quickly have another coffee. We'll be back for ads after that. Got another series after this, folks. Top Esports versus EDG. Banger series coming right up.
谢谢大家热情，先请小薇跟我们大伙儿打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 打野小薇。
恭喜你们，恭喜 IG 战队在获得本场比赛胜利之后呢，也同时收获了涅槃组最后一张的不是季后赛，这个骑士之路的门票啊。此时此刻，心情如何呢？
就是这场比赛对我们来说很重要吧，然后赢下来的话就心情非常好吧，也希望骑士之路能打得更好一些。
大家看得也很开心，也是为你们捏把汗啊！今天确实打得也比较焦灼。那小薇呢，从去年夏天加入到我们的 IG 战队也是有1年多的时间了嘛，想问一下，今年在这个赛段又跟回归的老队友并肩作战，是什么感受呢？
老队友回归的话，因为去年也打过嘛，然后就比较熟悉，就大家的玩法跟一些沟通吧。
好，那今天确实也是打的是算是比较顺利啊。总体来说，我们聊聊今天的一个局内的一个情况啊。今天一上来第一局双方，我觉得就是打的还挺血腥的，很激进啊，一波为平，一波又起。那这一局 IC 的双 C 其实也是起到非常关键之作用，包括这个尤其是今天轮换上场的佳琪，这个劲啊，可以说是火力全开了。在这边要不要评价一下今天佳琪的表现呢？
就是佳琪今天打得非常好吧，然后也希望他之后继续有这种更好的表现。
说的也是很好，很高的一个评价了。我们也细聊聊，在第一局的时候，其实有一波非常亮眼的一波，28分钟中路的时候，先是小薇的皇子控制了对面的一个韦恩，随后呢佳琪的劲也是随后全力输出跟上，拿下了一个4杀。当时这一波我觉得好像一下子气势就打回来了啊！那一波你们内通是怎么 沟通和操作的呢？还有印象吗？
其实当时就是对面都没有闪现嘛，如果跟我们抢中线的话，皇子的话就比较好发挥吧，然后放到人就佳琪就收割了嘛。
确实思路还是比较清晰的。虽然说第2局是失利了，但是在决胜局而且是稳住了啊。这一局打的尤其焦灼，也比较谨慎。在中期的时候，其实双方还是处于一个均势的一个情况。那到后面，包括小威的一个盲僧带动，包括双 C 的发力，你们是如何找到布局点的呢？
我觉得就是这把前面自己玩的比较着急吧，然后失误了。但是，就是打中野好像兰博英雄没有那么厉害，然后就慢慢的转折点，我就感觉还是袁安娜在中路那波2个打了3个吧，
确实
很重要。
确实抓机会的能力也是非常非常关键啊。今天如果让你选一个关键先生，你觉得是谁呢？
我觉得佳琪吧。因为最近那个训练赛效果比较差嘛，然后他也是第一次跟我们打比赛嘛，就是这个阵容，我觉得他可能压力也很大吧，然后能打成这样，打得挺好的。
一上场就惊艳四方了啊！那其实，在昨天我有看到一个关于我们涅槃组最近的一个击杀榜和单杀王的这样的一个榜单，我们 IG 的这个选手都是名列前茅的。一直以来，可以说 IG 战队给我们的感受就是敢打敢拼嘛。如果说在这边让小薇用一个词来形容 IG 的特质，你觉得是什么呢？
对，战斗爽。
战斗爽，今天玩爽了吗？
今天玩挺爽吧，就一直在打架，然后换人头。
确实，观赏性也是拉满了，对不对？大家看的也是很嗨啊。那对于小威选手，今年也是登场 LPL 第6个年头了。我想说，经过赛场的一个雕琢和沉淀，也有自己独特的一道光芒了。在奔向自己职业生涯的第7个年头，你希望自己在这个赛段打出什么样的突破呢？
就也打这么多年了吧，然后希望自己心态啊、操作这些，能够突破吧，有所突破吧，还是。
有所突破，期待你们后面的表现。我们也给 IG 战队加油，希望你们后面越打越凶，越打越稳，好吗？谢谢小薇接受我们的赛后采访。那么接下来呢，我们把画面和时间交还给解说席。
Hello, hello. How's it going? Rookie MVP, no surprises there. Hello. I've got a piece of toast. It's nice toast. I think not one for swap. No, he should have. Mako should have gotten at least one. His polymorphs are insane. Figure they might give it to the new ADC with the TV3 kill. Technically, it's not new ADC. He got subbed out. Like, he played all of Split 2, pretty much, right? Player games, Jachi. There you go. Player of the match. He deserves it. He really does deserve it. I mean, his Jhin was exceptional. The Nymaera was really fun. The Ashe was a little bit messy. I think there's probably going to be split votes between him and, like who else? No, I think it probably is him, actually. Dude, the 2 shots were insane. He did some mad work. Oh, there we go with the here ads. Yeah, his Jhin was so fun. One of the best Jhin games I've seen all year. So fun. Oh, close as hell, man. So close to the pen set. Yeah, that Jhin game, one of the best Jhin games I've ever seen. So good. The holy grenade, the holy hand grenade damage. Yeah. Dude, this shot here, this is like the last shot. How does this do this much damage? Like, what? That's such a good montage, too. Holy moly, that's a cool montage. And the 2v3 in mid lane. Man just made a montage out of a single series. He made a montage out of a single series. That's insane. You know, I reckon they made him player of the match just because they had all of this footage ready. I think they had such a cool movie prepared. I think like, oh bloody hell, we need to give him player of the game. There's too many clips. What a series from him. Because he's fighting for his job, right? He's fighting for his job. Nope. He is behind Assume right now. Assume's played most of the rest of the split. You know, after a performance like that, I would be starting Jachi over Assume. I think Jachi has earned his starting spot. I felt bad for him because I thought Assume was a side grade, maybe a slight upgrade, but I wasn't sure it'd be an upgrade. I thought Assume could be if he played on his Split 2 form. I don't think he has been. Yeah. I think that was really, really cool. Okay, folks, I'm going to go keep eating for a bit. Like I said, I've got to rest my voice a little bit. Been quite ill the last couple of days. So again, thank you everyone for watching. We'll have one more series after this, Top Esports versus EDG. We'll see if we get the legendary 9-game day. It goes to a 3-game series. Okay, I'm just going to leave on some adverts. We'll chill for a little bit, but I'll be back in a few minutes for our third series today. Appreciate you all. And yeah, Jachi, really fun series. Love watching this guy. If he gets out of lane, one of them, he is Jachi love, man.
喂，我们先打个，喂，慢点，看稳，狗死了，看稳，你们看稳，看稳，这没招退，我要死了，真的没招退，好一下，现在有刀，哎，慢点，自家慢点，帮他收集，帮他没赢，帮他没赢，了，没抢，新刀便宜，8.5小龙，看见那个维克多直接开，我们靠正面，开 AD 也行，人群，维克多，看吧，维克多，恐惧到吗？恐惧到，维克多，一起冲，欧一，AD，保我，欧一看，可以，一波，我推线。nice，容易波，我们又被人压。我先打街的。 哎，卢谦滑了，哎，干了吧？没事，没事。卢谦干了，保 AD，我保 AD，没有波甲的，保他，看全部。一波，慢，一波，来。Nice。
LPL 第3赛段常规赛苏州主场周即将开始。
这个真好看，
多好啊！谢谢。金正红加油！
谁言天地宽，老朱老魔带我们再冲一次。
还是11，还是对不起，还是猫咪皮肤，周礼杰。
哇！来，谁知道答案的？小姐姐，来 ，See Night， 恭喜！
加油！
其实不管我们想拿到什么成绩，都是现在的就常规赛的状态更重要吧。打好每场的比赛，然后准备好每场的比赛吧。
那个德章打得很好，德章。
看看我的面子，
就我们现在也4连胜嘛，然 后比起之前的话，我觉得我们找到我们一套适合属于我们胜利的方式了。哦，想起来了。就希望有机会能够进到决赛。
让我们恭喜北京 JDG 战胜了 BLG。
저희 팀원들도 뭐 양재나 약간 우주도 그랬지만 펑이도 새로운 펑이도 되게 성격이 정말 좋고 이제 저랑 약간 지내기가 너무 좋은 선수들이라 그래서 뭔가 게임 하는 게 불편함이 아예 없어서 그냥 그게 너무 좋아요.
我们恭喜深圳 VIP。
确定了吗？确定了，确定了。nice 啊 ，nice 啊。
BLG 今天轻取到了 TT， 让我们恭喜 BLG。
可以了，不能怕，再怕没办法了。
Hello, I'm back. How's it going? Probably the clean feed. Oh, sorry, was there something happening? It's probably the clean feed. Yeah, the clean feed's had some issues, so apologies on that front, folks. I don't know why, it's just been buffering and stopping and starting a bit, which is quite annoying. Oh, the stream's actually stuttering? Oh, we did have some drop frames. We had a couple of drop frames, so it might have actually been on our end. Apologies on that front, folks. So there might be some drop frames. Apologies though. Okay, Top Esports EDG. So where do we start with this one? Well, Top Esports are amongst our top teams in the LPL, even though they've been on a bad streak of form recently. Tien has not been looking great. I think Top Esports were coming out of week 3. I think every single member was on their Player of the Week. So every single Top Esports player was on Player of the Week. And then coming into week 4, they've not looked fantastic. They lost against LGD. They lost against TT, I think it was. They lost a couple of games back-to-back. They got 0-2, I think, by LGD, in fact. Yeah, really not what you wanted to see from them. And then, coming into EDG, EDG are the worst team in Group Ascend. They have changed their jungler. Xiao Hao left to go to Weibo, and JDG joined EDG, rejoining them for the first time since the end of 2024. JDG was still there for a bit then. And then, of course, he went over to join the IG Super Team. Things didn't really work out well there. Not for him, anyway. I think individually he was okay, but the team needed chemistry from other people. Hey. Yeah. I've talked about the LPL post-match threads a couple of times, but there are some people who've, like, made burner accounts for Reddit. That's one of the reasons I don't use Reddit as much anymore, because it's just not worth dealing with crazies like that. But literally, they will insta-downvote everything I say, regardless whether it's, like, valuable or not. So I was basically talking about how it's hard to blame... How do you apportion the blame to Weibo? Because so many different players have been, they've changed supports 5 times. EDG versus Top Esports here. But yeah, no, just give me a little smile when someone's gone to the effort to make a burner account and instantly downvote my stuff on Reddit. You know? Like, I'm glad I mean that much to you. Some people need to touch grass. Yeah, some people need to lay off the Reddit a little. Just blame Clear Love 7? Right, yeah. Okay, so Top Esports EDG. I'm pretty sure EDG haven't beaten Top Esports since, like, 2023? I don't. And Bulldog's back in as a starter. Yeah, because EDG had one game with Sinian back in as starter, I believe. And now Bulldog's back in as starter, which it raises some questions, because Bulldog... look, Bulldog wasn't great, but then again, Sinian wasn't fantastic either. I think when we came into Split 3, EDG, perhaps unexpectedly making Group Ascend, did pull the trigger to make a mid lane change, because I don't think Angel or Sinian were playing well. And Bulldog just wasn't the answer. Not really. Yeah. Sinian, yeah, not great. Bulldog is better than him. The problem is, it is just like, yeah, I feel like mid laners, that there weren't enough high tier players on the market available for EDG to pick up. They didn't manage to find someone that really changed their team that much, I don't think. So they're choosing Jackula versus Leave, that makes sense. I think that, sorry, I don't mean to carry this cover. I'll move it down. Cool. I think Jackula, best laning AD carry in the LPL. I think Leave, very, very creative. Very much a big game player, though. Like, Leave doesn't perform that well in low-pressure games and regular season games. His playoffs are good. Leave is a good playoffs player. I just don't think he's... I just don't think he's a very good low-intensity player, really. Is EDG really 0-10? Yeah, they are, but this is Group Ascend. This is what we saw from WE as well. This is why when people rate the team WE kind of like 1-13 split, you have to remember they weren't playing versus the worst teams in the league. Like, if EDG were playing against LNG, if they were playing against this Weibo, if they were playing against, you know, NIP and IG who haven't found their feet yet, they'd probably pick up more games, and I think particularly against LNG and Weibo, they'd pick up series. I'm not sure they'd pick up series versus NIP and IG, and that's why I think they're probably going to lose in the play-in to playoffs, I'd imagine. But EDG find themselves in a position that WE found last split regular season, where they can find occasional games, I guess. But they're very much a small fish in the bigger pond. Very much a small fish in the bigger pond. Okay, we should get ourselves our post-game pre-game interviews now, and we'll get to them.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。首先为各位采访到的是滔博战队的 Jackie Love， 跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博 EDG Love。
上2场的赛果，老实说还是有点爆冷的啊。那其实就在1周前，我们的滔博战队全员都入选了我们的周最佳阵容。所以对于队伍在短期内的一个状态浮动，你们有哪些反思和总结吗？
就是输了的比赛，我们肯定还是会认真去寻找问题的嘛。因为，然后也是。就是觉得我们现在前期做的不够好，然后我们副盘也去很针对的去做这方面的调整，然后后面希望我们会越打越好。
那当然，昨天我们滔博战队也是确定晋级了我们的季后赛，剩下几场以赛代训的同时，我相信你们也是会努力拼一个好名次啊。所以对于今天这场比赛，觉得需要格外注意哪些游戏内容呢？
就是不管是今天还是后面，其实也没有特别弱的对手，然后需要做好的就是。我们前面不要犯太多失误，然后就每个人做好自己的事情，我觉得这方面比较重要。
好的，那就期待你们的表现了。好的，同时也为各位采访到 EDG 的 ZPZ 选手，跟各位打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EDG 的上单 ZDG。
这个赛段对于 EDG 来说，确实路没有那么顺，我相信选手们都承受着不小的压力。那你会觉得当务之急，队伍最需要解决哪些方面的原因和问题呢？
我觉得当下最重要的是保持好的心态吧，然后去，把玩得好的地方去保持住。
我想说，只要还有比赛，就有转变的希望。那在今天赛前 ZDZ 要不要给所有的兄弟们加油、鼓鼓劲吧？
就希望大家一起努力，先拿个首胜吧。加油！
好的，给我们的 EDG 加油了。
Okay, so top esports, for me, it really will be a question about whether they can recover form. I think that TN in particular, TN in particular feels like he's not had a great week. I think that, okay. We're close towards getting onto stage now as well. Did I run ads? I'm not sure if I ran ads recently. Oh, we're back on stage. Cool. Right, let's get on stage. Let's welcome our teams in. Enough talking about them. Let's see them. Top esports versus EDG. Two of the best-known teams within the LPL. Some of the best-known players as well. Jackie Love, world champion with Invictus Gaming on 2018. Long-time franchise player of Top Esports. Best laning AD carry within the LPL. Went to MSI, struggled there though, sadly. Top Esports as a whole struggling. Changed out support Feng Yue for Dwarf. He's been a bit of a journeyman support. Was actually on Top Esports a number of years ago. Coming back to the roster now for this split. They are amongst the top teams, but coming out of this week, they've not been on a great run of form. EDG, well, this is a complex one. They promoted up to Group Ascend in Split 3 after beating Ninjas in Pajamas 3-2. JDG joining their roster from Weibo. Xiao Hao was their jungler. He's left them, JDG replacing them. Bulldog was brought up, he was brought over from LNG as his contract was cancelled there after Split 2. New mid laner of EDG. The mid lane hotspot from EDG, hot seat rather, just hasn't felt great. Ever since Scout left them, you know, they tried a little bit with Fofo and then Angel. Angel was actually okay for a while. I think he's formally dropped, sadly, in the last year, despite him being like a top... I think he got an All-Pro season, like, 3rd place in, gosh, I want to say 24, maybe 25. Not too far along ago. 24, I think it was, actually. Yeah, EDG, a team which has brought in Bulldog to replace Sinian and Angel. It's not been fantastic. They tried subbing Sinian back in for a series that didn't go well. EDG are currently the worst team in Group Ascend. They have also messed with their jungle support. Their chemistry is a little bit shot, which, like we said, talked about teams like Weibo. Clearly complex issues here. Top East was not on a great run of form. EDG, well, they haven't really had any form for it to fall off, sadly for them. I mean, Top East was, what are they? Are they 4 games on the trot losing now? 0-2, 0-2, I think, coming into this. They lost against LGD. Who was the other team they lost against? They lost against LGD. I can't remember the other team they got 0-2'd by. Might have been anyone's legend, not sure. Might have been anyone's legend. Oh, sorry, WE. Sorry, Team WE. Yeah, they broke their loss streak against them. You're completely right there. Yeah, WE, despite having a huge losing record against them, 2-0'd them, and then LGD then went on to 2-0 them as well. So Top Esports have had 2 pretty big 2-0s against them in a row, because they weren't even against like BLG, anyone's legend. You know, these 2 teams which feel like they're on better form than the other top teams right now. Oh yeah, the crazy comeback from WE in Game 2. Yep, I remember it now. WE being a bit of a comeback artist at this point. Yeah, okay, thanks for reminding me, chat. I appreciate that. Again, folks, if I do get something if I do get something wrong when I'm saying it, like I've watched these games, but there are so many of them. Very hard to keep all the facts in my head. So yeah, I don't mind getting corrected in chat. Obviously, just be respectful about it. I've got feelings too. And if you're on YouTube chat as well, I'll the insight uncover. Yeah, I think that, look, Top Esports are clearly coming in as favorites, but we said that against the last team. In fact, I seem to remember when, because I didn't cast the Top Esports LGD series, but I seem to remember, because I cast the series before it. In my preview to that series, I said, look, LGD shouldn't be able to touch Top Esports, it shouldn't be close. They went on to get 0-2 by them. You know, so if I come in with that same mindset again, and I think, well, you know, Top Esports will just outvalue them, perhaps I'll get shown again, actually. You know, I think that TN has to step up. I think TN has not been playing well this week, despite the fact that in week 3, Top Esports had a player of the week in every, or player, you know, role of the week in every single role. Whatever, I'll keep my camera. Well, I'll keep my camera up there, it's fine. Okay, let's get into our draft. I'll turn the music up as well, why not? There you go. Cool. Let's enjoy the beats. Enjoy the draft. So we have no Orianna. We still have Cassiopeia, Rise, Syndra. So big mid lane pool open right now. We have Neferi, but no Orianna. Combo with it. Can do stuff like Lee Sin, Rise. We have Varus. We have Ziggs, Camille. We have Olaf. Game 1 of a Fearless, it really goes all over. I mean, yeah, there was even Ezreal Karma, right? So they banned the Ezreal away. So many crazy powerful picks open. Now, what's a blind pick which you don't get counted in too hard? I mean, the Cassiopeia is pretty good. I mean, we've seen Cassio struggle against the Nivea and Syndra a little bit. Those have been the 2 matchups I think Cassio can be held down into. Cream is a very good player for that. The Olaf does come through. Olaf can run at the Cassiopeia. The Vi gets locked in too. Now, Vi Cassio as a combo is very powerful, so perhaps this is a takeaway. We have seen some teams first pick the Vi. In some series, Vi is very, very high priority. Oh, we get Kled! We finally get Kled! Broken Blade played this so much this year. They get themselves the Jarvan, and they get them, which can lock the Olaf into the baby cage. Kled is a straight-up counter into the Olaf. So the Jarvan can kind of dunk onto the Olaf and then just flag drag out, and then the Olaf has to flash or just not take part in the team fights. The Kled is a counter pick to the Olaf and does well. You've already locked in a jungler, so the Olaf is not getting flexed out of top lane. The Akali does go into the Cassiopeia, it's not bad. It's not one of the matchups we thought we'd see, like the Syndra or the Nivea. I guess both of those champions are bad into Jarvan, not great into Kled. So the Akali, it is a losing lane into the Cassio-ish. It should be, because Cassio is just too strong at most things right now. It's okay at comboing up with the Vi. It does mean you have a triple melee topside, even when you have mobility with the Vi and the Akali, though. Chicken Jachi. You guys like the fact that we've moved on from Chicken Jachi to Chicken Jackie? We get both today. Kled top, I thought he was a mid laner. Yeah, in LPL, Kled has always been more of a mid laner, although I think it was Zoom that played some Kled top. Might have to remind me of that. It's a little before my time in LPL anyway. I wasn't as locked in towards LPL at that time. Who were the big LPL Kled top laners? Was it Zoom? I seem to remember Zoom playing bits and pieces of it. Led struggles a little in lane, but does neutralize the Olaf later in the game. I thought he was also fine in lane versus him too. Like, the Olaf can win, but it's also not easy for Olaf either. So we've got Xayah, Nautilus banned away from top esports. The Xayah obviously great disengage onto the Zvi. I guess you might look at Sivir for Jackie Love. The Lucian's gone. Varus, I don't think Leave would want to pick into Jarvan Kled. He might do it anyway. Seraphine is gone, so no Ash Seraphine. Do you go Ziggs? Either side could go Ziggs, I guess. Although it feels like the Ziggs has been not that as present this week than previous ones. How do I feel about the draft? I mean, there's a lot to still go from it. I think that top esports in a slight advantage right now. Jin is going to try and be long enough range to just outrange the Jarvan engage. Good follow-up for the Vi as well. Gives you some CC, which the Akali and the Olaf aren't bringing. Durnby was the Clyde mid? Yeah, he was, yeah. Does Clyde counter Olaf? Yes, he does. So there's the Jhin. What do you want to play into a Jhin lane? You don't have the Ashe, you don't have the Seraphine, you don't have Ashe Seraphine, you don't have Ezreal Karma. You could go Varus. Corki's not bad. Yeah, Corki's fine here, actually. Corki's pretty good. And we might even get Chicken Jackie. You lock in that skin, my friend. You do it for us. All of us inconsequential people on the other side of the globe. Storm played against Olaf in the CL yesterday. We also saw it in LCK, I think, as well at some points. Bard locked in, so we have Corki Bard. Now, the big thing about the Bard is that the Bard will just cast ult onto Corki or Cassio as the Vi ults them. And they get protected that way. Now, locking in a Shen, it's good for your Olaf, it's good for your Vi. It's bad in lane versus Corki because he has too much ability damage. Gatling Gun doesn't care about your Spirit Refuge. Pretty good at catching up Bard, and it's basically just a roaming support. Shen has been so popular as a support since On did his dirty work on it. Okay, we're going to go into an ad break just so we don't get ads in the next game. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Again, we wouldn't do this without you. We wouldn't be able to, really. We appreciate you all. Thank you for joining us in this bit of our LPL. If you're watching, just know that you're appreciated. I hope that you think about joining us more often here on LPL. We've had some great games today. We have great games every day. Pretty much every day. Oh, by the way, Jamond, I'm not sure I called this out, Jamond. Thank you so much for the resub. If you're still in chat, I really appreciate that for the resub. Can't remember if I ran out again. I've not been feeling fantastic today, but I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. And thank you for that. Who won draft? Look, I think top esports win draft. I think they do. It's not quite as simple as that. The Haji series actually gave me a huge headache. I can imagine the stress behind that. All well back and forth. All right, onto the Rift. Let's get ourselves a Gyos, and let's enjoy some League of Legends. Okay, ward's cleared by Palkia. Is he going to get caught on the way back in? The Pokemon got a space, perhaps needs to create some for himself to work his way in towards bot lane. He's looking for the taunt. Does get it. Leave will get auto Q, gets the Guardian, extra auto attack from Leave. Nobody beats EDG 11 times in a row, right? Is that how long it's been? God, it's such a crazy head-to-head, isn't it? I'm not going to lie. EDG, don't favor them in the matchup here today. Top Esports 7 and 3, EDG 0 and 10. Top Esports, despite their failings, can't really say they're coming in with much hope here. Heal used for the taunt. Palkia really trying to focus down on the Bard. Now, typically in lanes like this, you want to focus on the AD carries HP pool, but because Bard is so squishy and actually quite a lot of the damage at level 1, level 2, you don't mind taking damage off the Bard too. Cream doing well here. Gets another empowered Eon to Bulldog. The Akali into the Cassio. It's not a good lane matchup, is it? Cassio in general really damn good in these laning phases against most champions, not named Syndra / Anivia. You know, Cream has been so good on Cassio that when he plays, so he always plays Spirit Blossom Cassiopeia. And when I see other people play Spirit Blossom Cassiopeia, I think it's Cream. In fact, there was a game, I think from Honkyu, who played it, and I was like, oh, Cream's player of the match. Player of the game. And Sam was like, you realize it's like Cream playing. I'm like, oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it's Honkyu playing. It's like, ah, is it? Yeah. You know, it's a bad day when Cassio sits in the shroud waiting for you. Yep, Jackie is not sadly playing the chicken Jackie skin. He's instead feeling a little bit more, not feline, the other one, canine. Just to blow that heal there. Cream is really putting the hurt down on the Akali. Oh, the taunt flash. Palkia really looking to focus on Jackie. Jackie, we called him the best laning AD carry in the LPL. Well, he's just died 2v2 in it to the Shen. Great play by Palkia. Tien gonna walk on towards JDG. Now, reminder, well, they did just lose their AD carry. Tien flashing through the W. Does he have the EQ? He does, but he's taunted by Palkia. Might still be able to get the kill here, going down. Even though the AD carry's not here, well, I'm gonna say that, is gonna get the kill onto the Shen. Can Leaf get an extra kill here? No, so close. There you go, the Q over the wall from JJ. Ends up, I think, currently being 2 for 2, I suppose, if you count Jackie in the 2v2 before. That magical journey for a very short-range hop. JJ, no flash, trying to get over the wall, not able to. So an extra kill to top Esports, 2 for 3 in favor of top Esports. I wouldn't have gone for that trade myself. If Tien went in as his AD carry was down, you know, you don't expect it, the jungle to go that hard on it. Paid off for it, though. Well played there by top Esports, understanding they had enough damage to last. Why would you pick Akali into Cassio? I think it's because it's like a champion that works well later on with the Vi. Personally, I would rather see, you know, Anivia / Syndra, I think. I just don't think you can allow Cassio winning lane too hard anyway. If you lose lane too hard against a Cassio, she just, like, out-DPSs most champions in the game. Swian going low, looking for the remount. Is so close. Will maybe die to the minions. It's getting damn close. ZDZ flashing away. Swian still had that last bit of minion aggro, but will live. Just about. Swian did get exhausted, put the Ignite down himself. Very close to the remount. Needs to kill one more minion for it. Oh, there you go. Just about. Jeez, man. Axe would have killed him. First time. Wait, no way. We've had 6 years, rather, of no Kled top. LGD lies, the last person to play Kled top lane in the LPL. That just doesn't feel right. There are enough people playing this champion that I thought it would be played at some point, but no, I guess not. It really has been a long time since anyone's touched the Kled top. It's been played mid, of course. Didn't be played bits and pieces of it. I think it was played... There was a point where we got into the Iron Spike whip meta, and we saw, like, Lee Sin, Renekton, Kled all mid lane. Very surprised to never see it top lane. I guess it is a specialist champion, and I think up until recently, Kled was very much win lane, do nothing else kind of champion. Talked to Finn about it. Finn, of course, notable Kled player from EU, now on the LEC broadcast. Who says Jackie Love the best laner? I mean, I was saying it, but what I was also saying is top Esports, their form has not been good recently, has it? I think that Tien has been on mixed form if you watch his games versus versus LGD and WE. Felt like he was just blown out of those matches as Lee Sin left a lot to be desired. Jackilove's not been flame-free either. I think on average, Jackalove is the best laning AD carry within the league, but of course, even he had his down games. In fact, some would say especially him over some parts of his history, given some of his inconsistencies. I think in the last few years, I think really since like 2024, Jackalove has been much more consistent, maybe even 23. 24 is where it really kicked in, I think. Where a lot of his inconsistencies, his flubs, became so much less of the percentage of his game. Broken Blade brought Kled back. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And he's been very successful. And I'm glad that Swian went to MSI, did play against G2. Perhaps scrimmed against Broken Blade at points, we're not sure. Maybe not. Top Esports 1,000 gold ahead. Cream's gotten he's got 2 kills and a CS lead. Swian even in top lane, as we said. As the game goes later, the Kled gets better into the Olaf. Kled can choose his fights much better against the Olaf than other champions. You can joust away, you can go into a dismount. Well, there's your level 6. EDG has the Ragnarok. He's in a 1v3 draw. Might get focused onto. JJ heading up. Doesn't have flash to follow through. And I think just EDG goes down here. Takes a Cataclysm. There's the shot from the blunderbuss. Flash in from Bulldog. How many does he get here? Low HP bars. Might even be able to get 2 here. Gets 1. Swian gets the remount. But here comes Palkia. Doesn't even have the level 6 to roam up. EDG judged the fight better. Top Esports losing 2 people for the to get the 1 kill onto ZDZ. Top Esports bite off more than they can chew there. They thought they could kill the Olaf perhaps a little quicker. They were mistaken. To me, Jackalow is really synonymous with an excellent AD carry that can int on a whim. The thing is, I would actually say that's more Gala now. If you're going to talk about if you're looking over the last couple of years, I think Jackalow is far less about the the int style of play where he plays very aggressively. No, he is very much about playing on the knife's edge still to a certain extent. But I just think Jackalow has been winning the trades on the knife's edge so much better. Hey, Darkwell, great to see you as well. Welcome back in, buddy. Hope you're doing well. EDG, of course, picking up JJ. Dre leaving the organization. He went over towards Weibo, of course, for a bit. EDG, I don't think they expected to be in Ascendant Split 3. I think the 5-game victory over NIP was unexpected to many, myself included. They got in there, though. Bulldog joined the organization, JJ now as well. Palkia, who played for EDG before giving a starting spot back as Joy left. 27 months? That's almost a year. Crazy. Swian with the Kled, most fun pick in this game. Most fun pick. JJ does have level 6, does have flash now as well. Swian gonna go back and clear out this ward. Wave crash into the turret. Well, he does... Do you kill him before he gets the remount back up? Does that matter? There's no Shen ult. Swian... Well, he's going to find Vine now. Q comes onto him, joust away, flash forward, dash. Well, the axe doesn't quite like... Oh, well, they absolutely kill him before the remount because he dies before they even use the vial. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Swian dies unceremoniously. Good patience there from JJ. Managed to get a kill onto that Kled. Happy with that. Of course, the Kled is meant to be someone that neutralizes the Olaf. The Olaf is a very popular blind pick. It doesn't surprise me that teams are starting to experiment with answers to it. The Trundle top lane did look very good from Cube the other day. I think that a lot of people need to start investing into putting time into the counters to the blind picks. Like, Olaf has been so popular for the last couple of weeks. You gotta put your heads together, figure out some matchups which work well for it, find a team comp which works for it too. Now the Trundle flex between jungle and then top lane specifically into Olaf, really good. Kled should be good into it. Of course 0-2 now, but yeah, should be good into it. Wonder if we'll see anything else. EDG willingly lost 10 series just so they could do the same as WE. Yeah, get the comeback series. Cream's still very far ahead. At some point, EDG will have to find a consistent answer to the Casio. Maybe that's Vi with a Shen on it. Maybe. Problem I see coming later. So, walk with me through this, chat. My problem I see potentially coming up for EDG is they dive onto Cream, who gets a Bard ult to protect him from the Vi/Shen. Miasma goes down. Cream maybe flashes out. And if you've used too many cooldowns at that point, I'm pretty sure Casio turns around and kills you with this amount of gold. Especially with Swiftness boots in as well. Anyway, thank you for walking with me through that. Hey, Greeny, thanks for the follow, appreciate you. Read that through the numbers. Thanks for the follow, appreciate you. Swian going low, and of course threaten the remount. Oh, Ragnarok comes through now. Swian does have flash. Tien is here. Flashes, tries to get the remount here. It's going to get pretty close because there's a Shen coming in as well. The Olaf goes low. The Olaf goes down, in fact, and the Shen, maybe thankfully for Palkia, doesn't get teleported. I almost wonder whether they should have let the teleport complete and then just at least get the summoners / threaten a kill into Palkia afterwards. I will get hydrated. Are you hearing me cough? Yeah, my voice could be a little better here. Apologies on that one. Couple of days of cold plus hay fever will do that to you. Oh, the bard ult stopped it. In some ways, I feel like they should have let that go through. Sometimes you don't have time. You have to just react, throw it out. Would have been riskier. Hang on, Cream does have flash. Gets slowed by the Scun Blade. Flash has come through. Ultimate's there. So actually, somewhat of an even trade. Flash down for the Cream flash. For Cream on the Cassiopeia. Flash down for Palkia on the other side. Plus double ults from JDG. The Bulldog. The Cream with the Rod of Ages. Quite hard to take down already with just the 4 stacks on it. It's doing amazing considering. Appreciate it, yeah. I enjoyed my first game cast of IG Wavebone. That was fun. The Jin 1 taps, or the 2 taps, were very, very fun. For those of you who didn't watch IG versus Weibo earlier in the day, go ahead and watch that. That was a very entertaining series. Weibo are now actually out of playoffs consideration. The split 3, and they may well be done for in Worlds consideration as well. Palkia does have taunt. He's going very, very low, actually. Puts down Spirits Refuge, uses the heal. Tien, that was a spectator bug, did actually end up going forwards. Jin pulls the ultimate with the retreating top esports members. Does get the 4 shot on to draw. Doesn't end up leading to that much. Kled alone on top lane. Weibo can still make it through play-ins, right? They cannot. They cannot make it to playoffs. They can get to Worlds through regional qualifiers if results turn out a certain way, but they are very unlikely to happen in their favor. Basically, they need a whole bunch of teams to not finish in top 6. Very, very hard for them to make it to Worlds. Now, they technically could go through regionals, but it's like needle in a haystack kind of experience. Blue buff invades. Palkia, is that ult up? Am I seeing that right? Well, I guess we'll see if we see the particle effect. Won't we? It might have been just down, actually. Yeah, it was just down. It's coming back up now. Skill issue on my eyes, though. It's essentially out of their hands. The subsim scenarios for other teams. I made a tweet about it, but basically okay. So for Weibo to make Worlds now, they would need LGD, EDG, TT, and IG to finish outside of top 6. They need to go below top 6, which is pretty hard. And they need NIP to also finish below top 4. So they can NIP can finish 5th, 6th, and that arguably helps them. They need the rest of the teams to not do very well. It's yeah. Does anyone know how much Bulldog made from EDG? No idea, but I am aware. Well, basically, he was on LNG, and his contract was cancelled after the failure of Split 2 from LNG to make it to Group Ascend and playoffs. So he might have been picked up for cheaper because he was at a loose end and his contract went. So I can't imagine he is being paid like top dollar by EDG. I can't imagine it. Although he is a Korean import. Palkia don't walk into draw here, doesn't get the taunt. 1,000 gold lead for Cream, 1,000 gold lead for Tien. Sweetan's back to even in top lane. TDZ does have Ragnarok, does not have Flash. I think they just take down the tower. There is a Channel if EDG want to make a play, but nah, he's not. Well, if you're going to leave it like that, maybe just leave. He's dead. Gives the kill to Jackulov. Yeah, ZDZ very much alone by himself there. Top Esports didn't have to sweat for that one at all. Top Esports 2.6 thousand gold up. Mid lane turret pushed by EDG. It's not bad for them, but they don't take the whole thing. They'll need a Herald to finish that, really. Herald started now, though, by Top Esports. ZDZ, maybe he didn't use his cooldowns because he wanted to fight around Herald. He's respawning in 10 seconds, though, and I think the Herald's gone before he can do that. So, not great from ZDC. Might start a fight and teleport in with the Olaf anyway, but the Herald's gone. EDG. You land an E from the Akali, teleporting out. They are looking for the fight. Jackulov goes low. Where is the Shen? The Bardol will stop the Akali for a moment, but not for that long. Jackulov will go down. What do you do about the Cassiopeia now? Shen will cast onto JDG. Cream gets himself one there, but, well, he's over the wall. He can't damage anyone else. Good fight for EDG. Teleporting in, making the most of the situation. They do lose their Herald itself, but they do pick up 3 tasty kills despite the objective going to Top Esports. Cream, 1,000 gold ahead still. Who picked up the biggest kills though? Well, Bulldog's pretty happy. He does actually manage to pick up some kill participation there. The E landed at just the right point to, we'll watch this again, but basically landing the E onto Jackulov allows the fight to happen. fly in. They throw the bottle. I don't think it's a very helpful bottle. I don't think it actually achieves that much. I guess it means that the Akali is kind of, you know, somewhat disengaged for a second. Don't love it though. Jackie caught up very easy. Like, if the bottle goes onto the Corki before the Viol hits and you ignore that damage, maybe Jackie's happier. Well, probably is a lot happier. Dragon started by Top Esports, been getting the most out of the objective game so far. Still have the Herald to use, second Dragon for them. Chemtech for the heal and shield power plus the tenacity. I think it's a very underrated regular Dragon. We talk about it a lot on this stream. I don't hear a lot of people talk about it elsewhere. Doesn't mean they don't. Maybe it's just I'm watching too much LPL to watch other people's streams. Maybe. Rod of Ages fully stacked up for Cream. Has the Rylai second item for maximum HP stacking. 5 for maximum power. Clean feed just stuttering a little bit there. No worries. Oh, hang on. Let's back forwards. Herald used to break down the bottom turret here by Top Esports. Diving beyond it. Oh, the catch out JJ. He does have ults. We shall see whether he can do anything with that. Well, the Cassiopeia is rolling forward, so no, he can't. Bulldog flashing away. Palkia not in a fantastically good position either. Flash away now by Cream, a little bit afraid of Bulldog. Herald goes into the second turret now in EDG. They have really struggled to stop Top Esports from moving around the map in the way that they want to. Swean goes low. Flash falls from Olaf, though, and Olaf gets the kill. Swean with the counter pick. Well, it doesn't look like it, does it? 0 and 4. Pled goes down again. Hubris Jhin again, hell yeah. Yeah, Leave was one of the big Hubris Jhin builders back on NIP when he was their AD carry. Of course, been an EDG player for a long time too as well. Started with them in 2023, went to NIP a little after. Came back to EDG. Tian, oh, Shenalt's coming up. Well, I think they get both kills. I think they just get both kills. Palkia, that's why would you ult that? You had a 0 mana Olaf. I get trying to, you know, be the team player, but all you do is give him more gold over. Cream picks up the kill. Easy one. You should never cast the Shen ult there. Olaf is 100% dead. Had no ultimate. Had no mana. No way he's making it through that. Just gifted them extra. So this is what happened in the 1v1. Cute. The Titanic was used. Swean tried to get through his... this is the thing. A lot of people try and keep the Titanic for the dismount so you can remount quicker. I think he used the active too early. Meant that he couldn't get the quicker remount. Not that I think he could do that anyway there, to be honest. Palkia doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash. His early game was fine, but now he's struggling a little bit more to have the impact he wants. Last series of week 4, this one, until we get on to our last games of the split. I believe we're finishing the regular season over at WE's Arena in Xi'an. For those of you that don't know, the regular season in this split is a new format for the LPL, or at least a new way to travel around China. There are 5 teams with venues in the LPL. There's Team WE in Xi'an, the old capital, Chang'an of China. JDG at Beijing. IG have an arena in Shanghai. You have LNG in Suzhou. And you have NIP in Shenzhen. Every week, there are 5 weeks of the regular split. Every week, there'll be a new team in the LPL elected to host every team for that week, and we move on to a new one after that. Now, Draw, elected to be found out by EDG. Well, he didn't. He's going to die anyway, though. EDG will pick up that kill, good pick up on the Draw. New, of course, Top Esports replaced Fungyue with Draw in this split, which it drew a lot of criticism because of the MSI failure. It didn't feel like it was on Fungyue. Fungyue seemed like he was actually pretty good. Top 2 finish in last split. Really require pulling that apart, but I think basically the manager of Top Esports made some lofty promises of success, and I think Top Esports felt the pressure of MSI crashing and burning. You know, losing in the way that they did, losing in that reverse sweep to G2, the horrible loss to Secret Wells after. Yeah, it's you can understand Top Esports getting a bead of sweat on the neck at that point. So they pulled the trigger, got rid of Feng Yue, draw came in. Of course, this is after the year as well when Nio, well, wrecked their early splits, didn't he? Their early splits. Dragon up in 30 seconds. So anyway, there's context to top esports and what's going on behind the scenes. TN last week, as we said, struggling some of the regular form. The form in regular season has been a bit off from top esports. Due away from the flag drag with the Bardol hits. I don't think there's any follow-up in position. Top esports not finding a crazy amount of value there, but they have split off Leave from the team. He does flash away to safety after the Kled ult comes through. But Ali, why is ZDZ there? You have just worked so hard to get into that position. I presume he teleported and then things went poorly after that. ZDZ, in no man's land, EDG, on their retreat, failed to account for everyone and left first Leave and then ZDZ out to the Wolves, or in this case, the Skulls. I'd like to see a replay of that, actually, because I was focused on Leave. I didn't really see how ZDZ got there. I presume it... No, it wasn't even the role quest. So ZDZ did walk his way there from his flanking position. It wasn't the role quest, so my apologies on that one. But watch this again. Where was the Olaf? Olaf was there all this time. So what happens with ZDZ? Because, look, it's a Q away from the flag drag. Gets hit by the bottle after whatever. Leave gets split apart from the team, afraid to walk into the choke point and clump. Bardol lands, goes Ragnarok. He just runs 1v5. I guess because he doesn't have flash, he thinks maybe he'll die. But that's just a poor decision, no? Maybe you can just run backwards and live, perhaps? Imagine so. How's the series been so far? I think on the whole, EDG have struggled to choose the right fights. JDG caught again. It's like the 4th time he's been caught by a Bardol. Ults through onto Jaculov. That's the obvious response. Cream is through. That is a very fast snake. Cream has like 1,000,000 movement speed and does take down the Vi. However, we do have the Olaf in melee range. He gets a double kill already. He's actually killed a carry already. Cream does flash over. The DOT is enough. A Dragon Strike from Tien's job and will finish him. But Olaf, DPS check. Yep, that's scary. Bloody hell, took the whole last chunk of the HP off of the Shen as well. Tien, good fight from him. A triple kill for the Jarvan. And because Cassiopeia is alive and is the best DPS champion in the game for Baron takes, they can go towards this. The Kled, the Jarvan, the Cassio, that'll take them the Baron. Top esports, huge fight for them despite the fact that Olaf got into melee range and killed both Jaculov and Draw. How did Suyeon not die? Kled things, baby. Kled things. Bottlenecks, by the way, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. For everyone who is enjoying what they're listening to, hearing, watching here, please think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe. It does make a difference to us. This is our job. We only get to do this because we have lovely viewers like yourselves who tune in and hopefully, anyway, enjoy themselves. So, catch up to JJ again. Cream is really hard to deal with. If Cream actually starts DPSing, I don't really think EDG have an answer. You need to just immediately pile on the Cassio, but then Cassio kind of takes that fight sometimes and says, okay, well, you know, you've got 4 melee champions. Great. If I land a Petrifying Gaze, you lose the entire game. Good job. Should have kept Bulldog benched or benched Imperial. I mean, the thing with Bulldog, which is the problem, like, he's 2-0-4, I think he's doing okay individually, I suppose. Like, EDG, I don't think Sinian... It's Draw takes blue buff, lol. I don't think Sinian or Angel is remarkably better than Bulldog. I don't think Bulldog is, like, a crazy different player either. I think EDG would have loved to get a higher tier mid laner. I just don't think they had access to them. The Jin Trap leads into the W on Tien. One goes forwards. I mean, there was an E on Suyeon. I can't really look for that fight now. Baron push for top esports. Threatening to be quite scary here. The Kled's going for the dive. They get onto the Akali, goes into the Shroud. Akali not destroyed. Destroyed by the Kled and by the Corki. Kled going low, but not dead. Cream, one more Twin Fang will do it, and there you go. 2 kills on the dive. Olaf is still pushing bot lane, but buddy, your team needs you. ZDZ has 5 kills out of their 12 total. They need him back as the only gold lead on the team. He's trying to get in for an inner turret. He's not been able to. EDG died on the dive and on the defense before they could call the Olaf back. Leave is alive. He doesn't feel like he can do that much, though. Trying to wave clear. Buddy, you're DPSing the Bard. Bard's not killing the tower. He's not ending the game. They have the Channel on the Olaf going to low range. But there's the defensive Bard. Perhaps it doesn't matter, though. Perhaps it doesn't matter at all. Over here, it does. Of course it does. Olaf dies. Jaculov takes him down. The Bard ult saves the life for one. Allows the other carry to DPS down the Olaf. Nexus falls. Top esports quite easily. 1-0 up on the board. I mean, EDG, I don't think they were choosing the right fights. I think that they were a little late to objective plays. EDG are 0 and 10 for a reason. They've not really managed to string together good fights. I don't think they've managed to have a great deal of chemistry together. I think this team is looking, even with JDG coming in, it's not looking like they're fantastic. I suppose you can make the caveat and say that JDG has only come in recently. Their chemistry is definitely going to take a bit of work. Questions, I suppose. Okay, folks, like I've been saying, I've been a little bit ill over this week as well. So I'm just going to be resting my voice. I'm going to put on an ad break. We'll wait for the player of the game. I'll be back for the next game. We'll be chatting a little bit in the meantime as well. But I'm just going to step away from the PC just so I can keep my voice and my brain healthy. But yeah, I thank you everyone for tuning in for LPL as always. And again, I'm trying not to be too sappy about it or anything like that, but I do like to shout you out and make sure that you're not taken for granted as well. I'm aware you could be watching the LPL anywhere. There are plenty of people that stream this. It's kind of open season for the LPL. You could be watching this anywhere. Thank you for choosing to watch it here. Thank you for watching LPL in general. And I hope you're enjoying yourselves. I'm going to go on a quick break. Going to put on an ad break, and let's get into what could be the last game of the day coming right up. Yes, I saw. It's very kind of them. Yeah, Sheep Esports occasionally tweets out our clips. It's very kind of them. It's very good publicity for us. So I don't know if the Sheep people that come and watch the stream are in here, but I appreciate you. It does make a difference to us. I'm not great at marketing for myself, so that does help an awful lot. Anyway, I'm going to take my break and I'll be back, probably with a cup of coffee after this.
令。这身皮肤总能胜出。胜利时刻到了。
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空选，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
Hello， 现场的各位观众朋友们以及屏幕前的直播间的召唤师们，欢迎回来！来到了本场我们的互动环节，大家看我坚毅的眼神啊，以及我看一下有没有谁想拿到礼物，这个坚毅的眼神跟我对视一下。好，没问题。本轮我们的游戏的名称就是神之凝视猜英雄，相信我们现场的观众朋友们都对英雄游戏皮肤非常了解。那么你是否了解英雄的眼神呢？我们在这里一共会有2轮题目给到大家，在每一轮会有4位英雄，如果您能成功猜出其中3位的话，将会获得本轮的奖品：李宁、Jackie Love、卡莎联名短袖1件。OK， 没问题。那我们话不多说，赶紧来看第1题。好，现在有4个英雄的眼神已经出来了，有哪一位想抢答？这位是举手最快的吗？好，
第一个应该是厄斐琉斯。然后第4个是李青，第2个是千珏，第2个是千珏吗？
不对哦，还有一个。
第3个是杰斯吗？哦，是洛吗？
好的，回答正确，来再来确认一下你的答案，3个分别是
厄斐琉斯、洛和李青。
好，给出的答案是否正确呢？我们一起来公布正确答案。回答正确，第2个是我们剪纸仙灵的剑。好的，我们4个分别是星之刚的厄斐琉斯、剪纸仙灵的镜、甜心之灵洛，还有我们最后的天龙之子盲僧。好的，这位召唤师们可以拿一下你在本轮获得的奖品。非常帅气的李宁。
Hey Jamon, thanks for these resub earlier, by the way. I don't know if you were here when I did say thank you for it earlier, but I wasn't sure if you were in chat. But I appreciate the resub. Hope you're doing well.
举手示意我哦，哪位最快？好，正是这位朋友吗？好的，可以来到我身边吗？给出你的答案。
第1位是豹女，第2位是卡莎，第3个是妮可，第4个。
Hey Christina, I love me some Christina. Christina's great. Very fun to work with her back in the day as well.
我感觉偏差稍微有点大，有没有来？再来哪位最快？来，这一位绿色的朋友可以来到我身边，身着绿色短袖的这一边。
第1位是豹女，第2位是感觉像刀妹，第3位是格温，第4个是金克，莎米拉。
很遗憾呐，这一轮还有没有会获得的？其实刚才已经出了很多了，哪位最快？好的，来。
第一个豹女，第二个卡特，第三个格温。
好的，回答正确，我们一起来揭晓一下正确答案。这一轮确实有难度啊！豹女卡特琳娜、青蛙语音的格温和拉克斯，哇，刚才有一位已经很接近正确答案了。好的，恭喜这位幸运的召唤师获得了李宁 JK Love 卡莎联名短袖一件。再一次感谢现场所有观众朋友们的参与。那我们的比赛也即将开始了，让我把画面交还给解说席吧。
Okay, hello, welcome back, everyone. Well, we'll see whether it's one or two last games for today. Look, I do think top esports, you know, they drafted okay. I think that ZDZ actually played very well versus Suyan. The Olaf did feel like it was a threat, but EDG don't have the decision making to really hang with this level of play. Not really. Oh, the interest. Wait, the shirt they gave him was English by default. That's cool. Well, I mean, is it? I mean, I guess. The thing is, some merch in Korea and in Japan and in China will be in English just because like there's a certain level of prestige, I suppose, to it being like global and for them it's like slightly different. In the same way that like a Japanese shirt here or whatever will have that certain degree of prestige of like, oh, that's different. Sometimes global merch from your perspective can be very, very cool. I don't know, some French and English or whatever. And it was the Jacket Love Kaiser shirt. Gotcha, cool. This is a quick 2-0 if there's ever been one. EDG needs a full team reset, not just a jungler. I don't know what you do with this team. Legitimately, I don't know what you do with them. I think that EDG, well, they've lost all of their huge players. And JJ coming back is one thing, and I do think JJ is good. I like this guy, but I don't think he's enough to make a team out of. We saw that from the Doom squad in 24, where he was still there, and they had like, what? Vampire when Vampire was bad. They had the Snake and Leave, who neither of which were great. Fisher in mid lane, who wasn't great. Solo Kill on top lane, who wasn't great at the time either. All of those players pretty much have gone on to do better things outside of their organization. Sadly for them. Player Love as the coach also not helping you. But yeah, I think that EDG losing Scout, Mako, Viper, can't make a Viper, Flandre. You know, like the whole. Losing all of those players, how do you replace even one of them? Well, you can replace maybe like one of them. Replacing all, you know, all of the teammates going out there from their 21 Worlds winning roster, that's rough. That's really hard. How do you do that? The answer is you don't, realistically. Very, very difficult. You know, in LPL, no one replaces Mako, really. And unless EDG wants to spend big, you're not going to get back to that kind of level again. No, not really. Okay, into draft for game 2. Okay. The Theory gone. We still have Rise, still have Syndra, still have Varus, although it's not always picked all the time. I don't think Varus is Varus really picked between these two? I mean, Leave likes it. Plays the Shiv Shojin build with it. It's kind of fun. When they lost the 2019 squad, that was the end of the EDG, really. I mean, once they lost the end of their golden era in 21, yeah, that was when it kind of exploded for them. Nara's gone. Means you're more healthily picking a lot of the bruises. CDZ is a Nara player. Surprised to see that one. I guess. Does that allow you to play Yorick better? Do they want to play? Maybe EDG want a Yorick Jace gamble. Maybe they want to. Maybe they want to make this draft around Jace. I don't really get the Nara ban. I don't get it. They lock in the Ezreal. There is still Ezreal Karma, Ezreal Seraphine, Ezreal Bard. So lots of good lane partners there. That makes a lot of sense. Leave is a good player of that too. So what do you do into the Ezreal? You can go Caitlyn Karma. You can go Civic Karma maybe. Could have gone for a Varus lane. Chose not to. Could have actually gone for Camille Ziggs here too. Okay, you can go, you can't go Jhin Karma. So Civic Karma, Caitlyn Karma would be the two top of the list. You could go Yunara Karma, I guess, but I don't really see any reason to do that over the other two. They lock Rise, yeah. So now you can threaten... With Rise, you'd normally threaten Lee Sin. Now the question is, At this point in the draft, this is why, again, I'll try and explain the thought process. You need to be able to pick 3 good AD carries to not pick an AD carry on 3 hit. You have Karma. What AD carries would you normally lock with it? Well, we'd say Jhin. That's already gone, so that's there. So you need to pick like Caitlyn, Sivir. What else would you pick with it? Caitlyn, Sivir would be the 2 ones which I'd really consider. Maybe Nymaera, but I don't think that's as good either. Camille comes in from EDG. They've gone for Ezreal Camille, which is a bit weird. And they do lock in the Sivir. This is the thing. Top Esports, they kind of have to lock Sivir. But now the problem is that you would have loved to lock in Lee Sin here. You're going to lose the Lee Sin. So what junglers do you want? Because now you need to be able to take 2 jungle bans. You're probably losing, what, Lee Sin Trundle, maybe? I think Lee Sin Trundle, you probably want to ban both of them. Maybe you can go Xin Zhao. Yeah, Xin Zhao wouldn't be bad here. You know what? They have enough junglers. That's why they choose to lock in AD carry, not jungle. That's the mind. I know I've spent about half the draft talking about that. But I think that basically they lock in the Sivir and not a jungler because they don't want to tank 2 AD carry bans and end up with a bot lane which is just not playable. EDG probably are going to ban away Trundle, and then, I don't know, like, yeah, probably will be something like the Lee Sin banned away because Lee Sin Rise is too annoying to play against. Syndra's taken away from Bulldog. There's no Cassiopeia. What else does well into Rise? You could ban Victor or Anivia, I guess. Do either of them fit with EDG's comp? I mean, they prefer something that goes forwards with the Nocturne Camille, because this is a really heavy dive combo from EDG. Yeah, so the Galio would have been better with that, yeah. You care less about giving the Victor than the Galio, because Galio Nocturne is not fun to play against as an AD carry, especially a shorter range one like Sivir, even if you have Spell Shield. They just ban the Lee Sin, be done with it. You think Xin Zhao's more of a problem? They don't ban the Lee Sin. They ban away the Ambassador instead. I mean, I just think you slam Lee Sin now for top esports, to be honest. Although Tien's Lee Sin hasn't been great recently. Maybe that's the logic. Maybe they just say, look, your Lee Sin's been bad. You play it like you did in the last 2 series versus... Was it in both series you played it? Versus LGD and WE? Or was it just the one versus LGD? Well, he's going to give it another crack. Of course, a world champion on this champion. Locks in that Lee Sin. They could have banned the Lee Sin, EDG. They could have done that. They chose not to. So... By banning the Ambassador Rumble... Well, I don't think Rumble cares as much. It's more about the combos, really. Like, Ryze Ambassador is just a nasty-ass combo. Now, Anivia into Ryze is safer. And Anivia into Ryze Lee Sin, less happy. You can die in 2v2 or 2v1 more likely. Last pick from EDG. Rumble is fine, I suppose. Double AoE solo laners disrupting the team fights. Quite low range from top esports. Yeah, it is low range actually. Civ is a lower range AD carry despite her Q being longer range and Ricochet is extending her range. Ryze is lower range. Lee Sin is melee. Okay, so you need a top laner. K'Sante will put you into a very low range comp. EDG do have Anivia, Rumble, Ezreal. I mean, Nocturne doesn't love playing in the short range in this kind of comp, but you can't play at range, really. K'Sante's not bad in terms of lane matchup. Call me crazy. I do think EDG have a pretty good draft. Is it winning, though? The range makes me like it, but then the Nocturne Camille can't play with that range. They also don't really have much disengage, especially against Civic Armor that full speed up the team. Look, I think top esports have the tools to close the distance. I think in another world, the range advantage from EDG looks pretty okay. Lane matchups are a bit weird. Not really sure how Ezreal Camille's going to do against Civic Armor. I can't imagine it's like fantastic, but maybe improved rather than that. Okay, let's get into get into game. I'm going to run a quick ad break so we don't get ads in game. Again, thank you for choosing to watch your LPL experience here. Always love to have you all along with us for the ride. Let's get into game. I am crazy? Yeah. Nocturne feels super weird here. Nocturne is here to have a strong level 1 jungle bench, set of jungle options, basically. Nocturne is here to, you know... Okay, into game we go. Let's hear those gyros and let's get started for what could be our last game of the day, last game of the week. Last game here in LNG's Suzhou Arena. Oh dear, it's not starting very well for EDG. They lose their support early. Tien going low, likely going down. Tien has already used the flash though. Lethal tempo started from both of our AD carries, but Jakulov walks away with a double kill from the first level. Now he has to recall. He's going to lose XP from the first wave, but he is going to be coming back with like an extra 750 gold or something like that. 400 from the first blood, a little bit more from the second kill as well. 700 gold, that'll be it. He's come back with double longswords. Yeah, an extra 700 gold. Double longsword start. Yeah, you're losing the XP. Do you really care after that? No. What do you miss during the ads? Yeah, basically everyone ran at each other level 1 in Botside River. Sivir got lethal tempo stacked, killed the Camille. Tien died, but Nocturne had to flash for it. That meant the Nocturne didn't have a way out. Level 1 stun again. Jakulov doesn't have summoners now. That is kind of spooky. Leave does have flash. He actually might be able to corner flash with a Q hit. No, not quite. I think there was a chance that Leave could redirect his Q with a flash, maybe hit Jakulov. Not happening there. Jakulov walking into lane level 1. Better from Palkia this time. Yeah, I try to run the ads fairly quickly so we don't get stuff like that happening in game. Or miss like stuff like that happening in game. Sadly, as you can see, not always possible. Oh, gosh. Weird day of games. It's been fun. Not like I've been enjoying it, but it has been weird, hasn't it? Look, JDG losing again earlier today. LGD, one of the best drafting teams in the region. JDG, I think one of the worst, actually. And I think that was a big factor in that first series of the day. Stuff like Silas being able to steal Alistair and Gnarls felt like a massive draft gap from LGD over JDG. Second series of the day, Invictus Gaming Weibo. Weibo were fighting for their lives, and they're basically out of world's contention. They can't make playoffs either. So the downfall of Weibo has been startling to watch. Shocking, really, given how they finished top 3 in Split 1. Now this series here, if this one's been, well, we've seen the one game of it in EDG. They've not been able to match LGD / TT from Group Percent. Hang on, blow this. Oh wow, they just instant one-shot him. This instant one-shot him. Very well played from Palkia. There is a kill back from Draw onto Palkia, but the double kill goes to Leave. Much better from EDG's bot lane. Reminder, this was an early double kill Sivir coming into lane with double long swords. Leave not going to get hit by that Lee Sin Q. Safe now. Oh, gosh, what a weird early game. 3 for 3. Leave picking up 2 kills of his own now. There's a cull in for Jakulov. He realizes, well, I've got the extra gold for it. Why not? But right there, really good play from Palkia. Blew the spell shield of Sivir with the Camille W, I believe it was, as he flew in with the E. But watch this again, because watch this. He blows the spell shield really well here. Because the spell flux is on him. They blow the spell shield. And then, well, no, it wasn't actually with the Camille. They just throw everything at him. Look, they hit him with everything, basically. Last auto attack at least gets one down. Leave just about gets the last kill there himself. Double kill now for the Ezreal. Comes back to lane with a Sheen and a Tib. Ezreal's got everything he wants from the early game now. 2 kills a minute, true. For a brief moment of time, 2 kills a minute. Maybe just stuttering there. I stepped away for 3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes where everyone dies, pretty much. Yep. That'll happen again. Apologies for the clean feed. Occasionally it does go through a quick lag stream, but we'll work on a fix for that next week. Hopefully that'll be fine. Got a couple of days to figure things out. I think I'm going to head down to London tomorrow. I'm going to head down to London, get my hair cut. Have a nice day out. Ooh, Draw takes the Ignite. He's pretty much dead, actually. One last auto attack will do it. They can't quite get it. Okay, Draw lives. Can't quite get in range. Jakulov has the lethal tempo. He's going to get the kill, but dies in return. 1 for 1. Jakulov very nearly cleared up both of those kills, actually. Leave and Jakulov just throwing haymakers. Palkia as well on the Camille support, putting in a lot of damage on the early game. Stun will land onto Cream. Bulldog 10 CS lead in the mid lane. 1,000 gold lead for EDG. A lot of that's on the Camille, actually. And Camille is a champion that can use it fairly well. Tien is on vision here. Oh, the Q lands anyway. Stun lands. Bulldog will get that. Bulldog does have flash. Cream can flash for a rune prison. Does get the damage there. Tien, does he go for the Q follow-up? No. Equalizer in top lane. The wave clear. I would have followed that Q or tried to land a Q from Tien there. Or flash forwards from Cream to get the rune prison in a better position. I guess they were afraid of flashing into Palkia on the roam, JDG hanging out in the jungle, perhaps. Doing their best to keep it 2 kills a minute. Yeah, of course. Jackal. Oh god, walks into JDG. Breaks the fear tether. Jackal has been under heavy pressure from this early game. He's still 200 gold up from that level 1. Jackal, one of the better Sivir players of all time. 2v3, Jackal draw, pushing in with the wave. JDG having to walk further back. Of course, JDG, a reminder for those of you who haven't been for the rest of this series or haven't been here for the rest of this week, EDG initiated a jungle... What was it then? Anyway, EDG and Weibo. We don't know the full stories of it, but EDG, Weibo traded junglers. I think Weibo kind of mental boomed. I think a lot of players no longer wanted to play for Weibo after losing many games in Nirvana. So JDG is headed back to his world's-winning organization of EDG. It's him and Junja that were world's-winning colleagues in the jungle for EDG 2021. And EDG haven't really reaped the rewards of that yet. They have lacking synergy. I think their decision-making has been poor. Tien actually does... He steals something away there with a cube. Nice. This game feels like EDG are just fist fighting. That's one way to play the game. Jackal has the Sheen heading towards the Essence Reaver. Haven't always seen that on the Sivir. I think Sivir has been going towards a lot more Yuntal recently. However, Essence Reaver with a Flecker Blade, hang on, he just used his spell shield, but Palkia misses the stun. Ezreal also goes wide. No summoners having to be used by Jackal draw partly because they don't have them. If Palkia lands that stun, probably a dead Jackal. He just misused the spell shield. I think Leave, if he got a guaranteed W ult off, probably kills. They're lucky to get away with that Jackal draw. They should have had another death there, I think. Who has the better draft here? Draft is weird. They interact so differently with each other. Top Esports are low range, but they have a front line. EDG have high range. They do have Nocturne Camille extended dive combo, but the Anivia can't follow up with that. Lane matchups for EDG look pretty good. These kind of games is like, which team makes the better decisions to make the game about their strength of play? Like right here, if you're just walking into Nocturne Camille, you're not going to have a fun time. Fear Tether comes through. I think that's probably just a dead draw. Safeguard comes through. Bulldog will finish off the kill, but JDG put himself very deep in order to get that kill. Realm Walk trying to face down on to Palkia. Does he have the second hook shot? He should do. So that's 1 for 1. Draw dies for JDG. Bulldog the one to pick up that kill. The Anivia getting gold is annoying for Top Esports. This Anivia can ruin the draft, I think. Because look, Top Esports, even though they're lower range and they somewhat lack engage, the engage for them is just popping Sivir ult and Karma AoE E-shield for the move speed. Jackal is getting hit by everything. Leave just needs one more Q. He just kills him. 100% skill shot accuracy. Leave kills Jackal. That Ezreal banned away in game 1. First picked here in game 2. Leave. We said he's a big game player. He responds well to the bright lights. Typically that happens in playoffs, but I suppose if you're here in kind of Death's Door for EDG, I mean, not Death's Door, they're in a group of Sens, they have a couple more chances than you were in Nirvana. But playing well here. He's a big game player, I think, Leave. Sadly means that in regular seasons you don't see the best of him, but right here, 4-1, great 2v2 from him. Jackal, like we were saying, he is the best AD carry at laning in the LPL across the average of the last year or two. I don't think you can argue that, but on recent form, Jackal not been as stellar as we expect from him, then again, playing him in support for the year. I think Jackal, lots of members of Top Esports mixed form, as we've been saying. It's not simple to track this team. You see why they did the first pick? Yeah, I thought that Sivir Karma would be stronger, to be honest. But I think that Leave and Palkia have done a very good job at 2v2ing. I also really like how Leave has gone for the Muramana first, so he hasn't finished the Triforce. He says, I want to complete this as soon as possible. Look, Leave you can criticize for a number of reasons. I think his logic in building items is the best of any AD carry player, though. You want to learn from AD carry builds and how you can get some random advantages? This guy will show you how to. He was building like Essence Reaver, Shadowflame, Kai'Sa to make an earlier poke build. Things like that, you know. Tien going towards top side, maybe trying to kill ZDZ. Doesn't have the first item just yet. Tien does get the full combo. ZDZ goes below half HP, and he doesn't really have much chance for an outplay here. Jackalov walks up, will take the kill. An extended death for ZDZ. 3 grubs will help them push around. They've lane swapped up this, trying to escape Leave's Ezreal. As we were saying, Leave, you know, his logic tends to be very good. His logic in this game is basically saying, I need to get 2 items with an upgraded Muramana as soon as possible. He has so much gold, he won't have trouble hitting the Triforce. Ultimate through from Palkia, there's a safeguard. Nocturne's going to come through, trade. Can he make it out alive? No, so it's going to be a 2-for-1, almost certainly. Actually, the Spell Shield tanks to Q. Tien does have Flash, can just use that if he needs to. Roll Hops instead, dead Nocturne. So 2-for-1. Palkia went too deep. It was a great safeguard from Lee Sin. Tien hops over the wall here. He does actually have a lot of damage. He might be able to kill the Anivia if they're not careful enough. No ult though, so can't force that. Swian going on towards ZDZ. Has the all out actually. Can keep ZDZ away from the turret. Weird old game. 0 and 10, good lord EDG. Again, reminded, look, it is bad, obviously. The EDG are playing in Group Ascend. Think of them like they're in the position like WE were last split. You are the worst team in the higher group and just getting dunked on by better teams in the top level. I suppose the surprise is when you also have teams like LGD and TT who promoted alongside you from Nirvana. Why is this the case where, you know, the games have turned out the way they are? Level 11 to level 9, by the way. He actually can get an all-out hit. He can. ZDC's in big trouble. The Empowered W comes through. Charges it all the way. Q3 misses. Flashes. I think he misses another Q, though. It doesn't matter. He's 2 levels up. That is the bonus of having that XP. Bulldog does have Flash. Safe in the mid lane. Swian gets so far ahead in terms of XP. Is there a Realm Orb to be used? Yes, there is. Jackalov has Flash. Leave has Flash. Does he have anything else? Well, no. He's just dead, actually. Good roam from the mid jungle. Top lane goes down. I think the water gates are starting to open a bit now. I think the floodgates rather starting to open. It's not looking pretty for EDG. Top lane turret goes down. Leave the point of power dies on the other side of the map. Bulldog doesn't manage to stop the rise from roaming. Top Esports just break open the game with a series of plays. To be fair, didn't every team that promoted change at least 1 player? LGD brought in Crisp for YCX. Yep, they changed them. TT. They have Keshi, Junhao, Haru, An, and gosh, who's the support for TT right now? Feather. No, I don't think TT did. Did TT keep the full roster? I think they did, right? 1,000 gold up for Top Esports here. EDG, of course, they changed Bulldog in for Sinian and Angel, and then later on they brought in JJ. Way also Lester Palkia came in, so significant changes for EDG. I wouldn't say any of them were like groundbreaking, but yeah. Yeah, but TT, they kept the whole roster, right? Need to remember. Okay, ZDZ 1,000 gold down now. Sucks for him. He's basically just had an extended level at disadvantage. And again, he's 2 levels down in Cassante. He's had a great time just keeping off the waves. Yeah, I don't think CT changed anymore. So Dragon in 3 minutes. First one went to Top Esports. Please, oh, don't bully ZDZ again. No one's coming to help him. What does he do? Doesn't have Equalizer for a little while. Tien gets some damage down. Gets the kill. You might just kill him here, actually. You might kick him into the Cassante. That would be very funny. Doesn't need to. Pathmaker will lead to ZDZ going even lower. Jackalov is donated to the kill. Another kill to the Sivir. Now, there is a cross map. EDG are taking top lane turret. However, if you get into the cross map scenario, there's 3 grubs for Top Esports. There's a Sheen item fully completed for Jackalov in the Essence Reaver. And Swian teleports to wave clear the rest of it. So this is going to be 2 side lane turrets in favor of Top Esports. They get 14,000 kills as an organization. Congratulations to Top Esports, claiming that ever since their first year in LPL of 2019, I believe was their first year in LPL proper. Top Esports, also known as Top Sports back then, actually, I think it was. Renamed to Top Esports later. Became one of like the modern giants of LPL. 2020 to 2022, constant team at the top of the table. 21 actually was a bit of a mess. In 2019, Summer Knight had one of the best splits of any player ever, actually. 2024. Managed to get themselves to MSI. 25 reclaimed the title for the first time since 22, actually. Herald going down on the top side. Top Esports have returned their way to the top of the LPL. Not that it has been, like, it hasn't been without criticism. It hasn't been without inconsistencies either. You know, they've been to stuff like First Stand last year, MSI this year. They obliterated by T1 at semis at Worlds last year as well. They've had their down moments, haven't they? Top Esports going to lose bot lane in a turret, but they take a chunk out of mid lane as well. Jackilov is, well, he's about to catch in his cull, so he's fairly happy. Tien's had a good game. We were saying his Lee Sin was a bit meh recently. Good game here so far. Hey, Kevin, by the way, how's it going? EDG with situation for them, one of the most successful teams in LPL history. MSI winners in 2015, constant champions of the LPL. Internationally, a bit weird. Went to Worlds and didn't achieve that much. Hang on, here comes the Sivir ult, Nocturne ult, pulled as well. And that is a Camille onto the Lee Sin. He does have a kick, wants to follow onto JDG. Very nearly kills the Nocturne. ZDZ now in no man's land a bit, being helped out by the Anivia buying space. Tien goes down, hard focus onto him by EDG. He nearly killed the Nocturne, but doesn't go down. Dragon now in under a minute. Lee Sin will respawn before the Dragon spawns. Sante presses the W. Jackie Love gets hit so much. The equalizer doesn't actually tag onto him. ZDZ missing the equalizer. All out. Rumble goes down. So close to killing Jackie Love, but no cigar, sadly, for EDG. Managed to survive all comers there. Sivir just about making their way through the fracas. Dragon now alive in 10 seconds. Lee Sin on the map. EDG, they get themselves a good fight, but it's at the slightly wrong time, and it's not capitalized on well. This is the problem we have with EDG. Their execution can be fine, but their decision-making's off. Now, EDG, I guess it's a step up from how they were playing. EDG, of course, went 2-1. They won 1-2 versus Anyone's Legend. They probably should have won versus Anyone's Legend. Just, gosh, was that this week? Was it? I think it was this week, actually. I might have missed that one, actually. So this is the play which led to this. Lee flashed away from a potential kickback onto him. Flash away from the Camille. Lee Sin dies. Very nearly kills that Nocturne, as we've been saying. Then what happens here? It's a 5v4. Jackalove is low. They try to kill the Sivir, because Bulldog does get a good combo and gets the electrocute. Spell Shield stops the Ezreal ult. The equalizer doesn't hit. And then Kasante's in position, bops back the Rumble, dead. And the Rumble's already not in a great spot. 1,000 gold down, 0-4. ZDZ's had an awful game. ZDZ, weird player, very high peak. Well, he's had some pretty high peaks and troughs, I suppose, compared to his average. Leave, getting ran out by the Sivir, no slow landing onto Jackalove, especially the Anivia helps now. Tien, oh, flash forwards for the Pathmaker, perhaps an all-out coming, no, 10 seconds on cooldown, doesn't need it though, can just tank the turret. Good extended rundown. This is how a Civic Karma team plays. If you played back in 2015, if you watched SK Telecom play back then with Bang and Wolf, they used to use the Civic Karma with a Maokai just running at you. Similar kind of thing with the Kasante. Just run up with them with the move speed. That is your engage. Palkia looking for an engage. Paranoia coming in. Where's he going to, though? The damage isn't really there. Well, your carries aren't there. Draw does go down, though. They managed to take out the Civir. So even without the carries, they're doing pretty well here. Cream can't survive. So both teams taking an extended run at the enemy team down the mid lane. Top Esports. I think they thought they were safe because there was no Anivia. There was no Equalizer. There was no Ezreal. Still get ran down, though. JJ doing a good job alongside Palkia. Make sure they could really hurt them in the extended rundown with the Paranoia. Nicely played. The power of that Hex Plate, the individual plays, very powerful there. Just check. Top Esports was one of the 12 to 14. Oh, was it 2018 was their thing? Oh, right. Gotcha. Sorry. My bad. 2018. I knew it was around that year. You know, both these teams have a huge history. EDG, I mean, all the way back to 2014 when they joined the LPL. Immediately made an impact with the Nymaera roster. Clearlove as well, of course. Leaving Team WE for EDG was the big thing for him. I think a lot of WE fans have never forgiven EDG for that. Yeah, a lot of them haven't. EDG is, remained the bad boys in the hearts of many LPL fans if they were old Team World Elite fans from back then. EDG, of course, gone on to be one of the most successful teams in the LPL of all time. winning Worlds eventually in 2021, so they've completed effectively the clean sweep, besides the first stand title now, which has only recently been introduced. MSI, Worlds, Regionals, both spring and summer. Top Esports, of course, a later edition, really, because EDG were in that era with, like, well, Team W, just after Team WE. So they were there with RNG. IG kind of joined them a little later, even though IG were of course, around in the LPL for a very long time, as well as LGD as well. Those teams took a little while to become, like, LPL relevant and international relevant. 2015 summer, LGD came in as first seed, kind of bombed it at Worlds, kind of ruined the LPL's reputation, that Juggernaut patch. Worlds 2015 felt really harsh for LPL. They all imported Korean players, and they had to then suddenly do a lot more complex communication once their top lane, once their team style had changed. Sivril was popped there. Could disengage, though, from the Anivia. This Anivia is a real pain in the butt. If the Anivia actually gets to disengage a lot, I think Top Esports really struggled. Top Esports seems to be very intricate about how they use the Sivir and the Karma. Very powerful, of course. Double move speed. I was in bed, so I wasn't chatting, but I did watch JDG LGD. Not good. It's so over for your team. I genuinely think that JDG is cursed. Of course, Top Esports, their era of rivals, really. Hang on, jumping onto Cream. Cream does have flash, doesn't have ult. He's way too far up. Lee Sin is here, but I don't think it'll matter. Good three-man collapse. GEG, solid dive. Top Esports not judging the map completely well here. And of course, EDG win this. We do get ourselves our, our notable 9-game day. We've gone to 6 games in our earlier series. This last series, it does go to 3. We'll have the full host of games as the last game. These were the last games hosted in, gosh, we're in LNG Suzhou Arena this week. Sivir almost towards the 3rd item in Infinity. It just gone for the swiftness boost, Jackie. I think it makes a lot of sense there. Extra movement speed to close the distance makes a lot of difference here, I think. Oh, you hired an Etsy witch to curse JDG. Everything makes sense now. Yeah, of course it's the Etsy witches. Nice. Okay, Dragon's alive. Top Esports would love to fight for that. Chemtech Soul, I mean, could be better, could be worse. Well, no, it couldn't. Yeah, it's definitely the worst one, but whatever. Sweet taking an amount of damage. Tien looking for a Q. Just hits it. Hard to actually fly it at Anivia as a Lee Sin, though, because she just throws the Q in your general direction. You don't often get to complete your combo. Cream does have Realm Walk. Could look for a flank angle. He's not on vision right now. There is a Paranoia. Ah, now he is, because now they can jump in with the Camille and the Nocturne if they want. Ah, Sivril. Oh, here comes the Realm Walk. Kick is not great onto JJ, but it does mean that Palkia is initially zoned out. Now it's hang on, Tien flying in again. Not the best from Top Esports. I feel like they could have made a better knockout blow there. Tien kicking one to safety. No one dies. I suppose without the Paranoia, EDG do feel a lot worse. Maybe Top Esports viewed it as long as we live and they don't have Paranoia, we're okay. That's going to get them their 3rd dragon. And while they don't pick up any kills, you can't fault that logic. It seems like as soon as the Paranoia's gone, Top Esports feel a lot more safe. I think that Paranoia is the most important skill on the Rift, actually. What was that Rumble ult? I'm not going to lie. I was paying attention to so much other stuff. I didn't see with the... How bad was the Rumble ult? You know, I'm going to go back on the old YouTube and see what happens there. Where did the... No, Rumble was okay. It separated out the team. It did hit onto a couple of people. Nah, Rumble was... Like, it wasn't great, but it was okay. It was meant to be like a disengaging ult. Hit onto the 3-man clump, see what happens. With a human Rumble ult, that fight was won. I think he chooses the wrong target. It's not a good Rumble ult, but it's meant to disengage the 3-man clump in River. So you can kind of like isolate the Cassante down. Realistically, what you should have done is put the equalizer on the Cassante and you kill him. You know, realistically. The ZDZ, I don't know. He's at 1-4. He was at 0-4. Not his best game. No, ZDZ, am I a defender of him? No, look, for those of you who've watched a lot of my streams, you'll know that I focus a lot on nuance. I focus on, like, you know, it's not all black and white. It's not always great to watch as a broadcast because it's really hard to explain all that nuance all the time correctly. But ZDZ, a lot of people dunk on him, and some of it is rightfully so. The thing about ZDZ is that he is a player he's like a mid-table top lane. But because his peaks are very high and his troughs are very low, when he has a bad game, you question whether he was a top-tier top laner or like a mid-table top laner at all. And when he has his peaks, you're like, well, you know, why is he stuck on this team? It's the problem with him. When you average all out for ZDZ, he ends up being, you know, probably an EDG level player. Probably. You know, somewhere around the bottom end of Group Ascend, I guess. With a game like this, you're sat there going, oh bloody hell, could have won a game with that. High variance player, yeah, he's one of the higher variance players for sure. But he's a higher variance player as a mid-table player, which means that his lows make him look really quite bad. Jackie hit by the wall, kick almost onto Bulldog. There's the redemption coming through. Palkia gonna lock down the Lee Sin. The egg comes through. Anivia, no more disruption. Good fight from top esports. The pieces from EDG couldn't get into position at once, and I think the floor of the, hang on, Equalizer comes down. A better one this time. JDG goes in, but they can't kill him through the Karma. They can't kill him. Now is EDG set to go in. Everyone, one by one. The Pipers led the Rats off into the harbor. Lieb gets a kill onto the Cassante, but it is 1 for the cost of 5. Top esports put on the move speed, isolate people down, and EDG cannot disengage. They go in one by one, and they die like so. Top esports likely sending EDG to 0-11 now. Realistically, I think they can back off, get the Baron. I don't think JJ will be able to get there in time. The DPS should be there from top esports carries. You've got a Rise and a Sivir should be quite happily burning through this. Great team fight from top esports. Managed to isolate people out, use the move speed of your Sivir Karma. Sivir Karma as a duo has been so powerful ever since 2015. For those of you who didn't watch the heyday of professional League of Legends back then, it's very hard to disengage from this combo. The teleport's coming too late. You've got one more member there. It's because as the Anivia goes down, right? It's much easier to follow forwards in the play. Sivir and Karma just give you so much move speed. You can't disengage. And then you get a little bit of damage on Jacula. JJ thinks he's got the kill. No, there's an extra shield. The spell shield comes through for a bit of an extra heal as well. Then ZDZ thinks he can get in. Nowhere near close to that. ZDZ is dead to rights. The calculations from EDG just not good enough. And the extra movement speed from the Sivir Karma making all the difference, of course, without even to mention the stuff like double Ghost and Rise passive. Very hard to disengage from this team. Very hard indeed. Cool. Getting that ward out of that alcove could have been a clutch teleport ward, although, I mean, it would have been for Rainbow, I suppose. EDG not the best teleport flank team, really. Neither of their solo laners want to do that. Rise is pushing in mid lane, has Realm Orb, has Actualizer. Seraph's level 16. None of these things sound good to EDG, really. JJ going towards the Guardian Angel. I don't think JJ's had a bad game. In terms of individual performances from EDG, who do you criticize? Well, ZDZ not great on the Rumble, as we've said. Leaf's been good in laning phase. Bullock's been fine, I suppose. It's been pretty good, I guess. I just think EDG, I'm focusing less on individual players for now, because I think their problems are so linked to chemistry and changing members. We've not really managed to find a consistent roster. Not found the players to compete at an Ascend level. Did make it up into Ascend, of course, which is an achievement in itself. Sweon hops over the wall. Tower under siege. Worms Forts under siege. Great goated PS2 video game. Slash, no, it was an Xbox video game. My bad. Oops, I'm a laugher. Jumping on towards Rise. Realm Orb is cancelled. Good flank there from Palkia. Should be dead. Rise does get the Seraph. Doesn't have any stasis. Can they take the bot lane turret? No. So that will be, I think, the end of the Baron push now. Good kill onto the Rise. That is the problem with playing like a 1-4. Managed to shut that down well. Okay, did anyone else play the Worms games growing up? I do need to know this. This is a matter of national importance. I really enjoyed Worms 3D and Worms Force Under Siege. I know that's sacrilege to some who consider the 2D Worms games the first and foremost, and they are really good. I did play some 2D Worms games on PS on Game Boy as well. But still, Worms Force Under Siege, go to video game. Dragging over to the side of top esports to get themselves sold. That's probably more important. Sorry, probably is. But I do like Worms as a video game. Yeah, I loved Worms 3D. It was great. It was awesome. I think if you have longer splits, ideally, you need mid-season swaps. I agree. I think with the way that schedules work now, you get so few attempts to try and fix a team through a year in terms of having breaks and working on them. You have to, I think a lot of people in LPL just decide, screw it, let's just throw things to the winds. I think also one of the big things too, Fred, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me, yeah, basically, this is what I really, Freg has worded this well. If you consider each split like a season, it makes sense why LPL and LCK teams behave the way they do, and maybe even LEC teams, they've done some big swaps actually between splits this year. Think about Fnatic making some weird changes throughout the year, Vitality. Hang on, TM might go on to leave here. He has flash, should be safe. He go to JJ. Nope, spell shield. Palkia on the flank. But yeah, forgive me if I'm wrong. There is a player auction in LPL, which happens at the start of the year. The problem is, a lot of players don't really want to be part of the auction, which basically means you say, I am a free agent, I want a team. You do not decide which team you go to. The teams bid on you and the winning bid gets you. A lot of players didn't want to do that, so they've now waited until Split 2 and Split 3 to get onto teams instead. Because they decided, look, Split 1 is Split 1, it goes to first stand. That's, you know, it's a loss, but it's not a big enough loss. I'll just take a break. I'll come back. You know, Maker took a break. Jaculo, Tien took breaks. Often they went back to the team they were on anyway. They were still in the contract, but still they took a break. But there are some players who basically just decided, no, I'm not going to be part of the auction because that's not their present in Split 2 and Split 3 after that. You remember playing 2D worm games on LAN in college? That's so cool. Yeah, so anyway, so a lot of teams who've made lots of changes. You know, Top Esports have changed a lot of members throughout this year. Partly because of the match fixing of Nio. Team like Weibo, 5 supports in a year. EDG changing players around because they promoted into Split 3. BLG with the top, well, that's the wrong situation, BLG, but they're top lane swaps. Can EDG win this game? I'm not going to lie. I think that EDG might be cooked. I think that Sivir is online, has a more of Malmortius, and also 3 crit items, going on 4. There's a Chemtech Soul, which adds heal and shield power to Karma, and if you're under half HP, Karma shields will keep them alive longer and it's even nastier. Top Esports need to not lose an Elder Flip. That's the only way they'll lose the game. Now, EDG can win with an Elder Flip. But however, you'll notice that Top Esports, every one of their inner turrets is still standing. EDG probably need to get 2 comeback fights in a row. I don't think they can win with just one. And I think one of them has to be at the Elder, or lead to the Elder. Leaves in a strong spot. I don't really think EDG have a great flanking composition. Palkia might be able to do that. I think Palkia's had a pretty okay game on the Camille. EDG seem like they're consigned towards last place in Ascend. They are likely facing, well, I guess they'll be facing the winner of NIP and IG. That should be fairly close, I think. That'll depend on game score between NIP and IG. That's going to lead some very interesting situations, actually. Wait, hang on, I might not be... Hang on, whatever. I might be wrong on the format, though. Anyway, look, EDG going in his last position, not great, obviously. Palkia looking for the kick. Gonna get found out by everyone. Flash is away. Flash ult down from the Camille. Flash will not be available for the Elder fight now. The thing is, well, you can't not flash and die there, because if you die, then Baron goes there. But Jackalope takes 1 chunk from a Ezreal Q. Trades some back with a Civic Q, nice. Baron now started. Now they've looked. They know there's no flashing and get on the Camille, a huge part of EDG's combo. Down to half HP, holding it there for now, not bursting it, tanking it a little as a GA on Tien. Here comes Paranoia. Realm Walk not taken. Palkia on the flank. Baron is leashed under half HP. GG now goes in. Leave over the wall. Palkia is in with ZDZ. Cream goes golden. Bulldog gets some decent damage onto Cream. This is quite messy. Pioppies were still leashing the Baron. Baron should still go down. GG gets in. Who gets the Baron? It's taken by Lee Sin and EDG fall apart. It is a fairly tightly knit dance between the two. EDG will teleport. The mid laner will live as Anivia will go out, but I mean, Suian gets to walk towards the Nexus. He has a double stacked up wave. They have 3 grubs. There's a good chance that actually can't wave clear to get the Anivia. Just need to walk at the tower. Bulldog is going to get flashed on, not hit by that W. Suian, if he gets the kill here, is 100% over, and I think it is anyway. Top Esports will not give us the 9-game day. EDG will be beaten 11 times in a row in Group Ascend. Top Esports will move to 8-3. EDG down to 0-11. We'll finish up on an 8-game day for our last day of week 4 of the LPL Split 3 2026. Rough for EDG, that would be understating it somewhat. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in for LPL today. I appreciate everyone spending their time watching LPL with us. I'll leave you with the interview and then I'll go radio over to a friend of ours on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, the show will end here. Think about following the Twitch, by the way. Thanks. Think about following us on Discord and things like that too. If you'd like to join us on our socials, join the community, we'd appreciate you. Listen to this, the interview, check it out.
8胜3负的成绩，暂列我们登峰组的第3的位置。整体来说，这赛段打到现在，捷克队自己队伍的表现，觉得有达到预期吗？
就是我们第1轮其实打的还算非常不错的嘛，然后就可能第2轮刚开始就是我们。
Hey, reminder, no LPL games tomorrow. We're starting on Wednesday again. So see you on Wednesday for LPL, folks.
队伍状态可能是在上2场有一些波动。今天在赛前你也说了，其实队伍也是很正视自己队伍出现的一些问题啊。所以在今天这场比赛之前，你们做了哪些准备呢？
就是想把前面稳住吧，然后觉得最近需要选一些容错率比较高的阵容，然后去慢慢去玩。
好好的沉淀一下啊！今天也是打得挺冷静的。聊聊今天的对决啊，在第1局其实双方就已经是有来有回的一个状态了。我想问到的是，一上来2分钟，对手这个圣闪现硬控你，然后拿了1血，当时那波是不是有一点出乎意料了？
那里其实就是因为插个边升3级嘛，然后也没看好时间，那波确实是走位有点没有注意，对，这方面肯定是我们自己出了问题。
但是啊，不得不说，后期还是你们下路撕开了对方的缺口了。这一局来说，小天的 gank 游走有对你们起到很大的帮助吗？
我觉得第1把就是因为我们打野抓住了对面就是下河的失误嘛，所以说这把就是后面就可能他们中野比较顺利的就已经把对面撕开了，觉得他第1波就已经就拿下来之后后面就已经赢了。
这一局小天也是当之无愧的 MVP 啊！来到第2局哇，好焦灼啊！你敢信双方打到20分钟，经济还是持平的，但是人头还是没落下啊！一上来我感觉好像是不是还以对方上一局的颜色了？这个上夜服1级团的设计是你们谁来主 call 的呢？
就是我们觉得就对面的下路的英雄1级特别强嘛，然后觉得他们应该会想办法来入侵我们，然后我们就在进游戏前商量了一下，然后就确实也逮到了。
虽然说经济上双方咬得比较紧啊，但是其实从这个资源点上来看，滔博还是死死的压制住对方的。后续你会觉得今天这场第2局拿下来的关键点是什么呢？
我觉得就是因为对面英雄比较就是就前期特别厉害嘛，然后打起团来的话就是需要他们拉扯好，所以我觉得我们前面龙控下来，其实我觉得就很好赢。
是，今天确实也是看到这个滔博的节奏啊，也希望我们这个所有粉丝也相信看得很过瘾啊。其实这个赛段打下来，也看到了这个捷克，包括今年这个回归的卓，你们当年的默契还在啊。我想问到的是，这4周打下来，你会觉得跟当年有没有不一样的感觉？有感受到双方的成长吗？
因为其实大家平常也都很熟嘛，然后其实卓刚回来的时候也没有说是有特别陌生的地方，然后觉得我跟他其实因为怎么说连接比较大了嘛，就也处事跟打游戏方面也都相对成熟了一点，所以说就现在打的也都还对。
我们的老将们也都在这个赛场上不断的突破自我啊。那今天拿下这场胜利之后，其实时间也是蛮晚了，看到下面也是围满了我们滔博的这个粉丝啊，会跟我们的粉丝朋友说点什么吧，表表后面比赛的决心。
就很感谢大家就是来现场支持我们，我们后面还会继续努力调整好我们后面自己，然后也希望大家注意身体，注意安全。好，谢谢。
谢谢南星的捷克，也祝福你们后续的表现能够越来越稳健，好吗？谢谢捷克接受我们的赛后采访。那我们同时呢，我们把画面交还给季收熙。
Okay, folks, thank you for joining me for LPL this week, and of course my brother Sam. Couldn't do this without Initialise. Please consider following him on his socials. If you'd like to learn more about LPL, talk more about LPL, get to know people from the community, find a group of people who are passionate, invested, and just friendly to talk about with League of Legends, come join our Discord. Come follow us on the socials. We'd love to have you around. I'm going to head off. I'm going to go radio over to Canran, who's going to be doing LEC. So, yeah, I hope you enjoy LEC. Ken Ren raids over to us a fair amount. I'd like to pay them back as well. Thanks for joining us, and I'll see you on Wednesday. No games for the next couple of days. I get a couple of days off. I'm gonna get a haircut. Not all of this, just a little bit. Gonna get a bit of a haircut, and we'll figure things out from there. I'm gonna rest my voice. See you all when I see you. See you on Wednesday, folks. Gonna enjoy coming back to that. All right, see you in a bit, folks. Who's the MVP from our chat here? MVP. It's actually a tie between Suyan and Cream. Fair play. All right, folks. I'll see you in a bit. If you're on YouTube, show will end here. See you on Wednesday, folks.